The burden of being heralded as the chosen one of prophecy was something that weighed on Anakin Skywalker's shoulders from the moment he was brought before the Jedi Council. Supposedly destined to bring ultimate balance to the Force, the Jedi believed that Anakin would fulfill the prophecy by destroying the Sith once and for all. Yet the true meaning of balance or the prophecy itself was interpreted differently by some, and that uncertainty would be reflected in Anakin's own path as he fell to the dark side and became the Sith Lord Darth Vader. Nowhere in the prophecy did it say that the Chosen One would be a Jedi, yet it would seem that Anakin would not bring balance to the Force at all as a Dark Lord of the Sith. Interestingly enough, Vader's own thoughts on the prophecy, his supposed role as the Chosen One, and the Jedi Order are explained in the Legends novel Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader. A few weeks after his defeat on Mustafar, Vader meditated alone in his chambers, pondering all that had occurred during Order 66 and his confrontation with Padme and Obi-Wan on Mustafar. He wondered if he should cast blame on Palpatine for his injuries, but then realized that it was only Obi-Wan who had sentenced him to the prison of his armor. He was sentenced by his wife and his alleged best friend, their love for him warped by what they perceived as betrayal. Obi-Wan was simply too brainwashed by the Jedi to recognize the true power of the dark side. Vader knew that Palpatine's machinations and his own defection to the Sith had been essential to bring peace to the galaxy, essential to place power in the hands of those resourceful enough to use it properly, in order to save the galaxy from itself, to end the incompetence of the Senate, to dissolve the bloated and entitled Jedi Order, whose masters were blind to the decay that they had fostered. Vader wondered why he, their chosen one, had seen the truth, yet they had refused to follow his lead by embracing the dark side. He thought that the Jedi were simply too set in their ways, too inflexible to adapt. Vader's rage grew inside as he thought of the prophecy and of the Force itself. He had simply wanted to save everyone, yet they were too blind to see it. In the end, everyone had failed to recognize his true power, to accept that he knew what was best for them. Instead, Vader was stripped of everything he once was, left without a purpose. Vader cursed the Force, wondering what it had ever brought him but pain, torturing him with premonitions, visions that he was unable to prevent, leading him to believe that he had great power and was destined to bring balance, when he was really little more than the Force's servant. But Vader promised himself that he would be a servant no longer. Through his own strength and the power of the dark side, he would render the Force subservient to him. Vader then thought to himself that while Anakin Skywalker had died on Coruscant, the Chosen One had truly died on Mustafar. Now, I think that this look into Vader's mind is incredible, and it's why I recommend that every single fan read this book. I think that Vader's thoughts could be interpreted a couple different ways. Perhaps he viewed his role in destroying the Jedi Order and forming the Empire as him fulfilling the prophecy and balancing the Force. Maybe Vader believed that it was the Jedi that needed to be destroyed and not the Sith in order to bring balance. Or perhaps Vader was so bitter and full of self-pity that he blamed the Force itself for his pain, and he renounced the prophecy and his role as the Chosen One. Either way, it's fairly clear that after the rise of the Empire, Vader either considered the prophecy fulfilled or didn't care about it at all, meaning that he did not consider himself to be the Chosen One, since he told himself that the Chosen One had died on Mustafar. Although he had renounced his former identity as Anakin Skywalker, hoping to fully embrace the dark side of the Force during the reign of the Empire, Darth Vader never managed to fully vanquish Anakin. The sacrifices that he had made, the things he had lost, and the horrible acts that he had performed inflicted deep psychological turmoil on him. He existed in a constant state of depression and emotional pain, as well as perpetual physical agony. Secretly in his mind, he grieved over the consequences of his decisions and mourned the loss of Padme, entering dreamlike visions of an alternate reality where he had never betrayed the Jedi. With the Sith destroyed by his own hand, Anakin became the youngest Grandmaster of the Jedi Order. Padme gave birth to their son, Jin Skywalker, and became the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Vader would use these dreams of a false reality to keep himself sane during his everyday life, begging Padme to help him as he suffered through the reassembly of his cybernetic limbs and the use of his life support armor. While in the real world, he tried to focus on all of his rage and hatred in order to become more powerful through the dark side. However, his mind still truly held on to his love for Padme, increasing his psychological instability and his emotional distress. In 19 BBY, a few months after the end of the Clone Wars, Vader was summoned before the Emperor and tasked with locating Grand Moff Tarkin's son, Garrosh, who had gone missing while battling insurgents in the Atoan system. Vader departed Coruscant along with 2 battalions of the 501st Legion and headed for the Atoan system. He began his search for Tarkin's son on the planet Atoa, and after encountering local resistance organized by the natives, Vader met an Atoan priestess named Lady Sorrow, who offered to help them find who they were searching for. Lady Sorrow did not offer her assistance without a price, and she insisted that in exchange, Vader support her bid to become queen of the Atoan system. While he was initially enraged at her request, he could not harm her since she was his only lead, and he agreed to her terms. Thus, Lady Sorrow directed Vader to the location of Garrosh Tarkin's missing Star Destroyer. When Vader launched a rescue attempt with his forces on the unknown planet, he found himself ambushed and betrayed by Atoan insurgents, under the orders of Lady Sorrow. His soldiers suffered massive casualties, and although Vader managed to kill many of his attackers, he found himself overwhelmed and severely injured in an explosion. He was then captured alive by the Atoans. When he awoke, he found himself restrained and in the presence of Garrosh Tarkin. Vader asked why he was still alive, and Tarkin replied that Lady Sorrow had said that Vader would somehow be able to will himself back from the dead, and she hoped that he could still be turned to join their cause. Tarkin explained that he had joined Lady Sorrow's ranks shortly after he had been assigned to wipe out the insurgents of the Atoan system, and he planned to rule by Lady Sorrow's side. As Tarkin left him alone, Vader was suddenly struck by a vision of Padme. She called him Anakin and said that she knew he would one day destroy them both, remarking how broken he now was. Vader replied that he was only what his masters had made him, deflecting blame for the consequences of his actions, and Padme said that self-pity did not suit him. He became angry, telling her not to speak the name Anakin again, that Anakin was gone and had died with her. Turning, Padme replied that there was no one there for her then, and she left. Hysterical, Vader screamed for her to come back, finding the strength to break from his restraints and proceed into the cathedral. He searched down darkened tunnels until he found Padme again, hooded and waiting for him. She said that she had never left him, but he retorted that she did leave when she died. Removing her hood, Padme revealed her face, decayed by death, and she corrected that she did not die, he killed her. Dropping to his knees, Vader was overcome with grief, and he finally admitted that he had killed her himself. Confronting the truth, he said that he had also killed Anakin and their unborn child, and that he hated himself for what he had done. Padme referred to him as his Sith title now, and said that she forgave him, which caused Vader to shed a single tear for everything that he had lost. She vanished once more, causing Vader to become hysterical again as Garrosh Tarkin and Lady Sorrow revealed themselves. Vader realized that Lady Sorrow had somehow induced the visions, and she explained that she simply possessed the ability to see and let others see, which allowed Vader to speak to Padme's spirit. He demanded that she bring Padme back, but Lady Sorrow refused. Instead, she attempted to redeem Vader by appealing to his human side, asking that he spare their lives and the life of their unborn child. While Vader initially hesitated, he ultimately decided to kill them and leave his fate up to the will of the Force, and he used his powers to bring the entire cathedral crashing down on top of them. Days later, Vader awoke to find himself on Coruscant, having his cybernetics repaired in the presence of the Emperor. Palpatine was impressed that Vader had survived, and praised him for the results of the mission. The insurgents had been destroyed, and Grand Moff Tarkin believed that they had killed his son, making him an even better and more focused servant of the Empire. As Vader's cybernetics were attached, he did not need to imagine Padme any longer, and he told his master that the power of the dark side gave him all that he needed. Fully suited in his repaired armor, Vader dropped to one knee, awaiting new orders from his master. As enemies, Anakin Skywalker and Count Dooku clashed many times during the Clone Wars. Anakin's hatred of Dooku even pushed him closer to the dark side over the course of the 3-year conflict, as Dooku had orchestrated assassination attempts against Padme and taken Anakin's arm on Geonosis. In their final confrontation, Anakin was able to use that hatred, bolstered by his fear of losing Obi-Wan and his anger over his lost arm, to defeat Dooku and execute him. There was a much larger significance to that defeat, however, as Anakin cemented himself as Dooku's replacement as the Sith apprentice of Darth Sidious. After becoming the Sith Lord Darth Vader during the early days of the Galactic Empire after the end of the Clone Wars, one of Vader's first missions was to Serenno, Dooku's homeworld. There, Vader decided to take further revenge against the Count by punishing the Dooku family and all of the other great houses in an event that would come to be known as the Cleansing of Serenno. Vader summoned the heads of Serenno's great houses and their eldest sons to meet with him as a representative of the Empire, where Vader marked them all as traitors for supporting Count Dooku as he led the Separatist forces, for which they needed to answer for. The head of House Borgin protested, insisting that Dooku's position had made it impossible for them to defy him. Borgin said that Dooku possessed a formidable will and unmatched skills of persuasion, and that the other families had had no choice but to support him during the Clone Wars. Vader retorted that there was always a choice, stating how Aiden Dooku and his mother had gone into exile when Count Dooku had resumed his title on Serenno after leaving the Jedi Order, and any of them could have done the same, but did not. Vader then announced that they would be offered a choice. Each heir of a given house would assume the title of head of their house by killing the current title holder, and if any refused, all would die. Vader ignited his red lightsaber to emphasize his seriousness. All of the families immediately protested as the crowd shouted simultaneously, insisting that Vader's demands were preposterous. Aiden Dooku told Vader that the idea was barbaric, to which the Sith Lord coldly replied that the rest of the galaxy had suffered, so Serenno would too, with its houses being cleansed by blood. It was Rodas Borgin, heir to House Borgin, that acted first, drawing a knife from his belt and plunging it into his father's back as he yelled in anguish. For a moment, they all watched the Elder Borgin's body fall, and then the slaughter began. The heirs of each house brutally murdered their fathers. Afterwards, they were all forced to kneel in the blood they had spilled and swear fealty to the new head of House Dooku, Count Aiden Dooku. Vader had only spared Aiden Dooku's life because he had been raised away from Sereno in hiding for most of his life. With Aiden Dooku acting as the liege lord over all other great houses on Sereno, the leadership of the planet was brought under the control of the Empire. The rest of the galaxy never learned the truth of Vader's actions there, or what really happened during the cleansing of Sereno. After the rise of the Empire, stripped of everything he had once been, Darth Vader existed only to serve Darth Sidious. His psyche cleaved in two by the dark side, Vader became a creature controlled by rage. Struggling to embrace his new existence as a Dark Lord of the Sith, Vader found himself obsessed with locating and destroying any Jedi that had survived Order 66, something that Sidious didn't approve of. In the Legends book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, this is a major focus, as Vader hunts down a group of Jedi survivors. Interestingly enough, this book reveals how and why Vader finally let go of his obsession with the Jedi, and lost his need to hunt them so viciously. As I mentioned, Sidious was disappointed with Vader's obsession with the Jedi. He told his new apprentice that the Jedi meant nothing to them, including Yoda and Obi-Wan. Sidious knew that dozens of Jedi must have survived the Purge, and that over time, Vader would indeed kill them. But to Sidious, the only important thing was that the Jedi Order as a whole had been destroyed. By hiding and running for their lives, the surviving Jedi humbled themselves before the Sith, and Sidious intended to let them, as atonement for 1,000 years of arrogance and self-absorption. But Vader did not agree. He believed that any surviving Jedi were major threats to the new Empire, and that Sidious was simply too blind to the fact because he had been victorious in his grand plans. Vader knew that some Jedi, the ones still devoted to their code and blinded by duty, would attempt to band together and restore the Order. Eventually, Vader found the Jedi he had been hunting on Kashyyyk, and a major conflict erupted between Imperial forces and the Wookiees. This is where it gets really interesting. Vader's greatest desire had been to catch the group of Jedi and kill them all, but in truth, Sidious was manipulating his apprentice yet again, hoping that Vader would learn an important lesson on Kashyyyk. When Vader defeated the Jedi Master Roan Shern, instead of killing him quickly, he took the time to speak to Shern. Shern, knowing that he was about to die, requested that Vader tell him the truth about the Clone Wars and Darth Sidious. So, Vader revealed that Emperor Palpatine was Sidious. Not only that, but he also told Shern that he was once the Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One. As Shern lay dying from his injuries, grappling with the revelation that the Sith Lord before him was Skywalker, Vader felt a deep change within himself, like a newfound satisfaction and closure. He was glad that Shern would die, knowing that the Jedi Order was betrayed by one of its own. More important, Vader's bloodlust had been appeased, replaced by self-possession of a sort he had never experienced. It was as if he had crossed some invisible threshold to a new world. He could feel the power of the dark side surging through him like an icy torrent. He felt invulnerable in a way that had nothing to do with his Durasteel prosthesis or his suit of armor. Interestingly, it had taken another Jedi to usher him over that threshold. Sidious sensed this change in Vader and was pleased. Now that Vader had begun to tap deeply into the power of the dark side, his true apprenticeship could begin. Later, aboard his Star Destroyer, Vader observed the galaxy. The Jedi no longer mattered to him. They were no different from other enemies who would interfere in the business of the Empire. His mission was only to maintain order, so that the dark side could continue to reign supreme. Anakin was gone, a memory so deeply buried he might have dreamed it rather than lived it. Just as Sidious had promised, Vader was now fully married to the Order of the Sith, and needed no other companion than the dark side of the Force. He embraced all that he had done to bring balance, by dismantling the Republic and destroying the Jedi, and he reveled in his new power. There would come a day where he and Sidious would be equals, and Vader would take an apprentice of his own to help him topple Sidious from his throne. The thought gave Vader something to live for. Contrary to popular belief, Force healing is not something that Lucasfilm created recently. While the first times that we saw it used on screen were in The Mandalorian and The Rise of Skywalker, the ability to heal injuries with the Force has been part of the expanded Star Wars lore for decades. There's even an old Clone Wars book called Jedi Healer, and one of Luke's students in the Legends Jedi Academy trilogy was a healer that saved Mon Mothma from a poisonous disease with the Force. But anyway, this video isn't about them, it's about Darth Vader, and possibly one of the earliest examples of Force healing in Star Wars. This lore comes from 1996's Shadows of the Empire, the Legends book that told the story of what happened between episodes 5 and 6. Keep in mind that this book released before the prequel trilogy, so this is even before we knew exactly what happened to Vader to cause all of his injuries on Mustafar. Suffering greatly for the rest of his life and relying on bacta tanks and his hyperbaric chambers, Vader was unable to heal himself completely using any medical methods. That's why he would attempt to heal his injuries not with bacta or other surgeries or cybernetics, but with the Force. Specifically, as a Sith Lord, he attempted to use the dark side of the Force, which is incredibly interesting. Before we jump straight into the scene with Vader from Shadows of the Empire, I want to examine what we know about Force healing, at least in Legends, in order to align with this book, using the encyclopedia Jedi vs. Sith: The Essential Guide to the Force. I think this will add a good amount of insight and understanding into Vader's attempts through the dark side specifically. The ancient Jedi learned that the power of the Force could be used to ease pain, heal wounds, and cure various afflictions, and that these healing arts were effective on all living beings. As with other Force powers, some Jedi had a natural ability as healers, though it was uncommon. Some Jedi could even use a Force technique called the Art of the Small, producing natural antitoxins by manipulating things at a molecular level. Other Jedi had learned to place themselves into trances for long periods of time to accelerate the healing process. Notice how all of these healing methods refer to Jedi, meaning they flow through the light side of the Force. Now let's take a look at what Vader attempted to do through the dark side. Darth Vader sat naked inside his hyperbaric medical chamber. The interior lighting was turned off, and he was free of the armor that he had to wear to sustain himself in public. The Force was powerful. Vader thought the dark side even more so, but he had never been able to use it to heal his badly burned body to the extent that he wished. That he was alive at all was something of a miracle, but he had somehow failed to master the energies needed for complete regeneration. He believed that it was possible, that with sufficient meditation and training, he would someday be able to rebuild himself into the man he had once been. Physically, at least. He would never go back to what he had been mentally. Weak, foolish, and idealistic. Anakin had been much like Luke Skywalker was now, mere potential. He decided it was time for another test. Vader waved his hand over the motion-sensitive controls in his chamber. The spherical chamber opened, and the lid lifted with a hydraulic hiss and escape of pressurized air. He sat exposed to the surrounding room, unprotected by the supermedicated and oxygenated field inside the chamber. He concentrated on the injustice of his condition, on his hatred of Obi-Wan, who had made him so. With the anger and hatred, the dark side of the Force permeated Vader. For a moment, his ruined tissues altered. His scarred lungs and dead cells and constricted passages smoothed out and became whole. For a moment, he could breathe as normal beings breathed. His sense of relief, his triumph, his joy at being able to do so drove the dark side from him as surely as a light chases away shadow. The dark side eagerly consumed anger, but it was poisoned by happiness. It left him, and when it did, he could breathe no longer. Vader waved his hand, and the half-dome lowered and sealed him into the chamber once again. He had achieved it briefly, as he had done several times before over the years. The trick was to maintain it. He must not allow himself to feel relief, but must somehow cling to his rage even as he healed. It was difficult. He had not purged all of Anakin Skywalker, that blemished and frail man from whom he had been born. Until he did, he could never give himself over totally to the dark side. It was his greatest weakness, his most terrible flaw. A single spot of light amid the dark that he had been unable to eradicate over all the years, no matter how hard he tried. Vader sighed. He would have to try harder. He could not afford any weaknesses given his enemies, and more especially, given his friends. So I just think that this passage is incredibly interesting and really expands upon what we know about the dark side. I think most people would assume Force healing is an ability that can only be used through the light side of the Force. After all, the dark side is corruption of the Force. It only affects the user negatively and can even disfigure them physically over time. To see that Vader had actually managed to use it to heal himself on multiple occasions is fascinating. But given what we've seen other Sith Lords do, it's not that far-fetched. If Maul was able to use his anger and hatred through the Force to survive being cut in half, why wouldn't Vader be able to heal his lungs? I feel that this ability through the dark side is somewhat similar to the Sith alchemy that we've seen across both Legends and canon, like Vitiate being able to drain other life forces and live for 1,000 years, or Palpatine maintaining his consciousness in clone bodies. But overall, the most interesting part is how Vader was unable to maintain his anger and therefore his connection to the dark side in order to make the healing permanent. Since he felt relieved and even happy whenever he did heal himself, the healing would reverse immediately as the dark side withdrew from him. I think that's so interesting, specifically for Vader, because it shows that there was that small part of Anakin always inside of him. Anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story. Do you think Force healing through the dark side should be possible, or should it be something that only the light side grants? How do you feel about Vader being able to heal himself completely as opposed to Maul surviving being cut in half? During his time as a Jedi Knight, Anakin Skywalker was regarded as one of the best swordsmen within the Order. As the Padawan of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin inherited a plethora of knowledge in the traditions of lightsaber combat, allowing him to incorporate elements from many masters of the past into his swordplay. By the time of the Clone Wars, Anakin achieved mastery of Form 5. However, his skill in Gem So was not enough to defeat Obi-Wan on Mustafar once he had become Darth Vader. After suffering gruesome injuries and being placed inside his life support suit of armor, Vader's lightsaber skill was never the same as it was. However, he did learn to overcome his physical limitations, developing his own hybrid form of lightsaber combat. But before we dive into his time as Vader, it's important to understand just how skilled Anakin was as a Jedi, and what exactly the specifics of Form 5 were. As Anakin progressed in his training, both variants of Form 5, Xian and Gem So, became his preferred styles. Form 5 had been developed as an improvement on the defensive Form 3, Sorisu, which required users to wait for an opportunity to strike instead of creating their own openings. The creators of Form 5 instead focused on using powerful attacks and quick counterattacks. Xian was considered the classical variant of Form 5, and focused on blocking blaster bolts. Gem So was developed later, and was specifically intended for use in lightsaber combat. Both variants were designed to use an opponent's attack against them, as Xian allowed for directing blaster bolts back at their origin, and Gem So prioritized immediate counterattacks after a defensive move. As Anakin progressed quickly through his training, his natural skill fed his ego, to the point that he even considered himself to be as good as Grandmaster Yoda. His skill in Xian served him well during the Battle of Geonosis, as he defended against blaster fire from an army of droids. However, Anakin was humbled when he faced Count Dooku. Reverting back to Form 5 after he briefly wielded two lightsabers and utilized Form 4, Ataru, Anakin was able to face Dooku even longer than Obi-Wan was, but was defeated and lost his arm. During the time of the Clone Wars, Anakin spent years developing and honing his skills with a lightsaber, focusing mostly on Gem So. As he utilized it more frequently, using brute strength and aggression to dominate his enemies, Anakin drew on his negative emotions constantly, pushing him progressively closer to the dark side. This reached a tipping point when he confronted Dooku for the final time, and after tapping into his anger and fear, he was able to defeat the Sith Lord and sever both of his hands. Before Dooku died, he realized that Anakin was the finest master of Gem So that he had ever seen. Once Anakin fell to the dark side, becoming the Sith Lord Darth Vader, his mastery of Gem So was brutally bolstered by the power of the darkness, and he became a terrifying warrior. However, that raw power was not enough to defeat his former master on Mustafar, and his aggression became his most fatal flaw. Vader was younger, stronger, and possessed more raw power in the Force than anyone, yet he lacked the experience and focus that Obi-Wan had. Obi-Wan was also the definitive master of the defensive form Sorisu, and Vader's mounting emotions, such as his frustration with being unable to penetrate Obi-Wan's defense, caused him to become distracted as their duel went on. He began making mistakes, and his clouded judgment eventually caused him to make the crucial error of attempting to jump over Obi-Wan, leading to the loss of his limbs and his immolation on the lava bank. After being reborn and adapting to his new suit of armor, Vader initially relied on only his physical strength and bulk provided by the armor, utilizing a clumsy method of stiff vertical strikes with his lightsaber. Through sheer power, he sought to wear down his opponents, similar to Anakin's use of Gem So, but not refined at all. Vader sought to quickly overcome the physical limitations of his armor, developing a version of Gem So that incorporated the elements of many different forms. Instead of attempting to fight against his bulky armor, Vader fought with it, using its weight and powerful cybernetics to deliver blows with incredible strength. With the new hybrid form that he developed, Vader utilized killing blows, demonstrating incredible precision and speed. Although the added weight and bulk of his armor typically caused him to refrain from practicing the acrobatics of a Taru, Vader was still fully capable of doing so when he needed to. As he utilized his new form over time, he sometimes opted to fight one-handed, employing a version of Form 2, Makashi, that relied on precision, using his prosthetics to maintain immense power in his strikes. When he was forced onto the defensive, he would switch to his own variation of Sorisu, keeping his elbows at his sides and holding his blade straight out in front of him, which protected his vulnerable chest box. While he utilized his hybrid form to great effect, Vader also learned from his mental mistakes in lightsaber combat, mastering his emotions while fighting. He no longer allowed himself to be blinded by rage, instead attacking with determination and relentlessness bolstered by the power of the dark side, allowing him to become a terrifying Dark Lord as he mastered his ultimate lightsaber form. When Anakin Skywalker returned home to Tatooine, desperate to save his mother from an uncertain doom, he met the Lars family. Shmi had been purchased and then freed and married by Klieg Lars, and it was Klieg who told Anakin of the terrible fate that had befell his mother when she was abducted by Tusken Raiders. Obviously, Anakin was too late to save her from death, and his wrath was unleashed upon the entire Tusken camp. One detail that isn't touched on in the film is Anakin's feelings towards the Lars family afterwards, and how his anger would come to fruition with the death of Owen and Beru at the hands of Imperial stormtroopers. Insane details are provided in the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, showing Anakin's internal rage and Vader's brutality. When Anakin arrived back at the Lars homestead with his mother's blanket-wrapped body, Kleeglars, Owen, Beru, Padme, and C-3PO emerged from the entry dome. They watched in silence as he lifted his dead mother from the bike and carried her toward the dome's doorway. Anakin was in no mood to talk, and he had reconsidered his assessment that the Lars family was made up of good people. Anakin asked himself what was the advantage of being good if you were weak. His grim, scowling expression locked on to Klieg Lars, who lowered his gaze. Anakin angrily thought that perhaps Klieg was wishing he hadn't given up on Shmi so soon. Without breaking stride, he redirected his glare to Owen and Beru. The two of them must have never been taught how to take care of things. Anakin didn't even look at Padme or C-3PO as he descended with his mother into the underground dwelling, his resentment for the weak Lars family at a boiling point. That rage that he felt and the blame he cast upon them would resurface again, as Darth Vader and the Empire pursued the stolen Death Star plans on Tatooine. After meeting with Imperial leaders aboard the Death Star, Vader was informed that he had an incoming transmission from the Tatooine system. He had already been notified that Commander Praji's stormtrooper squad had learned that the Tantive 4's missing escape pod had carried 2 droids to Tatooine's surface, and that the droids had been picked up by a Jawa sandcrawler. Vader walked over to a communications console, where a holoprojector flickered to life and projected an image of 2 fully armed Imperial sandtroopers standing beside a middle-aged man and woman who wore robes and were kneeling on the ground. Near the 4 figures, there was a partial view of a structure, which Vader recognized as an entry dome for a desert dwelling. Vader ordered the Sandtrooper squad leader to report, and was informed that the Jawas had sold 2 droids to the moisture farmers they had captured. Intrigued, Vader examined the holograms of the kneeling couple and asked for their names. The Sandtrooper responded that they were Owen and Beru Lars. The resolution of their holograms was clear enough that he could make out their worn, weathered features. Neither of them appeared to be comfortable having blaster rifles aimed at their backs. Remembering how they'd looked on the day Anakin Skywalker had met them, Vader thought that the years and Tatooine's twin sons had not been kind to them. He resolved that it was time for them to pay for their repeated weaknesses. When the Sandtrooper asked for Vader's orders, the Dark Lord replied that they could extend to the farmers every courtesy they had showed the Jawas, and then continue their search in the nearby spaceports. He also commanded that the troopers not stop transmitting until he broke the connection himself. Vader watched as the Sandtroopers carried out his brutal orders on their helpless victims, executing Owen and Beru with their blasters and then burning their bodies with flamethrowers. He found the sight of the rising flames, even holograms of flames burning light years away, to be most satisfying. When the Lars family homestead had been transformed into an inferno and Vader was pleased, he deactivated the holoprojector and left the room. So honestly, this is just an insane detail that adds some incredible weight to Owen and Beru's death, as well as Luke's story in the original trilogy. It brings up the question as to if Luke ever found out that Vader was directly responsible for having Owen and Beru killed. Would Luke have been able to forgive his father for that too? How would that information have changed things if Luke found out during the original trilogy? Darth Vader's injuries he suffered on Mustafar were incredibly extensive, as his entire body was practically ruined and he needed to rely on his life support armor to survive. While it is graphically shown that he burned alive, the true extent and severity of his injuries isn't blatantly explained in the films. However, in the Legends book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, there is an entire scene from Vader's perspective, revealing his thoughts on his injuries and his armor. Vader stood for a long moment with his sheathed arms dangling at his sides, his head mournfully bowed. To the galaxy at large, Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, the hero with no fear, the Chosen One, had died on Coruscant during the siege of the Jedi Temple. And to some extent, that was true. Anakin is dead, Vader told himself. And yet, if not for events on Mustafar, Anakin would sit now on the Coruscant throne, his wife by his side, their child in her arms. Instead, Palpatine's plan could not have been more flawlessly executed. He had won it all: the war, the Republic, the fealty of the one Jedi Knight in whom the entire Jedi Order had placed its hope. The revenge of the self-exiled Sith had been complete, and Darth Vader was merely a minion, an errand boy, allegedly an apprentice, the public face of the dark side of the Force. While he retained his knowledge of the Jedi arts, he felt uncertain about his place in the Force. And while he had taken his first steps toward awakening the power of the dark side, he felt uncertain about his ability to sustain that power. How far he might have been now had fate not intervened to strip him of almost everything he possessed, as a means of remaking him. Or of humbling him, as Darth's Maul and Tyrannus had been humbled before him, as indeed the Jedi Order itself had been humbled. Where Darth Sidious had gained everything, Vader had lost everything, including, for the moment at least, the self-confidence and unbridled skill he had demonstrated as Anakin Skywalker. Vader turned and began to move from the room. But this is not walking, he thought. Long accustomed to building and rebuilding droids, supercharging the engines of land speeders and starfighters, upgrading the mechanisms that controlled the first of his artificial limbs, he was dismayed by the incompetence of the medical droids responsible for his resurrection in Sidious' laboratory on Coruscant. His alloy lower legs were bulked by strips of armor similar to those that filled and gave form to the long glove Anakin had worn over his right arm. What remained of his real limbs ended in bulbs of grafted flesh, inserted into machines that triggered movement through the use of modules that interfaced with his damaged nerve endings. But instead of using Durasteel, the medical droids had substituted an inferior alloy and had failed to inspect the strips that protected the electromotive lines. As a result, the inner lining of the pressurized bodysuit was constantly snagging on places where the strips were anchored to knee and ankle joints. The tall boots were a poor fit for his artificial feet, whose claw-like toes lacked the electrostatic sensitivity of his equally false fingertips. Raised in the heel, the cumbersome footgear canted him slightly forward, forcing him to move with exaggerated caution lest he tumble or topple over. Worse, they were so heavy that he often felt rooted to the ground, or as if he were moving in high gravity. What good was motion of this sort if he was going to have to call on the Force even to walk from place to place? He may as well have resigned himself to using a repulsor chair and abandoned any hope of movement. The defects in his prosthetic arms mirrored those of his legs. Only the right one felt natural to him, though it too was artificial, and the pneumatic mechanisms that supplied articulation and support were sometimes slow to respond. The weighty cloak and pectoral plating so restricted his movement that he could scarcely lift his arms over his head, and he had already been forced to adapt his lightsaber technique to compensate. He could probably adjust the servo drivers and pistons in his forearms to provide his hands with strength enough to crush the hilt of his new lightsaber. With the power of his arms alone, he had the ability to lift an adult being off the ground. But the Force had always given him the ability to do that, especially in moments of rage. What's more, the sleeves of the bodysuit didn't hug the prostheses as they should, and the elbow-length gloves sagged and bunched at the wrists. Gazing at the gloves now, he thought, this is not seeing. The pressurized mask was goggle-eyed, fish-mouthed, short-snouted, and needlessly angular over the cheekbones. Coupled with a flaring dome of helmet, the mask gave him the forbidding appearance of an ancient Sith war droid. The dark lenses that covered his eyes filtered out light that might have caused further injury to his damaged corneas and retinas, but in enhanced mode, they reddened the light and prevented him from being able to see the toes of his boots without inclining his head almost 90 degrees. Listening to the servo motors that drove his limbs, he thought, this is not hearing. The Medroids rebuilt the cartilage of his outer ears, but his eardrums, having melted in Mustafar's heat, had been beyond repair. Sound waves now had to be transmitted directly to implants in his inner ear, and sounds registered as if issuing from underwater. Worse, the implanted sensors lacked sufficient discrimination, so that too many ambient sounds were picked up, and their distance and direction were difficult to determine. Sometimes the sensors needled him with feedback, or attached echo or vibrato effects to even the faintest noise. Allowing his lungs to fill with air, he thought, this is not breathing. Here, the Medroids had truly failed him. From a control box he wore strapped to his chest, a thick cable entered his torso, linked to a breathing apparatus and heartbeat regulator. The ventilator was implanted in his hideously scarred chest, along with tubes that ran directly into his damaged lungs, and others that entered his throat, so that should the chest plate or belt control panels develop a glitch, he could breathe unassisted for a limited time. But the monitoring panel beeped frequently and for no reason, and the constellation of lights served only as steady reminders of his vulnerability. The incessant rasp of his breathing interfered with his ability to rest, let alone sleep. And sleep, in the rare moments it came to him, was a nightmarish jumble of twisted, recurrent memories that unfolded to excruciating sounds. The Medroids had at least inserted the redundant breathing tubes low enough so that, with the aid of an enunciator, his scorched vocal cords could still form sounds and words. But absent the enunciator, which imparted a synthetic bass tone, his own voice was little more than a whisper. He could take food through his mouth as well, but only when he was inside a hyperbaric chamber, since he had to remove the triangular respiratory vent that was the mask's prominent feature. So it was easier to receive nourishment through liquids, intravenous and otherwise, and to rely on catheters, collection pouches, and recyclers to deal with his waste. But all those devices made it even more difficult for him to move with ease, much less with any grace. The pectoral armor that protected the artificial lung weighed him down, as did the electrode-studded collar that supported the outsized helmet, necessary to safeguard the cybernetic devices that replaced the uppermost of his vertebrae, the delicate systems of the mask, and the ragged scars in his hairless head, which owed as much to what he had endured on Mustafar as to attempts at emergency trephination during the trip back to Coruscant aboard Sidious' shuttle. The synth skin that substituted for what was seared from his bones itched incessantly, and his body needed to be periodically cleansed and scrubbed of necrotic flesh. Already he had experienced moments of claustrophobia, moments of desperation to be rid of the suit, to emerge from the shell. He needed to build, or have built, a chamber in which he could feel human again, if possible. All in all, he thought, this is not living. This was solitary confinement, prison of the worst sort, continual torture. He was nothing more than wreckage, power without clear purpose. When Darth Vader laid his trap for the rebels on Bespin, hoping to lure Luke in, he was also reunited with C-3PO, the droid he had built in his youth as Anakin Skywalker. There were few relics of the past that reminded Vader of his life as Anakin, yet 3PO was one of them that remained. Fans have wondered if Vader had recognized the droid on Cloud City, and at least in the Legends continuity, there is an answer. In the comic series Star Wars Tales and the book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, it's revealed that Vader did recognize 3PO when he was presented with the droid's broken parts. As Vader and Boba Fett waited while the Imperials took their positions around Cloud City, they received word that one of the rebels' droids had fallen behind and stumbled upon a stormtrooper squad. The troopers had destroyed it, but luckily Leia, Han, and Chewie had not heard. Enraged, Vader commanded them to bring the droid to him at once, as its memory could contain valuable information. The lieutenant returned quickly with an open-topped container that held the captured droid's parts. The limbs had been torn from the torso, and a tangle of multicolored wires stuck out from the droid's neck socket. Lieutenant Shekel stated that the damage was extensive and that the droid was probably made a long time ago, as he held up 3PO's head for Vader to see. Vader took the droid's head and examined it closely. Despite the wear and tear to the head, Vader recognized a few small details that indicated Anakin Skywalker's handiwork. He gazed into the decapitated droid's blank photoreceptors. It was C-3PO. The last time Vader had seen the golden droid was on Mustafar, as he recalled how he had seen 3PO through the window of Padme's ship as it landed. Holding this relic of his former life, Vader felt waves of anger and loss sweep over his dark soul. His memory flashed to the day that Anakin had found the droid's skeleton in Watto's junkyard, and Anakin had wondered if the repaired droid might help him and his mother leave Tatooine. Vader wondered whether C-3PO remembered anything of Anakin Skywalker. He doubted it. If the droid had had any knowledge of Anakin in his memory banks, then he would have shared it with Luke. But Vader was certain that Luke still remained ignorant of his father's true identity. As he looked into the droid's eyes, Vader thought that he should have left it in the scrapyard all those years ago. He had the sudden urge to crush the droid's head, but then realized that Lieutenant Shekel and Boba Fett were watching him closely. When Shekel inquired if he should have their technicians recover the droid's memory, Vader replied that the droid was useless and ordered them to destroy it. Returning 3PO's head to the container, Vader left the room, ordering Boba Fett to follow him as they prepared for their meeting with Lando Calrissian. The next day, after capturing the rebels and sensing that Luke was on his way to rescue them, Vader was informed that 3PO's parts had been found in Princess Leia's chambers. He was displeased that his order for the droid's destruction had not been fulfilled, and Lieutenant Shekel informed him that Chewbacca had retrieved the droid's parts, perhaps suggesting it was very important. Reaching into the storage bin, Vader picked up the droid's head again. Despite his desire to leave all of Anakin Skywalker's memories buried, another one surfaced, something Shmi Skywalker had told her son after she allowed him to keep the droid parts he had recovered. She told him that unless he was prepared to care for something, he didn't deserve to have it. Under his helmet, Vader winced at the memory. Watching Vader, Shekel asked again if the technicians should search the droid's memory, or if they should destroy it. Vader seemed to continue contemplating the droid's head, holding it closer to his helmet so he could see his dark, distorted reflection on the weathered gold surface of 3PO's lifeless face. He then slowly returned the head to the bin. Vader instructed Shekel to deliver the box to Chewbacca's cell. Shekel was very confused, and Vader mysteriously elaborated that he was giving the Wookiee what he deserved, before exiting the room to interrogate Han Solo. The fall of the Republic gave rise to the Galactic Empire, and with it, the birth of one of the most terrifying regimes in galactic history. But what many fans don't know is that only months after Palpatine declared himself Emperor, a military uprising almost ended his reign before it truly began. This story is one of deception, vengeance, and near triumph, which unfolded in the Darth Vader and the Ghost Prison comic. It remains one of the most dangerous threats that Palpatine ever faced. In this video, I want to break down exactly how the Gentis coup nearly succeeded in killing the Emperor, and how it was ultimately brought to a brutal end. The story begins in the early days of the Empire, as the galaxy was still reeling from the Clone Wars. Headmaster Gentis, a respected military officer and war hero, had served loyally throughout the Republic era. But he had also lost nearly all of his sons to the fighting, leaving only one alive, Call Gentis. When Gentis visited the Imperial Crematorium and watched the ashes of young Imperial cadets being incinerated, he realized the Empire's appetite for death would never cease. Though the Clone Wars had ended, the senseless slaughter of the Empire's youth continued, and Gentis, filled with grief and rage, saw Palpatine as the source of that pain. He believed that unless drastic action was taken, the galaxy would remain trapped in a cycle of war. So Gentis set into motion a plan to overthrow the Emperor from within, and he would use the very cadets he had trained to do it. The perfect opportunity came during the graduation ceremony of the newest class of Imperial officers, young cadets trained at academies across the galaxy. They were meant to be the backbone of the new Imperial military, and Gentis had spent months filling their heads with propaganda and loyalty, not to the Emperor, but to his cause. Among them was a promising but disfigured cadet named Lorita Tom, whom Gentis promoted to lieutenant. Though Tom believed he was simply being honored for his loyalty, he was being manipulated as part of a larger plot. The night of the graduation, as the cadets were presented to Emperor Palpatine, the coup began. Explosives planted around Coruscant detonated in key Imperial installations, killing many officials in minutes. Chaos erupted in the streets as the cadets, now rebels, attacked loyalist forces, including stormtroopers. Imperial Plaza became a battlefield, and despite being outnumbered, the cadets fought viciously. Gentis personally met with Palpatine in the Imperial Palace, pretending to present his top graduates, but it was a trap. As the explosions went off, Gentis released a deadly virus that came to be known as Aorth-6 into the throne room, a necrotic toxin that liquefied the victim from the inside out. Dozens of officers and royal guards died immediately, and Palpatine himself was infected. The Emperor survived only by drawing on the dark side of the Force to sustain himself. Barely alive, he was rescued by Darth Vader, Moff Tracta, and Lorita Tom. Together, they extracted the Emperor and fled through secret tunnels beneath the palace. Gentis believed Palpatine had died in the attack, but in truth, the Emperor was evacuated to a secret location that only Darth Vader had uncovered, an ancient Jedi prison buried deep in the Diab system called the Prism. Using intel recovered from a Jedi holo recording, Vader, Tom, and Tracta smuggled the Emperor aboard a stealth transport, hoping to use the prison's medical facilities to save his life. Also known as the Ghost Prison, this facility was not ordinary. It was built centuries earlier to hold the most dangerous Force-sensitive individuals the Jedi had ever encountered. It was kept so secret that not even the Chancellor or any senators knew of its existence. But now it would serve a new purpose. As Palpatine slowly recovered in isolation, Vader and Tom used the opportunity to recruit a strike force from among the prisoners, hardened warriors who hated the Jedi and owed no loyalty to the Empire. Back on Coruscant, Gentis seized military control. He told Imperial Moffs and generals that the Emperor had died and placed the planet under lockdown. All communication was severed. He claimed Vader and Tracta had vanished, implying they too were killed. Gentis used the Emperor's absence to declare himself the de facto ruler of the Empire. He tried to recruit others to his cause by appealing to their grief and sense of loss, showing holograms of the Death Star as a symbol of the Emperor's unchecked ambition. With Call Gentis holding senior officers at gunpoint, they pressured them to join the new regime. Gentis promised peace, an end to senseless death, and a return to moral governance. But he failed to understand that without Palpatine's sheer dominance and power, his new empire would not survive. When Tarkin arrived on Coruscant with his forces, Gentis personally greeted him, hoping to force the old Moff to acknowledge his new rule. He explained that his sons had died for the Empire and that the Emperor's policies had murdered them. But Tarkin was unmoved, telling Gentis that his sons had died in service and that he would soon join them. At that very moment, Vader emerged from Tarkin's shuttle, with Tom, Tracta, and a deadly force of prisoners from the Prism. The strike team, though outnumbered, launched a devastating assault. Vader unleashed a shockwave of Force energy, toppling dozens of cadets at once. Blasters and grenades flew in all directions. A demolitions expert named Ko tried to strike back, but was taken out by sniper fire before he could launch his explosives. Amidst the chaos, Call Gentis saw Tom and ran toward him, overjoyed. But Tom, knowing he had been used and betrayed, shot Call in the stomach, killing him. Gentis collapsed in grief, holding his son's lifeless body and begging for mercy. That mercy never came. Emperor Palpatine arrived at last, weak but fully healed. and executed Gentis with a brutal onslaught of Force lightning. In the aftermath of the failed coup, the surviving rebels were rounded up and executed. Moff Tracta was promoted, and Lorita Tom was given the rank of Admiral. The Ghost Prison incident was erased from the record. The Emperor had survived one of the most serious threats to his rule through sheer force power, loyalty from a few trusted allies, and the terror he inspired in his enemies. Though the uprising was crushed, it revealed just how vulnerable the Empire could be when its leadership faltered. It also showed the growing dissatisfaction among the ranks, something that would fester in the years to come. The Gentis coup wasn't just another failed rebellion, it was a near-death experience for Emperor Palpatine. Had just one more detail gone wrong, had Vader arrived a few minutes later, had Tom not defected from his other cadets, had the virus spread faster, history could have changed. But, as always, Palpatine's grip on life, power, and fear was just strong enough to survive. In the early days of the Empire, Darth Vader was a young and vengeful Sith Lord, still in thrall to his emotions and fueled by his hatred of the Jedi. After a coup almost killed Palpatine, Vader searched the secrets of the Jedi Council looking for a place to hide his wounded master, and it was this mission that led him to uncover the Jedi's greatest secret, something they had kept from him even when he was one of their own. This is the story of the Jedi Council's secret prison, from the Legends comic Darth Vader and the Ghost Prison. The Jedi Temple sat silent, its vast halls, once echoing with the footsteps of Padawans and Masters, now stood as hollow monuments to a fallen order. Darth Vader walked the corridors of the temple, but this time he hadn't come to destroy the Jedi. He had come looking for a place to hide the Emperor, because Palpatine had been poisoned by a virus. The Empire, still in its infancy, had been shaken to its core. A coup led by Headmaster Gentis, a respected veteran of the Clone Wars and commander of the Imperial Academy, had nearly succeeded in killing the Emperor. Under the guise of a ceremony, Gentis released a deadly viral agent into the air, targeting the Emperor and all Loyalist officers in attendance. Palpatine had no real defense against the toxin besides the dark side of the Force. He was quickly hidden and secured by Darth Vader and close allies. His body was weak. The greatest Sith Lord the galaxy had ever known was now clinging to life, and the burden of the Empire rested on Vader. As Gentis' loyal cadets tore through Coruscant to find the Emperor, Vader moved fast. The Emperor was hidden away, but time was against them. Every corner of the Imperial Palace was being searched. Rebel sympathizers within the ranks were rising. Vader and Palpatine had to disappear. And so, Vader turned to the last place anyone would expect, somewhere he knew there were secrets that no one knew about: the Jedi Temple. The Jedi Council had always kept things from him. Even during the war, even when he was their greatest general, Anakin Skywalker had always sensed there were locked doors he wasn't allowed to open. Now, as Vader, no lock would stop him. The Jedi Council chamber lit with blue light as the hologram sparked to life. There, in the center of the council chamber, was a younger version of himself, Anakin Skywalker. He stood before the full Jedi Council, delivering a report. Anakin explained that he had captured numerous dangerous individuals, Force-sensitive operatives, war criminals, and separatist agents, but he'd begun to notice a pattern. Every time he handed them over to the Jedi Council, they disappeared. None were sent to trial, and none were ever seen again. Anakin had started asking why. He demanded to know what was happening to the prisoners. Why were they being hidden away? Where were they being sent? And more importantly, why was he, a Jedi Knight trusted with so much responsibility on the battlefield, being kept in the dark? The Council's response was evasive. Obi-Wan tried to lighten the tension, suggesting that Anakin might be looking for a promotion or praise, but it came off as dismissive. Mace Windu was irritated by what he saw as a recurring issue. He told Anakin this line of questioning was becoming repetitive and warned him to drop it. He made it clear that the Council's decision on these matters was final. Yoda, ever cautious, expressed vague concerns about the dangers of such prisoners, but even he refused to directly answer. The other members of the Council echoed similar thoughts, vague acknowledgments that the threats were being handled, but no real answers. They danced around the truth, and Anakin's frustration grew. He wasn't angry for himself. He was angry that he had risked his life, captured enemies the Jedi themselves had deemed dangerous, only to be told that what happened next wasn't his concern. And even worse, he could see it in their eyes that they did not trust him. That was what hurt the most. The Jedi Council had always held him at arm's length. They praised his victories, but never brought him into their inner circle. They made him a general, but not a master. They used him, but never truly accepted him. The recording of Anakin left the council chambers, and Vader continued watching, seeing what was said after Anakin had left. This is when the Jedi Council revealed that they had a secret prison that only they knew about. Not even Chancellor Palpatine or any senators knew of its existence. Mace Windu believed that some of the combatants recruited by Dooku and the Separatists were so dangerous that only the Jedi could handle them. In the recording, Obi-Wan seemed uncertain about keeping the prison a secret from so many people, and Mace Windu instructed him to visit it to find the answers he was looking for, but he told Obi-Wan to go alone. Obi-Wan agreed, saying that Anakin belonged on the battlefield. And this was where Vader lost it and began to destroy the entire council chamber. His fury surged. In that moment, the final piece of the puzzle fell into place. The council hadn't just mistrusted him during the Clone Wars, they had actively kept critical knowledge from him. There was a secret prison that they were hiding. Vader screamed that they were fools and traitors as an explosion ripped the council chamber apart. Debris showered the floor as glass and stone shattered around him. Vader's wrath echoed through the chamber like a storm. The Jedi had a hidden facility off the books designed to contain powerful Force users, political threats, and prisoners too dangerous to execute or release. But now Vader knew everything, including where the prison was. Officially named the Prism, it was also known as the Ghost Prison. And now Vader would claim it for himself. The Ghost Prison was never meant for the Sith, but now it would serve the Empire as a place where they could shelter and heal Palpatine. However, for Vader, this mission was no longer about the safety of the Emperor. It had become personal. The Jedi had kept the prison from him because they had never seen him as one of them. He was their weapon, their project, their tool, never their equal, not someone to be trusted. Even as Anakin Skywalker, he had been alone. But as Darth Vader, he would make sure no one withheld the truth from him again. The Ghost Prison would serve his needs, a place to revitalize the Emperor and prepare to deal with the coup. Vader believed that the prison still stood as a monument to the Jedi's hypocrisy and their failure, and he was the Jedi Order's final judgment. Thank you guys for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. Honestly, this full comic, Darth Vader and the Ghost Prison, is now one of my favorite Star Wars comics ever. I didn't want to go over the entire story here just yet. I am going to work on a video about how the coup and the virus almost killed Palpatine. But in terms of the full story from start to finish for the entire comic, there's great character stuff. It's amazing. I love what Vader does throughout the comic. I don't want to do a video that's just a recap from start to finish because I think you should read it for yourself, but this video and the Palpatine video will basically be explaining the gist of what goes on. The fall of the Jedi was absolute. The Republic, which had stood for 1,000 generations, was gone, replaced by the iron rule of the Galactic Empire. The Sith now controlled the galaxy, and with them, the dark side reigned supreme. But for the man who had once been Anakin Skywalker, victory was not without cost. Vader was broken. His body, once powerful and agile, was now confined to a suit of heavy restrictive armor. His limbs were cybernetic, his breath was mechanical. The fire of Mustafar destroyed what remained of the Jedi he had been, and in his place, Darth Vader was truly reborn. Yet the pain, both physical and emotional, never truly left him. I recently made a video explaining what Darth Vader's life was like after Revenge of the Sith in canon, but now I want to do the same for the Legends continuity, which obviously is packed with way more lore because it's been around for a lot longer. So let's jump into the expanded universe and learn what Darth Vader was doing between episodes 3 and 4. The rise of the Empire marked the beginning of Vader's new purpose, hunting down and exterminating the remaining Jedi. Though Order 66 had decimated most of them, some had escaped into hiding, hoping to regroup and resist the Sith's reign. Palpatine wasted no time in deploying Vader as his primary enforcer, sending him on missions across the galaxy to wipe out any lingering threats and secure absolute control. The Jedi were scattered, but their presence still echoed in the Force, and Vader could sense them. His first missions took him to worlds that had once been strongholds of the Republic. He led the Imperial advance on Sereno, the homeworld of the late Count Dooku. The noble families that had once aligned with the Confederacy of Independent Systems were given a choice: swear fealty to the Empire or be destroyed. But Vader's true goal was eliminating Dooku's former allies, ensuring that no trace of his old enemy remained. To test their loyalty, Vader forced the ruling houses to execute their own kin, ensuring that only those fully committed to the new order would be allowed to survive. From there, he traveled to Honoghr, a planet devastated by war. The planet's inhabitants, the Nagri, were suffering from the ecological destruction caused by a separatist bioweapon. Vader presented himself as their savior, promising to help restore their world in exchange for loyalty. In truth, the Empire had no intention of healing Honoghr, only ensuring that its people became dependent on Imperial aid. Vader successfully secured the Nagri as elite assassins, warriors who would serve him with unwavering devotion for generations to come. Vader's next campaign was the reconquest of the Rim. With the Republic gone, many Outer Rim worlds resisted Imperial rule, holding on to their independent systems or remnants of separatist control. Vader led the brutal campaigns to bring these territories into submission, deploying overwhelming force against planetary governments and dissidents. He crushed resistance with swift and decisive strikes, ensuring that every rebellious world understood the consequences of defying the Emperor. Meanwhile, the hunt for Jedi was relentless. One of Vader's first major encounter with Jedi survivors came on Myrkana, where a group of clone troopers had refused to execute Order 66. These clones, believing that the Jedi had been wrongfully targeted, chose to defy the Empire and protect their former generals. Their rebellion was short-lived. Vader and his forces arrived on Myrkana with orders to eliminate all traitors. The clones were executed, making it clear that loyalty to the Old Republic was now an act of treason. Among the Jedi in hiding on Myrkana was Roan Shrine and Oli Starstone, who hoped to evade Imperial forces. They eventually took refuge on Kashyyyk, where they aided the Wookiees in resisting the Empire's occupation. It was there, during the brutal Imperial invasion, that Shrine's destiny would finally be sealed. Vader led the assault on the Wookiee homeworld, using the conflict as a cover for his true mission, to eliminate any surviving Jedi. Shrine was unwilling to abandon the fight, and he stood his ground against Vader, engaging him in a desperate duel as the battle raged around them. Although Shrine was a skilled duelist, he had never faced an opponent like Vader. The Sith Lord's strikes were heavy and relentless, his power in the Force overwhelming. Shrine managed to land glancing blows against Vader's armor, but they barely slowed him. Vader was relentless, and with every swing of his blade, he drove Shrine further into desperation. Shrine fought with the skill of a veteran Jedi, but Vader had grown even stronger in the dark side. In the end, Vader overpowered him, cutting Shrine down in the midst of Kashyyyk's burning forests, but not before revealing that Palpatine was the Sith Lord that the Jedi had been searching for, and that he had once been Anakin Skywalker. While Vader was furious that some Jedi had escaped, another Jedi Master had been purged, and the dark side's grip on the galaxy tightened. Despite Vader's efforts, Jedi survivors continued to gather in secret. One such group met in a hidden conclave on Kessel, hoping to discuss a plan to fight back against the Sith. However, this was no ordinary gathering. It was a carefully laid trap designed to lure Vader in. The Jedi, desperate for a chance to rid the galaxy of the Sith Lord, spread false information that Obi-Wan Kenobi would attend the meeting, knowing that Vader was obsessed with finding the Jedi Master. The deception worked. Vader arrived with a contingent of stormtroopers, but he quickly realized that something was off. Kenobi was nowhere to be found. Before he could process the trick, the Jedi launched their ambush, springing from the shadows in a coordinated attack, hoping to overwhelm him. Although Vader was eventually wounded, they had gravely underestimated him. Vader fought with terrifying precision, cutting through their ranks with brutal efficiency. His lightsaber tore through flesh and armor alike, and with every strike another Jedi fell. The survivors fought with desperation, knowing that if they failed, there would be no second chance, but their numbers meant nothing against Vader. By the time the battle was over, the bodies of the fallen surrounded Vader, and their resistance had been extinguished. The trap had failed, and the last remnants of their rebellion had perished at his hand. With the Jedi eliminated, Vader remained on Kessel only long enough to confirm that Kenobi had never been there. The realization that he had been deceived fueled his rage, and though the battle had been won, his search for Obi-Wan continued, his obsession growing stronger with each passing year. With every mission, Vader's power grew. He was no longer Anakin Skywalker. He was the Emperor's executioner, the shadow that haunted every remaining Jedi in the galaxy. Vader's reign of terror stretched across the galaxy, but even as he carried out the Emperor's will with ruthless efficiency, the shadows of his past never fully left him. Though he had renounced Anakin Skywalker, the memories of his former life still crept into his mind, haunting him in moments of solitude. When he was not engaged in battle or crushing resistance, his thoughts drifted to the past, to the life he had abandoned and the people he had lost. Despite his efforts to bury his humanity, his dreams told him otherwise. His nights were filled with visions of Padme Amidala, the love he had lost. In his dreams, he saw alternate versions of his fate, worlds where he had chosen differently, where Padme had survived, and where they had raised their children together. But these visions only fueled his anger, reminding him of the weakness that had once defined him. The dark side demanded total commitment, and Vader knew that sentimentality had no place in the path of the Sith. Still, no matter how much he tried to suppress them, the dreams continued, gnawing at the edges of his mind. His growing power in the dark side came at a cost. His mechanical body, designed to keep him alive after Mustafar, was both a gift and a curse. The armor enhanced his strength but dulled his agility, forcing him to compensate for the limitations it imposed. The constant pain, the burning sensation where flesh met metal, was a reminder of what he had lost. The suit's respirator functioned as an ever-present chain, its rhythmic breathing a mockery of his old self. He despised his reliance on it, but he had no choice. It was the price of survival. Palpatine was not blind to Vader's struggles. The Emperor saw his apprentice's obsession with Obi-Wan Kenobi, his lingering humanity, and the flickering conflict that still remained within him. Though he had forged Vader through suffering, he would not tolerate weakness. To test his apprentice's loyalty, Palpatine deliberately kept Vader at arm's length, withholding knowledge and denying him access to certain Sith teachings. This frustrated Vader, who yearned for greater power, but he dared not openly challenge his master. Not yet. He understood that the Sith operated by the rule of two, and as long as he remained the apprentice, he was vulnerable. Vader's connection to the dark side was deep, but his emotions remained a volatile mix of rage, pain, and ambition. He had achieved everything he thought he wanted, yet deep inside, something remained unsettled. He was feared, but never truly respected. He was powerful, but never truly free. As he continued to serve the Emperor, executing his will without question, a part of him began to wonder, was this truly the destiny he had sacrificed everything for? Thus, even as he served the Emperor, Vader's hunger for power remained insatiable. He knew that his master was withholding knowledge from him, keeping him in a position of servitude rather than preparing him to truly rule. If Vader was to surpass Palpatine, he would need more than his own strength. He would need ancient Sith knowledge. This led him to seek out the Myrrh Talisman, an artifact of immense power created by the ancient Sith Lord Carnus Myrrh. The talisman was said to grant its wielder the ability to control legions of Rakghoul creatures and could potentially amplify a Sith's strength beyond imagination. Vader's pursuit of the talisman led him to a confrontation with Celeste Morn, a Jedi from the Old Republic era who had been preserved for millennia through the talisman's dark influence. She had fought against the Sith during the Mandalorian Wars, but had become a prisoner of the relic's power. When Vader finally confronted her, the battle was unlike anything he had faced before. Celeste wielded the talisman's power against him, summoning Rakghouls to overwhelm him. Despite his strength, Vader quickly realized that he had underestimated the artifact's corrupting nature. As the fight raged on, Celeste refused to let him claim the talisman, understanding the catastrophic consequences of its power falling into the hands of a Sith. Vader was ultimately forced to retreat, knowing that he could not yet control the talisman without risking his own corruption. The battle left him frustrated, but it also reinforced his belief that the Sith's true strength lay in securing an apprentice, one who could help him challenge Palpatine. He needed a warrior who would be completely loyal, powerful, and devoted to his cause. This pursuit led him to one of the most significant and most dangerous decisions of his life: the secret training of Galen Marek, a Force-sensitive child who would come to be known as Starkiller. Vader knew that he would never truly be Palpatine's equal as long as his master lived. If he was ever to claim the full power of the Sith, he would need an apprentice of his own, someone strong enough to help him challenge the Emperor. This was the path of all Sith, and Vader had every intention of following it. Vader tracked a Jedi survivor named Canto Merrick to the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk. Their duel was brief, ending with Canto's death. But just as Vader was about to deliver the killing blow, the young Galen Merrick ripped Vader's weapon from his grasp with the Force, an instinctive act of raw power that shocked even the Dark Lord himself. This child was something special, something powerful. Vader made a decision that would alter the future. He killed his stormtroopers on sight and took the boy as his own. The Emperor could never know. For years, Vader trained Starkiller in the dark arts of the Sith, forging him into a weapon that could one day help him overthrow Palpatine. The boy was raised in isolation, hidden away from the Empire, known only to Vader and his personal droid Proxy, who would serve as both a teacher and a combat simulator. Starkiller was pushed beyond his limits, enduring brutal training that honed his raw abilities into lethal precision. He was taught to be a predator, a hunter of Jedi, trained to be stronger than those who had come before him. Vader made it clear that his apprentice would serve a grand purpose. Together, they would one day kill the Emperor and rule the galaxy as master and apprentice. But Starkiller's first true test came when Vader finally sent him on a mission to hunt surviving Jedi. His targets were formidable: Ram Koda, a veteran general of the Clone Wars; Kazdan Paratus, a Jedi who had built a fortress of madness in his exile; and Shaak Ti, one of the last remaining members of the Jedi Council. Each battle tested him in new ways, but one by one Starkiller defeated them all, proving himself as a true Sith apprentice. For a time, Vader appeared to keep his promise, but Palpatine, as he always did, had foreseen the betrayal. He ordered Vader to kill his apprentice, and without hesitation, Vader turned on Starkiller, stabbing him and casting his body out into space. However, that was not the end. In secret, Vader recovered his apprentice's broken body and revived him in a secret medical facility. Starkiller had served his purpose, but his true mission was about to begin. The Emperor believed him to be dead, which made him the perfect tool for a grand deception. Vader fed him a new purpose: to gather the scattered enemies of the Empire, the dissidents, the warriors, the remnants of the Republic, and unite them against Palpatine. Starkiller, believing he was fulfilling Vader's grand design, set out to build what would unknowingly become the foundation of the Rebel Alliance. But Vader's deception ran deeper than Starkiller could ever have imagined. Just when it seemed that their plans were coming to fruition, Vader revealed his true allegiance. He betrayed Starkiller again, capturing the leaders of the nascent rebellion and delivering them to the Emperor. But Starkiller had changed. He was no longer just Vader's assassin. He had found something beyond the Sith, a cause greater than himself. In a final act of defiance, he led a desperate mission to rescue the rebel leaders, storming the newly constructed Death Star and battling Vader one last time. Their duel was ferocious, a confrontation of master and apprentice, where Starkiller finally broke free of Vader's control. He turned his fury against the Emperor, allowing his friends to escape while he gave his life in a final explosive blast of power. In the end, Starkiller's death was not in vain. His actions directly led to the formation of the Rebel Alliance, a force that would one day bring the Empire to its knees. And for Vader, it was a bitter reminder of something he had tried to bury long ago. Starkiller had been more than just a tool, he had been a shadow of something that had once lived inside Vader himself. But that shadow had been erased, and all that remained was the Sith Lord, as cold and merciless as ever. However, Vader was not yet finished with his experiment. His fascination with Starkiller's potential did not end with his death. Vader sought to create a perfected version of his fallen apprentice, one that would remain loyal without question. Thus began one of the darkest and most ambitious projects of his life, the cloning of Starkiller. On the remote world of Kamino, Vader oversaw a secret initiative to create a clone of Galen Marek, using preserved genetic material from his original apprentice. Cloning a Force-sensitive being was an endeavor fraught with failure. The Kaminoan scientists struggled to create a stable subject, as each one inherited Starkiller's powerful connection to the Force, but also his fractured memories and emotions. Time and time again, the clones descended into madness, plagued by visions of a life they had never lived. Many were discarded as failures, some even turning against Vader, forcing him to destroy them with his own hands. But after many attempts, a singular clone emerged, one that appeared stronger and more stable than the rest. This Starkiller clone retained fragments of the original's past life, including his connection to Juno Eclipse, the woman that Galen Marek had loved. Though Vader tried to shape him into the perfect Sith assassin, the clone's memories of Juno and his past identity could not be erased. He rebelled against his programming, escaping from Kamino and embarking on a journey of self-discovery. He was driven by a singular goal, finding Juno Eclipse, believing that she held the key to his true identity. Vader, however, was prepared for this. He allowed the clone to escape, knowing that his emotional attachments made him predictable. He pursued the clone across the galaxy, manipulating him at every turn, using Juno as bait to lure him back into a confrontation. When the clone finally faced Vader once more, the battle was intense. The clone had grown immensely powerful, and for the first time, Vader was forced to acknowledge that this version of Starkiller was unlike the others. Despite his best efforts to reassert control, the clone bested him, defeating Vader in combat. But rather than delivering the killing blow, the clone chose to spare him, refusing to fully fall to the dark side. The fate of the clone remained shrouded in mystery, as history would erase him from Imperial records. But the legacy of Starkiller, both the original and his clone, would have far-reaching consequences. He was more than just a secret apprentice. He was a symbol of what could have been, a reflection of the Sith's greatest failure and the Jedi's greatest loss. And though Vader continued to serve his master, the echoes of Starkiller's defiance never truly faded. It was a reminder that even the most powerful Sith could never fully control destiny. He was the one who nearly changed everything, the one that nearly made Vader turn away from his master. And though his name could be erased from Imperial records, the spark he ignited would one day lead to the greatest challenge the Empire would ever face. Vader's dominance in the Empire was nearly absolute, but the fear he commanded extended beyond the battlefield. As time passed, he became the embodiment of terror, a shadow that loomed over the entire Imperial military. Officers spoke his name in hushed whispers, fearing his wrath more than any enemy of the Empire. Many who served under him learned quickly that failure was not tolerated. Those who disappointed him met a swift and merciless end. During this time, Vader took part in numerous operations that further cemented his legacy. On Coruscant, he stood alongside Emperor Palpatine at the Imperial Academy graduation ceremony, watching the next generation of soldiers prepare for service. However, this event was soon followed by an insurrection led by the Academy's own headmaster, Gentis. The uprising was a bold attempt to overthrow the Emperor, but it was doomed from the start. Vader crushed the rebellion with ruthless efficiency, executing the traitorous cadets and their leader, ensuring that no similar treachery would ever take root again. As the Rebel Alliance began to grow, the Emperor sent Vader on various missions to eliminate any threat before it could fully form. One such mission led him to Kafrinkan 5, where he confronted Jedi Master Anya Kuro, known as the Dark Woman. Mara Jade, the Emperor's hand, had discovered her location, and though she wished to be the one to kill the Jedi, Palpatine assigned the task to Vader. He tracked her down, and after a brief exchange on the nature of the Force, they engaged in a deadly duel. Vader emerged victorious, cutting her down with his Crimson Blade. However, in death, she immediately reappeared as a Force ghost, proving that the light side was greater than the dark. She told Vader that he still had the power to turn back, that he could be free, but he struck at the ghost in fury, refusing to acknowledge any possibility of redemption. After this battle, the Emperor declared that the Great Jedi Purge was officially over, believing that the remaining Jedi were too insignificant to be worth the Empire's resources. With each passing year, Vader grew stronger, but his suspicions of the Emperor deepened. He knew that Palpatine would eventually seek to replace him, and he saw evidence of this in his master's growing interest in other Force-sensitive individuals. Despite his loyalty, Vader understood the nature of the Sith. Sooner or later, one of them would betray the other. He had no way of knowing that the moment of reckoning was closer than he thought. As the construction of the Death Star neared completion, Vader's focus shifted. The Rebel Alliance was growing stronger, and soon they would be a true threat to the Empire's rule. He had spent nearly 2 decades crushing opposition and ruling through fear, but the battle ahead would be different. He had no way of knowing that the next chapter of his life was about to begin, one that would bring him face to face with the son he never knew had survived. The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise is obviously one of the most famous details to come out of the prequel trilogy, being the catalyst that pushed Anakin over the edge into becoming Darth Vader. But most fans wouldn't actually know what the real tragedy was unless they read the Darth Plagueis novel by James Luceno. While the book is now part of Legends and thus not canon, it's arguably one of, if not the best Star Wars books ever written. I personally like to think of it as Episode 0. The end of the book also takes place during the events of the Phantom Menace, revealing to us that Plagueis was still alive and operating in the shadows in complete secrecy as Palpatine's Sith Master during Episode 1. So, when Palpatine tells Anakin about Plagueis, he only reveals that Plagueis was murdered by his own apprentice in his sleep. He doesn't tell Anakin that he was the apprentice of Plagueis or any more details regarding how Plagueis died. So how exactly did Palpatine murder Darth Plagueis, and when did it happen? To answer these questions, we need to look into the Plagueis novel, and like I said, while this book isn't canon, there haven't been any details given to us to replace this story yet, so I think we can still enjoy it and just hope that whatever canon version comes one day will be similar. Probably the most interesting detail is that Darth Plagueis did not die until the day of the Battle of Naboo, specifically during the lightsaber duel between Darth Maul, Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan. While all of the chaos was occurring on Naboo, Plagueis and Palpatine were together on Coruscant, overseeing their plans as Palpatine had just been nominated for Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. They spent the day before the Senate vote communicating with Maul and Newt Gunray on Naboo, and learning that Queen Amidala had somehow amassed an army of Gungans to oppose the Trade Federation. After giving orders to slaughter all of their enemies, Plagueis and Palpatine attended an opera and then retreated to Plagueis' penthouse to celebrate Palpatine's nomination. They were sure that he would win and become Chancellor. Then Plagueis would be named Co-Chancellor under his public persona Higo Damask, and the two Sith Lords would be in total control of the Republic. As the two of them enjoyed 500-year-old Celestin wine, Palpatine offered a toast to the culmination of decades of Plagueis' brilliant plans. He proclaimed that only Plagueis could have brought such plans to fruition, and Plagueis assured him that together they would be able to initiate the final act of the Sith Grand Plan and destroy the Jedi Order. As they continued to drink wine, Palpatine began practicing his speech that he would give the following day in the Senate. As the night wore on, they both amended the remarks and improvised new lines. Wineglass in hand, Palpatine paced the floor of the penthouse, and although Plagueis urged him to save his energy for the morning and go to sleep, Palpatine claimed he was too excited and insisted on revising his speech. By then, Plagueis was considerably drunk. While he usually loved to revel in victory, Plagueis began to find his apprentice's performance exhausting, and he wanted nothing more than to drift off into sleep. He imagined his ascension to galactic power as he emerged from the shadows as co-chancellor in front of shocked senators the following day. He wanted to sleep, but Palpatine still wouldn't let him. Insisting that they rehearse his speech from the beginning once more, Palpatine instructed their droid to refill their glasses with wine. With dreamy weariness beginning to overtake him, Plagueis could barely lift his glass to his nose. I should mention at this point in the story, Plagueis was heavily injured from an assassination attempt and he had to wear a mask to help him breathe, so he had to drink through his nose. When Plagueis set the glass down, he knocked it over, spilling the wine, and his eyelids began to flicker and close. Over the past 20 years before this, Plagueis' mastery of the dark side and manipulation of the midichlorians had allowed him to go without sleep, so he literally never slept at all. But as he began to fall unconscious on that night, his transpirator mask began to click and stutter as his breathing slowed, since it had never had to function for him in a state of sleep before. A few meters away, Palpatine came to an abrupt halt, staring at his master for a long moment as though he was making up his mind about something. Then he set down his glass and retrieved his cloak, and began walking towards the door. But he stopped before he reached it. He turned back to Plagueis and stretched out with the Force, and a look of sinister purpose contorted Palpatine's face. The dark side whispered to him that his election was assured, their guards were absent, and Plagueis was unsuspecting and asleep. Then Palpatine moved in a blur, a web of blue lightning crackling from his fingers straight into Plagueis' breathing mask. Plagueis' eyes snapped open, and the Force gathered around him like a storm, but he didn't actually defend himself. Palpatine was shocked to realize that his master was actually challenging him, as though he believed he couldn't be killed, as if he believed he had already become immortal. So Palpatine unleashed more lightning, drawing more deeply on the dark side than he ever had before in his life. He taunted Plagueis, saying that while he had tried to end the rule of two, he would ultimately not be excused from it. That he had trained the most powerful Sith Lord of all time in Palpatine, but had forgot to leave a place for himself. Plagueis managed to stand for a moment as if to defend himself, but fell backward onto the couch as Palpatine raised his hands and delivered more bolts of lightning. Palpatine laughed and told Plagueis that he had lost the day he decided to train him as his apprentice. He said that yes, Plagueis was his teacher, but he was never his master. He said that he had clouded Plagueis' mind for all the years they had known each other, and he never intended to share any power with Plagueis as Supreme Chancellor. All he needed was to learn what he could from Plagueis, nothing more. Palpatine proclaimed himself the genuine Sith Master and the Sithari of Prophecy. He told Plagueis to rest easy and said that he would be proclaimed Emperor eventually. The Sith would have their revenge and he would rule the galaxy alone. Then, Plagueis slid to the floor and rolled face down and died. With his master dead, Palpatine approached the window and stared out at the city planet of Coruscant as a tremor took hold of the planet, and he felt the power of the dark side flow through him as he became the single Sith Lord in Darth Bane's line. Plagueis might have lived forever if he had been successful in his ultimate goal, but in the end, though he could save others from death, he had failed to save himself. A sense of supreme accomplishment overcame Palpatine, and he wondered if the Force had ever been so strong in anyone as it was in him. At the same time, he also felt a strange and confusing sense of loss, and that was because at the exact same moment, Obi-Wan defeated Darth Maul on Naboo. The fight scene between Palpatine and the 4 Jedi Masters in Revenge of the Sith has been a point of contention for fans since the movie was released. As a result of some last-minute changes during production, like George Lucas wanting Ian McDiarmid to perform the scene himself, the choreography and performances were adjusted, and the scene suffered as a result. But let's be honest, there's plenty of moments that can only be depicted to a certain extent on screen so the audience can process it. While combat between Force users has been described as happening at near super speed in the books, the only time we've ever actually seen anyone use the ability known as Force speed on screen was in The Phantom Menace. So perhaps George didn't want to rely on that when it came to creating this scene with Palpatine. Anyway, this is one of those moments in Star Wars that had to be explained retroactively in lore, or just fleshed out in general. After all, that's what film novelizations and additional books are for, to explain things that just couldn't be conveyed completely in a movie or show. Since Star Wars is a multimedia franchise, and based on the fact that I've now made a career out of talking about the lore, I don't mind that one bit, and I hope you don't either since you're watching this video. Basically, to understand how Palpatine was able to kill 3 fully trained Jedi Masters within a few seconds, we have to take a look at some specific Force abilities that he used, as well as how the fight is described in the novelization of Revenge of the Sith. So let's jump right in. The first ability that we need to look at is called Force Scream. This power exists in both canon and Legends, but it's only featured in one canon book, Inquisitor: Rise of the Red Blade. In Legends, it appears much more frequently over the years. Anyway, in the movie, Palpatine lets out this insane scream as he spins and attacks the Jedi. But I'm going to be completely transparent with you guys. I have not been able to find any official source that states that that was a Force scream used by Palpatine. In order for it to actually be a part of lore, it has to be stated in a book or a comic or some official source, and I just can't find anything that says that for this scene. If anyone does have a Legends or canon source that says he used Force Scream definitively, please share it with me in the comments of this video. So while he does scream in the movie, let's make the conclusion ourselves that that was a Force Scream, just based on what we know from the additional lore. Basically, a Force Scream was a dark side ability where the user would channel their frustration, rage, pain, or grief through the Force and let it out as a powerful scream. When the opponent would be hit with the effects of the scream, they could collapse, and the power of it would basically destroy their mental defenses. Imagine it's like a stun ability in a video game or something, where it makes your enemy freeze or they become disoriented. In some Legends books, it basically can be thought of like an explosion, like Anakin uses it in Labyrinth of Evil when he screams Dooku's name, and that makes the roof of the building they are in start to collapse. So that's what Force Scream is. So let's say Palpatine used that against the Jedi, and that caused them to essentially freeze or be weakened or lose their focus just for an instant, and that was all he needed. But seriously guys, in the book, he doesn't even scream at them. That's something that's only present in the movie, so I'm leaving it up to you guys to decide if you want to make that conclusion for yourselves. I don't want to tell you definitively that he used that ability when it isn't clearly stated. So the second ability that we need to look at is just Force Speed. This one actually is described in the book, and I'll get to that in a second. I'm going to go with the Legends descriptions of Force Speed just because I think that Legends usually has more details, but this ability also exists in canon. Basically, it was a power that allowed Force users to maintain sprinting speeds or super speed for a short time and appear as a blur. The more skilled they were, the faster they could move and the longer they could do it. The user would then perceive everything around them in slow motion. A cool example of this, and it might be the first one ever just because this book is kind of old, is from Shadows of the Empire, when Luke uses the ability, and he can see the fight happening super slow around him. So, Palpatine was incredibly skilled at using the Force to augment his speed during lightsaber combat. In the novelization, he is described as a literal blur in the opening moments of his fight with the Jedi. Obviously, in the movie, it looks pretty clunky, but just imagine that him killing the Jedi happens within like 1 second. When Palpatine attacks Saesee Tiin, he is described in the book as a smear of red flashing darkness, and he cuts off Saesee's head before anyone can even react. Then, as Saesee's corpse hits the floor, Palpatine was able to stab Agen Kolar right through the forehead immediately as Kit Fisto and Mace Windu just watched. It happened so quickly that they couldn't even react. Palpatine was just a blur of red light. By the time that Kit and Mace Windu brought their lightsabers to guard and were ready to duel, Palpatine had already killed Saesee and Agen. The book states that Palpatine's power began to gather around him until the Force itself shimmered with darkness. So just imagine that he killed them within like an instant. Like one moment he flew out of his desk or whatever and just killed them immediately. So looking at the lore, that's pretty much what we can gather. I guess it's really up to the audience interpretation to decide if he did use Force Scream, and we can go based off of the books and the lore to decide how fast he was going. It is described as a blur of lightning later on when he's fighting Mace Windu and Anakin flies up in his speeder, and he says Anakin thinks that all he can see is red and purple lightning flashing through the window. So that's how fast lightsaber duels are described in Star Wars books. The Jedi and the Sith and any Force user, they are, almost like superhuman when they're using the Force like that. So imagine them moving at super speed, like think of like the Flash or something, or Quicksilver from the X-Men. That's how fast that they are described to be moving in the books. So when Palpatine started fighting the Jedi, just imagine him as a blur, jumping out one instant, like boom, boom, boom. He takes out all 3 of those Jedi and starts fighting Mace Windu, and that all happens within a few seconds. Obviously, it's gonna look clunky in the movie because they have to make it so we can perceive what's going on, and that scene could have been done better. If you haven't seen the test footage of what the scene was originally going to be, it's much better. Even the way he kills the Jedi is much quicker. It doesn't look like they just kind of stand still and let him stab them or whatever. In the test footage, he kind of whips around and like hits one on the back and then hits one on the stomach, like boom, boom, like very quickly, and they both just go down. That's really the description I wanted to get. I wanted to be transparent with you guys and not say, yes, he used Force Scream, because that's not really stated anywhere in the book. He doesn't even scream in the novelization. But like I said, if anyone knows anywhere that it is stated that he used Force Scream and that affected the Jedi Masters, please let me know, because I would love to be able to know definitively that he used that ability. I just wanted to be completely honest with you guys and let you build your own conclusions, because I don't want to seem misleading and say this is stated in the lore when it's really not. I think that's a slippery slope of when you can just start to make anything up and say, yeah, this is canon, this is legends, blah, blah, blah. And I don't want to do that. Palpatine's return after the events of Return of the Jedi is probably one of the most controversial and divisive things in all of Star Wars. Even though it also happened in the expanded universe in the Dark Empire comics, some fans really take issue with him also being resurrected in canon in The Rise of Skywalker. Although I'm not really sure if you can call it a resurrection, since he didn't actually ever die. Anyway, the fans that dislike his return would argue that it cheapens and diminishes not only Anakin's turn back to the light side and him sacrificing his life to save Luke, but that it diminishes Anakin's entire story as the Chosen One in the first 6 movies. Anakin was supposed to restore balance to the Force and destroy the Sith, and if Palpatine never died, then that means that Anakin failed. But does it really? I'll give my take on all of that at the end of this video. What I'd like to focus on is what Palpatine thought of Anakin betraying him, because there's actually some really interesting lore available to us in the canon book, Secrets of the Sith. The book is written by Palpatine, so this lore comes from his perspective while he was writing in his journal and different documents on Exegol. This reveals why he canonically thought that Anakin's death was completely pointless. So this comes from the section of the book where Palpatine writes about Anakin Skywalker. None in the galaxy has ever proved my equal in the power of the dark side, but in matters of the Force, there is one bloodline that cannot be ignored: the Skywalkers. My most powerful apprentice, Darth Vader, was born a Skywalker. Though his darkness was feared across the galaxy, there remained a loathsome spark of light buried within him that he failed to smother. Young Anakin Skywalker began life as nothing more than a slave on the desert world of Tatooine, but the boy was blessed with a power unrivaled by any except my own. Anakin was believed by the Jedi to be a Vergence, an entity surrounded by a rare concentration of Force energy. They even convinced themselves that the child was the Chosen One, described in an ancient Jedi prophecy. So certain were they that Anakin would bring balance to the Force, they failed to consider what that might truly mean. As Anakin's powers intensified, so did his emotions. He wanted more than his feckless order could offer him. I planted seeds of doubt in his mind about the Jedi and their dogma, but it was not doubt that would lead young Skywalker to abandon the Jedi path. It was love and the fear of losing it. Though romantic entanglements were long forsaken by the Jedi, Anakin entered a forbidden union with a senator from Naboo named Padme Amidala. Unsettling premonitions of his pregnant wife's demise troubled the boy. He was willing to do anything to prevent that future from unfolding, and I was there to offer him a solution. Revealing my true nature to young Skywalker, I presented the dark side as the only path to ensuring his beloved's survival. He submitted himself to me, a Jedi no longer, and rose as my new Sith apprentice, Darth Vader. At my command, he turned against the Jedi Order. He massacred his brethren at their own temple, giving no quarter. He had returned balance to the Force indeed, by drowning out the light and freeing the darkness. But Lord Vader would have no time to revel in his triumph. Struck down by his former Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi on Mustafar, he was left burned and mutilated. Though I managed to salvage his broken body and sustain his life, he would soon come to wish that I had not. Upon my command, Vader's broken frame was remade, fitted with cybernetic parts and sheathed in an obsidian armor. He re-emerged as a towering symbol of the Galactic Empire's might. His rage grew, fueled by the loss of Padme Amidala, a death that I convinced Lord Vader was caused by his own hand. The grief drove him deeper into darkness, and further under my control. But Lord Vader's tragic past would not stay dead. He sought the arcane secrets that might reunite him with his lost love. However, after many failures, he returned his focus to the Empire, cutting a swath of destruction across the galaxy in my name. All who rose to challenge my disciple fell by his crimson blade, until another ghost from his past returned to haunt him. Years later, Lord Vader found himself once again locked in combat with Obi-Wan Kenobi. My apprentice redeemed his past failure and struck down his former master, but he soon discovered that Kenobi had taken on a new apprentice, Luke Skywalker, a young boy strong in the Force whom Vader would soon learn was his own son. Lord Vader had believed his child had died with Padme. It was the fear, pain, and suffering stemming from that loss that powered him for so long. But now a different emotion began to surface within him, one he had not experienced in ages: love. His fear of losing his wife had pushed him toward the dark side. To save his son, he would choose a different path. Lord Vader turned against the darkness and betrayed his true master. Anakin Skywalker was reborn, just in time to die, his pathetic display costing him his own life, and all for nothing. Vader was gone, but the Sith would return. The rebel fools believed I could be killed, that the ways of the Sith would die along with me. So I let them cling to hope, like the pathetic creatures they are, desperately grasping for the light just beyond their reach. But darkness is eternal. Unlike the light, it cannot be extinguished. It will always find a way to rise again, and I, Darth Sidious, have risen with it. My old empire crumbled, undone by the weakness and betrayal of those beneath me. Yet those who worshipped the Sith, who exalted the dark side of the Force, lived on. In the shadows of the unknown regions, they grew ever stronger. In my name, they prepared to strike back, to vanquish those who sought to end my reign, to unleash my righteous vengeance. As the Empire perished, I was born again, my consciousness transferred into a new body on Exegol. Alas, even after years of experimentation, the cloning techniques employed by my acolytes of the Sith Eternal were inadequate. They could not create a vessel capable of containing my unfathomable power. Though my soul remained complete, the flesh designed to house it began to fail. To continue my plans for total galactic domination, I would need a form worthy of my might. It was clear that this defective mortal shell would not be enough. My new body's deformities were severe. Unable to leave Exegol, I would have to spread my influence across the galaxy through less direct means. So I really enjoyed reading that from Palpatine's perspective in first person, and I really like that this book, Secrets of the Sith, is supposed to be written by him, and it's him going over all the powers of the dark side and the history of the Sith and stuff like that. And I like how he talks about how he felt about Anakin betraying him and killing him and whether it really meant anything or not. And yes, that's the big debate in the fandom over the past few years since The Rise of Skywalker came out. In my opinion, I don't like Palpatine returning at all. In Legends or canon, I think it's weird. I think that people give Dark Empire a pass because it was published before Episode 1 came out, so before George even introduced the prophecy of the Chosen One. But even so, without the Chosen One prophecy, in Return of the Jedi, when Vader is redeemed and he betrays Palpatine and saves Luke, that's his sacrifice to save Luke. It doesn't even have to be about fulfilling a prophecy or bringing balance to the Force or destroying the Sith necessarily in the way that the Chosen One prophecy works. It can also just be about him saving Luke and turning his back on the dark side. So my point is that even if we take away the Chosen One prophecy, there's still a very deep part of Anakin's sacrifice there without there being a prophecy like that. And I would say that, yeah, part of me does think that Palpatine coming back does kind of diminish that moment in Return of the Jedi. But in terms of the Chosen One prophecy in general and Anakin bringing balance to the Force and destroying the Sith and whether he fulfilled the prophecy or not, I'm honestly kind of indifferent at this point. You know, obviously I respect George's vision. I love George. He made Star Wars. George said that Anakin was the Chosen One. He did destroy the Sith, meaning the Emperor and himself in Return of the Jedi. And that's that. But George also sold Lucasfilm, and, you know, even when he had Lucasfilm, they published Dark Empire in the Expanded Universe, and now afterwards they've done the sequel trilogy where Palpatine comes back. And I think that the Chosen One prophecy was just a weird addition to throw into the saga in the prequels. I think Anakin's entire story from start to finish, episodes 1 through 6, without the Chosen One prophecy, would still be super meaningful because Star Wars is the story of the Skywalker family, and it's about generations and fathers and sons and the story of this family going through like a soap opera tragedy. And Anakin didn't need to be some sort of messiah like Paul Atreides figure to have that extra weight to his story, if you know what I mean. Like, I just think that the Chosen One prophecy was really unnecessary for them for George to throw in there. So when it comes to Palpatine returning, I'm not saying, oh, it diminishes the Chosen One prophecy, because I'm not really thinking about the Chosen One prophecy. I'm thinking about just Anakin's actions and his sacrifice. The Chosen One prophecy should not be thought of as like law, because yes, the prophecy says that Anakin would destroy the Sith and restore balance to the Force. And let's say that the balance was never going to be permanent, because obviously the Sith are just a religion, they're an order. So anyone at any time can just say oh, I'm believing in the Sith religion. I'm going to start a new Sith order. My name is Darth, blah, blah, blah. And then the Sith are back. Even without Palpatine, the Sith came back in Legends with like Darth Krayt and stuff. So I think the Chosen One prophecy and then saying, oh, Anakin restored balance to the Force and destroyed the Sith, that would just like limit storytelling set after Return of the Jedi because, oh, there can never be any Sith again. Otherwise, it diminishes Anakin's entire story. No, you can say Anakin destroyed Palpatine even though he didn't die. Anakin restored balance to the Force in Return of the Jedi. The balance just wasn't permanent. Even in The Last Jedi, in the movie and in the novelization, Luke tells Rey that for many years there was balance in the Force. And then in the novelization, he goes a little in depth and says that the Force went out of balance when he took Ben Solo as his Padawan. So that means that there was balance in the Force for like 20 years or something, whenever Ben Solo became a Jedi. So yeah, I guess it's really up to you if you want to say that Palpatine coming back diminishes Anakin's story. I personally would say yes. I do think it diminishes that moment in Return of the Jedi. I don't know if it diminishes Anakin's entire story. I just think it's dumb. Like, I think it's stupid, but it happened in both Legends and canon, so that's just something that you have to accept in both continuities. Regardless of the Chosen One prophecy, even Palpatine coming back in Dark Empire before the prequels came out, that still diminishes Anakin's death in Return of the Jedi, just like from a weight perspective, because that means that Anakin did that and Palpatine didn't really die. But also, I don't think it's something that, like, really diminishes it at all. I don't know. It's dumb, but I don't think, like, it really destroys the first 6 movies like some people like to say. I just think it's stupid, and it's a weird choice to make. Even if Palpatine stayed dead, maybe the Sith could have come back either way like they did in Legends, so I don't think it's really worth being upset about. Even if George made his sequels, his plan was to have Darth Maul and Darth Talon be the villains. So the fact that they have the Darth title means that they're Sith Lords. So George was going to have the Sith come back too. Even if it's not Palpatine, the Sith would always come back. So I think the problem is that it's specifically Palpatine because the whole point is that Anakin comes back to the light side, kills Palpatine, and redeems himself to save Luke, and that's without even bringing up the Chosen One prophecy. So that's really how I feel about it. I hope the transformation of Palpatine into Darth Sidious, one of the most feared figures in Star Wars lore, began long before he became the Supreme Chancellor. The one responsible for his dark metamorphosis was Darth Plagueis the Wise, and he was no ordinary Sith Lord. He was a master manipulator, a seeker of immortality, and a teacher who shaped Palpatine into the ultimate weapon of the Sith. Personally, Plagueis is my favorite Sith Lord of all time. Today, we'll explore how Plagueis corrupted Palpatine and set the stage for the galaxy's darkest era, which is literally known as the Dark Times. This story comes straight from the Legends book Darth Plagueis by James Luceno. Palpatine's origin as a Sith Lord begins on his home planet of Naboo, where he was born into a powerful noble family. His relationship with his father, Kosinga, was strained. His father saw his son as rebellious, ambitious, and dangerous, and he wasn't wrong. Beneath Palpatine's composed exterior was a simmering hatred for his father and a hunger for power. Under the guise of his public persona Higo Damask, Plagueis met Palpatine during a political visit to Naboo. He immediately sensed the young Palpatine's extraordinary connection to the Force. While the encounter seemed casual, Plagueis had already decided that Palpatine's potential made him an ideal apprentice. Their initial discussions were subtle, revolving around politics and the failures of Naboo's past leadership, but they planted the seeds for something far greater. Plagueis' keen perception allowed him to recognize Palpatine's suppressed rage and desire for freedom. He noted how the young man's mind worked, calculating, ambitious, and ruthless when necessary. Unlike other Sith Lords who sought apprentices through brute strength or overt aggression, Plagueis focused on intellect and control. He saw these traits in Palpatine and began cultivating them immediately. Plagueis' manipulation of Palpatine was a masterclass in Sith cunning. From the outset, Plagueis played to the young man's frustrations with his family, particularly his father. He carefully led Palpatine's resentment, validating his feelings of being misunderstood and constrained by the expectations of Naboo's society. Plagueis' tactics were subtle. He didn't reveal his Sith identity right away. Instead, he acted as a mentor and confidant. By appealing to Palpatine's intellect and ambition, Plagueis planted the idea that Naboo and the galaxy as a whole needed a stronger hand to guide it. He framed power as not just a goal but a responsibility, a justification that resonated deeply with Palpatine. The relationship between Palpatine and his father was one of control and defiance. Kasinga treated his son as a liability, constantly belittling him and threatening to disown him. These actions only fueled Palpatine's anger and his dormant power in the dark side. Plagueis, recognizing the young man's inner turmoil, encouraged him to embrace his hatred and see it as a source of strength. One of Plagueis' most effective tools was his ability to create an environment where Palpatine felt both empowered and indispensable. Plagueis praised his insights, challenged him intellectually, and gave him opportunities to prove himself. Over time, Palpatine came to see Plagueis as the only person who truly understood him. The turning point came aboard the Palpatine family's starship. During a heated confrontation, Palpatine's rage erupted. Using the Force, he slaughtered his entire family, Kosinga, his mother, and his siblings, as well as the ship's crew. For the first time, Palpatine felt truly free, unburdened by the chains of his past. When Palpatine confessed the massacre to Plagueis, the Muun did not react with shock or condemnation. Instead, he praised Palpatine for embracing his true nature and severing ties to the weak attachments that held him back. This moment solidified their bond. Plagueis used the event to reinforce Sith philosophy, teaching Palpatine that power was the only path to freedom and control. This act of murder also marked Palpatine's first real step towards the dark side. The emotions he felt, anger, hatred, and ultimately satisfaction, were all tied to the Sith's view of the Force. Plagueis seized on this, using it as a teaching moment to deepen Palpatine's connection to the dark side. As their partnership deepened, Plagueis introduced Palpatine to the greater Sith plan, the eventual destruction of the Jedi and the complete takeover of the galaxy. Plagueis' teachings focused not just on power, but on the manipulation of the Force itself, including experiments with midichlorians to cheat death and create life. These lessons fascinated Palpatine, who absorbed them with a mix of reverence and ambition. Plagueis' philosophy revolved around the idea that the Sith could become more than mortal. He believed the Force could be controlled, even bent to the will of a true master. Palpatine, always eager to surpass his mentor, became obsessed with these concepts. He began to see the Jedi not just as enemies, but as obstacles to the Sith's rightful dominance. Palpatine's transformation reached its climax when Plagueis bestowed upon him the Sith name Darth Sidious. This marked his complete rejection of his former identity and his total allegiance to the dark side. But even as an apprentice, Sidious's ambitions began to outgrow his master's. Plagueis believed he could control his apprentice and circumvent the Sith tradition of the Rule of Two, which dictated that the apprentice would eventually overthrow the master. But Sidious had no intention of being controlled. As he grew in power, he secretly plotted to betray Plagueis and claim the mantle of Dark Lord for himself. The relationship between Plagueis and Palpatine wasn't merely one of teacher and student, it was deeply philosophical. Plagueis saw in Palpatine a kindred spirit, someone who could understand the true nature of the Force and the Sith's role in the galaxy. They discussed everything from the failures of democracy to the potential for immortality, building a shared vision for the future. Plagueis often spoke of the Sith's history, recounting the triumphs and failures of past masters. These lessons weren't just about power, they were about legacy. He made Palpatine see himself as part of something greater, a lineage of darkness that stretched back millennia. This sense of purpose solidified Palpatine's commitment to the Sith cause. The relationship between Darth Plagueis and Palpatine is a chilling example of manipulation, ambition, and betrayal. Plagueis' teachings gave rise to a Sith Lord who would go on to execute the Grand Plan, dismantling the Republic and destroying the Jedi Order, proclaiming himself the Sithari of prophecy. While Plagueis sought to cheat death, it was Palpatine who ultimately ensured his master's end, killing him in his sleep. This act of treachery completed Palpatine's transformation and set him on a path to becoming Emperor. Through their story, we see how the Sith's pursuit of power consumes everything, even the bonds between master and apprentice. Plagueis' legacy lived on in Sidious, who would shape the galaxy's fate for decades to come. The mastermind behind galactic events for decades, Palpatine manipulated the Skywalker family to do his bidding as he ensured the revenge of the Sith and the destruction of the Jedi. As the Sith Lord Darth Sidious, he was able to convert Anakin Skywalker to the dark side, and he attempted to do the same thing with Anakin's son, Luke. Palpatine would battle both of Anakin's children through the conflict of the Galactic Civil War, and orchestrate the corruption of Anakin's grandson, Ben Solo. During his time on Exegol after his death on the second Death Star, Palpatine's spirit was contained within a clone body that could barely hold his power. Across the years and leading up to the events of Episode 9, he wrote down his thoughts and knowledge in the book that became The Secrets of the Sith, including an entire section about the Skywalker family. It's very interesting because he shared what he thought about each of them, and even showed respect when it was due. So let's jump into the canon book Secrets of the Sith to learn what Palpatine thought of every single Skywalker. None in this galaxy has ever proved my equal in the power of the dark side. But in matters of the Force, there is one bloodline that cannot be ignored: the Skywalkers. My most powerful apprentice, Darth Vader, was born a Skywalker. Though his darkness was feared across the galaxy, there remained a loathsome spark of light buried within him that he failed to smother. Young Anakin Skywalker began life as nothing more than a slave on the desert world of Tatooine, but the boy was blessed with a power unrivaled by any except my own. Anakin was believed by the Jedi to be a Vergence, an entity surrounded by a rare concentration of Force energy. They even convinced themselves that the child was the Chosen One, described in an ancient Jedi prophecy. So certain were they that Anakin would bring balance to the Force, they failed to consider what that might truly mean. As Anakin's powers intensified, so did his emotions. He wanted more than his feckless order could offer him. I planted seeds of doubt in his mind about the Jedi and their dogma, but it was not doubt that would lead young Skywalker to abandon the Jedi path, it was love and the fear of losing it. Though romantic entanglements were long forsaken by the Jedi, Anakin entered a forbidden union with a senator from Naboo named Padme Amidala. Unsettling premonitions of his pregnant wife's demise troubled the boy. He was willing to do anything to prevent that future from unfolding, and I was there to offer him a solution. Revealing my true nature to young Skywalker, I presented the dark side as the only path to ensuring his beloved's survival. He submitted himself to me, a Jedi no longer, and rose as my new Sith apprentice, Darth Vader. At my command, he turned against the Jedi Order. He massacred his brethren at their own temple, giving no quarter. He had returned balance to the Force indeed, by drowning out the light and freeing the darkness. But Lord Vader would have no time to revel in his triumph. Struck down by his former Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi on Mustafar, he was left burned and mutilated. Though I managed to salvage his broken body and sustain his life, he would soon come to wish I had not. Upon my command, Vader's broken frame was remade, fitted with cybernetic parts and sheathed in obsidian armor. He re-emerged as a towering symbol of the Galactic Empire's might. His rage grew, fueled by the loss of Padme Amidala, a death that I convinced him was caused by his own hand. The grief drove him deeper into darkness and further under my control. But Lord Vader's tragic past would not stay dead. He sought the arcane secrets that might reunite him with his lost love. Building a castle on Mustafar, the site of his greatest defeat, Vader attempted to use the Aeon engine to cross the veil between life and death. But his journey to retrieve Padme's spirit would prove an unsuccessful distraction. Returning his focus to the Empire, Lord Vader cut a swath of destruction across the galaxy in my name. All who rose to challenge my disciple fell by his crimson blade, until another ghost from his past returned to haunt him. Years later, Lord Vader found himself once again locked in combat with Obi-Wan Kenobi. My apprentice redeemed his past failure and struck down his former master, but he soon discovered that Kenobi had taken on a new apprentice, Luke Skywalker, a young boy strong in the Force whom Vader would soon learn was his own son. Lord Vader had believed his child had died with Padme. It was the fear, pain, and suffering stemming from that loss that powered him for so long. But now a different emotion began to surface within him, one he had not experienced in ages: love. His fear of losing his wife had pushed him toward the dark side. To save his son, he would choose a different path. Lord Vader turned against the darkness and betrayed his true master. Anakin Skywalker was reborn, just in time to die, his pathetic display costing him his own life, and all for nothing. Vader was gone, but the Sith would return. The Skywalker legacy has long been tied to the Force through ancient prophecies and their bloodline's undeniable potential. My most powerful apprentice, Darth Vader, proved incapable of fulfilling his destiny with the dark side, but I have continued to watch the generations that followed him with great interest. A self-appointed Jedi Master, the great Luke Skywalker wasted his life attempting to rebuild the fallen Jedi Order. That pathetic dream was shattered when Skywalker's prized pupil, his nephew Ben Solo, turned against the Order's teachings and cut down his fellow students. Skywalker wallowed in self-pity, fleeing into seclusion and abandoning the ways of the Force. His exile allowed me to set in motion the plans for my return. Yet, if not for Luke Skywalker, perhaps none of my efforts would have been necessary. It was he, as a young rebel pilot many years ago, who destroyed the Empire's first orbital battle station, the Death Star. It was he who was trained by exiled Jedi Masters Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda to harness the powers of the Force, in hopes the boy might rise against me. And it was he who resisted my influence, turning his back on the dark side and the chance to rule the galaxy as my new apprentice. Skywalker would have been struck down for his insolence if not for the duplicitous actions of his father, Lord Vader. How fitting then that Skywalker would ultimately give his own life in battle against the child whose soul he failed to save, Ben Solo, the boy who had become Kylo Ren. Luke Skywalker was not the only offspring of Lord Vader to stand against me. His twin sister, Leia Organa, was secreted away as an infant and raised as royalty on the planet Alderaan. She learned the art of diplomacy from her adopted father, a Republic traitor named Bail Organa. Those skills were wasted fostering a rebel alliance to oppose my rule. If Leia had proved to be as strong in the Force as her father and brother before her, perhaps I could have turned her to the dark side. But Lord Vader's betrayal ensured that would not come to pass. Instead, she chose a path far less rewarding. Yet, as a leader in the Resistance, Leia managed to become a constant thorn in the side of the First Order. Even with her brother dead and her son devoted to the dark side, the Princess of Alderaan continues to disrupt my plans. But her foolish acts will always be in vain. Her will may be strong, but I have great experience bringing Skywalkers to heel. Young Ben Solo possessed what all masters live to see: raw, untamed power. But a great conflict raged within the boy as well. Not only did his inner turmoil make him heir apparent to his grandfather, Darth Vader, it also made him the perfect pawn. Using Snoke as my proxy, I reached into the boy's mind, influencing his choices. I turned him against the new Jedi Order that was rising in my absence. I severed his bonds to his family and broke his ties to the light. Once reborn as Kylo Ren, he was mine to control. From the shadows, I shaped him into a worthy apprentice, not a true Sith, but equally powerful in the dark side. Rising to become a champion of the First Order, Kylo Ren helped spread fear in the galaxy once more. Yet, even after striking down Snoke and seizing control of the First Order, the boy remains conflicted. His Force connection to the girl, Rey, a bond I helped facilitate, has left him unbalanced. The final traces of light within him still struggle to regain control. I have given him one final test to prove his worth. Kill the girl, end the Jedi, and rule the galaxy. Even though he knows what must be done, I fear my young ally lacks the strength to do it. In Return of the Jedi, Palpatine relentlessly tries to get Luke to strike him down and give in to the dark side of the Force. It seems like his plan is to have Luke fall to the dark side and kill him out of anger, right? Well, this is always something that seemed confusing to me. If Vader didn't block the blow, would Palpatine have actually let Luke kill him? Or would he have stopped the blade with the Force as he easily could have if he wanted to? Was his intention to simply instigate a duel between Vader and Luke so the winner could serve him? Well, as you guys know, Star Wars is a multimedia franchise with lore that is constantly evolving and changing as the years go by. However you feel about that, that's up to you as a fan. Within the context of Return of the Jedi, sure, there may just be one reason for Palpatine's plans. However, once we take a look at the larger Star Wars canon, specifically The Rise of Skywalker and the canon book Secrets of the Sith, we can pull together lore to answer the question that this video is about. Why did Palpatine want Luke to kill him? So first, before I get into the new canon lore and basically the current answer to the question of this video, I want to just take a look at the scene itself in Return of the Jedi. I want to do this because obviously when George was writing the story, he had his own intentions and ideas for what Palpatine's goals were. Palpatine's plan was to turn Luke to the dark side, plain and simple. He saw in Luke the potential that Anakin had lost due to the injuries he suffered on Mustafar, and he wanted to replace Vader with Luke. To achieve this, Palpatine needed to provoke Luke's anger and despair, pushing him to act out. He taunted Luke, knowing that while he set a trap for the rebel fleet, he also ensnared Luke. He told Vader his compassion for you will be his undoing. He will come to you and then you will bring him before me, fully aware that Vader wouldn't let Luke kill him. When Luke finally gave in and attempted to kill Palpatine, Vader blocked the blow. Then, during their duel, Luke fought to control his emotions. However, Vader struck a nerve by mentioning Leia and broke through Luke's defenses. Consumed by fear for his sister, he launched a fierce attack on Vader, defeating him just as Palpatine had planned. However, much to Palpatine's surprise, Luke resisted the dark side. He realized he was about to become his father. Seeing that Luke would not turn, Palpatine attempted to kill him, but was thwarted by Vader's unexpected betrayal. Importantly, Palpatine could have easily overpowered Luke at any moment. Alone, Luke was no threat to him. Okay, so that seems to be what we can gather from Return of the Jedi, right? I feel like that's usually the common interpretation, is that Palpatine didn't actually want Luke to strike him down and kill him. He was just trying to instigate a duel between Vader and Luke. Maybe that is the case if you just take the movie at face value and you don't look at any of the lore. But as you guys know, if you've watched my videos before, that's not what we do here. So let's jump right into canon lore to explain the true canonical answer to our question. Right off the bat, yes, Palpatine did actually want Luke to kill him in that moment, because he already had his own plans in motion. The dark side of the Force was a pathway to many abilities that some considered to be unnatural. Palpatine wrote that his master Darth Plagueis had been the first Sith Lord to unlock the secret to immortality. Plagueis was actually able to keep other beings from dying. Studying his methods, Palpatine learned how to transfer his own consciousness through the Force from one mortal vessel to another. No matter what, if his body was going to die, his spirit could live eternally as he moved from body to body. This dark side ability was called transference. In canon, we know that Palpatine already had clones of himself and other experiments being prepared on Exegol during the time of the original trilogy. In the Vader comics, Vader goes to Exegol and sees all of this stuff. That's how Palpatine was able to survive when Anakin killed him in Return of the Jedi by transferring his consciousness into one of the clone bodies waiting on Exegol. So, this adds new meaning and even more depth to Palpatine telling Luke to strike him down. After all, who would make a better host than the son of the Chosen One? From what we saw in The Rise of Skywalker, it seems that he could only pass his spirit into someone if they were under the influence of the dark side, which is why he told Luke to give into his anger and fear and take his weapon to kill him. If Vader didn't block the blow, Palpatine would have transferred his consciousness into Luke's body. This is really all laid out for us with the context of Episode 9 and what we know now about everything that Palpatine had planned. It's also very similar to the details of the Dark Empire trilogy in Legends, where Palpatine did want to possess Luke at one point, and then later he intended to possess the infant Anakin Solo instead. With all of this context given and transference being written into canon, now we know the real reason that Palpatine wanted Luke to kill him. It's the same reason that he wanted Rey to kill him in Episode 9. He was just looking for a new and more powerful body to possess the entire time. What's going on, guys? I hope you're all doing well. I'm not even exaggerating when I say that the lore we are going to go over in this video changes everything. It changes Star Wars. It changes Anakin's story, at least in my eyes. I'm looking at Anakin's fall and Palpatine's manipulations through a whole new lens after learning this lore. The brand new book, The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire, is an in-universe history book written by the character Beaumont Kin, and there is a section about Palpatine's activities as the Sith Lord Darth Sidious. After the Battle of Exegol in Episode 9, the Resistance was able to excavate the Sith Eternal Temples and found the Arcane Library, Palpatine's personal collection of Sith texts and relics that he had collected from Korriban and Dromund Kaas. In those texts, the most insane detail of Palpatine's thoughts on Anakin was revealed, changing everything about their relationship and Anakin's destiny. Apparently, Palpatine believed that Anakin was the Sithari, the prophesied individual of Sith legend that would lead the Sith to glory and save them. First, it's important to understand what the prophecy of the Sithari was. It was basically their version of the Jedi Chosen One prophecy. However, the Sith had different beliefs over what their Messiah would do for them. Whereas the Jedi selflessly believed a Chosen One would come and restore ultimate balance to the Force, the Sith believed their savior would only serve their desires and needs. Now, this book is actually the very first canon piece of content to introduce the Sithari into canon. It was originally something from Legends, so as a result, there's very little canon information about the Sithari prophecy itself. Literally only what is in this book. In order to get a better understanding, we need to look at the Legends information and assume that it's relatively similar in canon. In Legends, the actual prophecy itself was, the Sithari will be free of limits. The Sithari will lead the Sith and destroy them. The Sithari will raise the Sith from death and make them stronger than before. Sometime after 27,700 BBY, the Sithari became the subject of a legend and prophecy of one who would save the Sith and remake them stronger than ever. The Sithari then came to be regarded as the ultimate Sith Lord, free of all restrictions and a perfect being. Many Sith, such as Darth Tenebris, considered Darth Bane to be the Sithari. Then, a few years afterward, Tenebris' apprentice Darth Plagueis declared himself to be the Sithari, although he did not believe in the prophecy itself. Ultimately, while killing Plagueis in his sleep, Palpatine, as Darth Sidious, declared himself to be the Sithari. But remember, all of that specific information is just from Legends. A lot of it is from the Darth Plagueis book, which is not canon. That's just some of the stuff that we know about the Sithari prophecy around the time of the Skywalker saga. Now, let's jump into the new canon lore surrounding Palpatine and Anakin. The notion that Palpatine rose to power, then destroyed the Jedi Order and the Republic simply to become Emperor and rule the galaxy makes a great deal of sense, but also suffers from the assumption that that form of power was all Palpatine wanted. But the power of an Emperor was not eternal. Palpatine could sit on the throne for decades, but eventually he would die and the Empire would pass to another. Thus, we must understand the potential underlying element to his Sith studies. Palpatine did not simply want to rule the galaxy, he wanted to rule it forever. He had no interest in having a reign that expired at the end of his life. Should we perhaps wonder if everything Palpatine did as Senator, Supreme Chancellor, and Emperor was designed to provide him with the time, safety, security, and resources to pursue his actual goal, discovering the secrets of immortality? We must wonder if Palpatine saw the Empire as a means to an end, the easiest way to ensure he was free to discover eternal life without distraction. Sometime after the rise of the Empire, Palpatine spent years gathering relics from ancient Sith worlds, which were found after the Battle of Exegol. Some of these texts, written or annotated by Palpatine himself, mention his apprentices. When the time came, Palpatine disposed of Count Dooku in favor of the younger and more powerful Anakin Skywalker. But what did Palpatine want to use that power for? Palpatine may have appeared to adhere to the Sith Rule of Two, a doctrine that ensured there could only be two Sith Lords in existence at a time, a master and apprentice. But it is highly unlikely, perhaps even impossible, to think that Palpatine wanted to train Anakin so he could one day be overthrown. Now here is where we jump into the first canon mention of the Sithari prophecy, and therefore this is all new information. In ancient texts, both the Jedi and Sith referenced a prophesied individual. Sith writings made mention of the coming of the Sithari, a being born of the Force itself who would wield tremendous power. So that specifically is a new addition to the Sithari in canon. In Legends, it was never said that the Sithari would be conceived by the Force. That was something that was only stated about the Jedi Chosen One. Anyway, the Sith believed that the Sithari would lead them to glory. The full prophecy isn't revealed here in this canon book, so it seems to be different from the Legends version I mentioned earlier. Now, here's where it gets very interesting. It appears both from tales within the Jedi Order during the last days of the Republic and from scrolls retrieved from Exegol that both the Jedi and Sith believed their prophesied individual to be Anakin Skywalker. Anakin was trained as a Jedi, heralded as their chosen one, before becoming the Sith Lord Darth Vader. According to the files on the Sithari prophecy that were excavated from Exegol, a scroll speaking of the Sithari was annotated by Palpatine himself, where he wrote that he believed Anakin was the Sithari. Thus, it is very likely that the main reason Palpatine focused on Anakin, manipulating him and grooming him to one day become his apprentice, was because he believed him to be the Sithari, who held the power of unlocking immortality through the dark side. After killing Mace Windu, Darth Sidious turned and regarded Anakin Skywalker. Finally, the supposed Chosen One, who had come from Tatooine as a boy standing at a vergence in the Force, trained as a Jedi Padawan burning with raw power, had arrived exactly where Sidious needed him to be. Anakin Skywalker was completely isolated, unable to ever return to the Jedi Order after serving as an accomplice to the murder of Mace Windu. In desperation, Anakin had sacrificed everything, perfectly walking in the path of the Sith by destroying everything close to him. Sidious was pleased, as everything had gone exactly according to his plans. Naming his new apprentice Darth Vader, Sidious demanded that Vader demonstrate his allegiance through action and commanded him to destroy the Jedi Temple and all those inside it. Vader performed incredibly, much to Sidious' satisfaction. The temple's younglings, knights, and masters were butchered by Vader's blade. Simultaneously, Sidious executed Order 66 through his grand army, and felt immense pleasure as the power of the dark side grew with each Jedi death. When he visited the ruins of the Jedi Temple, observing the fruits of his labors firsthand, he praised Vader's accomplishments. Sidious complimented Vader that his skills were unmatched by any Sith Lord before him, and the two parted ways, with Vader journeying to Mustafar in order to kill the Separatist Council members. Unbeknownst to the Council members or Vader, Sidious left the comm channel to Mustafar open after speaking with Newt Gunray, so he could watch the carnage himself. He was excited to see Vader arrive, as the council members' faces turned from surprise to bewilderment to fear. Sidious watched as they ran from Vader, screaming as Vader killed them one by one. Afterwards, he was greatly impressed with Vader's power, and was pleased that the conflict of the Clone Wars was finally over. At this point, Obi-Wan and Yoda had learned of their treachery and raced to confront the two Sith Lords. While Sidious was able to force his duel with Yoda to a stalemate, or in his eyes, a victory, something happened that Sidious could not have foreseen. While everything regarding the war and Anakin's turn to the dark side had gone exactly as Sidious had planned, Vader's shocking defeat on Mustafar was something he did not believe possible. Racing to Mustafar after sensing that Vader was in danger, Sidious found his apprentice badly burned and mutilated on the lava bank. As he made his way down to Vader's mangled body, Sidious wrestled with anger, disappointment, and indecision. A part of him considered leaving Vader to die there as punishment for his failure to defeat Kenobi. However, he ultimately decided that after spending the last 13 years grooming Anakin to become Sith, letting him die would simply be a waste. Returning to Coruscant, Sidious used everything at his disposal to keep Vader alive. Surprisingly, he thought that perhaps he held a sliver of affection for his new apprentice, something he had never felt for Maul or Dooku. He thought that perhaps it was due to Vader's potential in the Force, and he knew that he would never find an apprentice as powerful as Vader. To effectively replace him, Sidious knew that he would have to learn to bend the midichlorians as Darth Plagueis had, and create a being of his own design as Darth Plagueis failed to do. Sidious reasoned that those two tasks would be almost impossible, and that it would be more realistic to try to keep Vader alive. While Sidious was greatly disappointed with Vader's transformation into a cyborg encased in armor, he did find pleasure in the fact that Vader was now reborn from complete agony. Not only was the process of his transformation incredibly painful, but Vader also suffered through Padme's death. Sidious enjoyed that his new apprentice would be molded and reborn by pain and suffering, ready to herald in the age of the First Galactic Empire. During the period known as the Dark Times, when the Galactic Empire reigned across the known galaxy and the Jedi were nearly extinct, Darth Sidious, known publicly as Emperor Palpatine, amassed a collection of Sith knowledge that would come to be known as the Book of Sith. Containing texts written by ancient Sith Lords across the millennia, Palpatine also included his own manuscripts, detailing his philosophies on the dark side of the Force and how the Sith Order should operate under his time as the reigning master. Palpatine titled his writings Absolute Power, and said that they would detail how he achieved his power, how he would maintain it through the Empire, and how he would reshape the galaxy for ages to come. One of the most interesting parts of his writings comes when he mentions replacing the Sith Rule of Two, the sacred doctrine enacted by Darth Bane that ensured the survival of the Sith during their millennia-long exile. Sidious wanted to do away with it and instead instate the rule of one, allowing him to rule eternally by ensuring none of his apprentices or pawns could ever overthrow him. So let's jump into the Book of Sith, which is now part of the Legends continuity, to learn all we can about Palpatine's rule of one. It's important to understand what the rule of two was, so we can see how the rule of one differs from it. For those of you who don't know, Darth Bane managed to trick all of the other Sith Lords to destroy themselves, until he was the last Sith in existence. Bane created the rule of two, stating that there could only be two Sith Lords at any given time, one master to embody power and one apprentice to crave it. Bane believed that sharing power was an act of weakness and a violation of the Sith code, yet the Sith Order needed to survive after the Master died. Thus, the Master needed to take an apprentice, who would one day become stronger and kill the Master, continuing the endless cycle. By the time of the Empire, Sidious wrote that while Bane's power had been passed down for 1,000 years, he vowed to be its final recipient, which leads us to his creation of the Rule of One. Sidious wrote that the Sith would now be sustained by one person, one to hold the power and others talented in the Force to execute his will as dark-side agents. Although the Jedi Order had been obliterated, many Force sensitives still survived after the fall of the Republic. Those who still held the belief that there was virtue in peace would be made to conform. They needed to find value in the ways of the dark. Unleashing their anger would be fundamental to drawing them into Palpatine's fold, as well as for them to gain an understanding of the dark side. According to him, it was in anger that Force users were the strongest. Once tapped into, anger could turn idealists into slaves. Even those with brightly burning passions, those who vow to resist with their dying breath, could be broken in 3 simple steps to serve the rule of one. First, they needed to be tempted. The strong-willed always had something they desired, something they possessed that they feared to lose. They would see their drive to protect them as noble. By encouraging that delusion, a puppet would be created. Second, the puppets needed to be tested. By creating an immediate danger or placing the subjects in peril, they would be forced to make a decision. Crazed by fear and the mere thought of losing what they held dear, they would do anything that was asked of them, if only to preserve their selfish desires. Third, they would be forced to submit. A moment would arise when they would take a step too far. In panic or fear, they would hurt others or commit a crime in such a way the outside world would never forgive. After that moment, there would be no return from the dark side. The puppets would then accept their role as new warriors of the dark side. One life ended and a better one would begin. So I specifically love those 3 steps, those 3 rules that Palpatine wrote, because that's exactly what he did to Anakin. So I'll talk about that at the end of this video. As the new rule of one was enacted, Sidious would be free to enlist a throng of dark side followers. The talented pawns would be trained to replicate a fraction of his abilities, yet never possess any actual authority. Intelligence agents would extract information through torture, with the best of them becoming Emperor's hands. Those elite agents would be handpicked for loyalty and stealth. They would be unseen enforcers across the vast empire. The red-robed royal guard would protect Palpatine from those who sought an audience with their emperor. Within their ranks, a few who could touch the Force would comprise a warrior unit called the Shadow Guard. Captured Padawans and survivors of the Jedi Purge would be forced to serve Sidious as dark-side adepts. Until he had a use for them, they would remain on the dark world of Biss, where their connection to the Force would intensify the planet's growing nexus of dark-side power. Finally, Darth Vader would serve the role of Sith apprentice. However, he would be considered replaceable, never worthy of overthrowing Sidious and taking the mantle of Master for himself. When the time came, Sidious would simply replace Vader with a younger and more powerful apprentice, and he would keep replacing his apprentices for as long as he needed to, so long as he remained the Master under the rule of one. Perhaps the greatest Sith Lord of all time, Darth Sidious, also known as Palpatine, was the Dark Lord who oversaw the culmination of the Sith Grand Plan. Completing plans that had been in motion for 1,000 years since Darth Bane reinvented the Sith Order under the rule of two, Palpatine considered himself to be the prophesied Sithari. In Legends, Palpatine succeeded in cheating death, transferring his consciousness into a clone body on the planet Biss after the Battle of Endor. In the Encyclopedia Jedi vs. Sith, The Essential Guide to the Force, there is a passage written by Palpatine himself, where he reflects on his past apprentices Darth Maul, Count Dooku, and Darth Vader. The relationship between a Sith master and apprentice is far more powerful than any other teacher and student, a duality greater than the fundamental entities of mind and matter. It is vital that neither believes there is greater strength in a single Sith Lord, or in an order that exceeds two. Because you are not yet a master yourself, you might assume that it is the master's duty to bestow all of his knowledge of the dark side to his apprentice. You could not be more mistaken. It is the apprentice's duty to learn all that he can from the master, and the master's right to refrain from revealing all of his secrets. My own master, Darth Plagueis, made the grave error of teaching me too much, at which point he became unnecessary. Choosing an apprentice can be a strenuous endeavor. The most important thing to remember is that the apprentice's purpose is to serve the master. Only when you consider how few beings are worthy of becoming a Sith Lord can you begin to understand the enormity of your responsibility. You want someone capable of carrying out your orders, but not someone who has every intention of killing you before you can accomplish your goals. And you can expect that your apprentice will come to want your life, for it is only natural for the apprentice to aspire for more. An apprentice should be ambitious, but if your own ambition is to live, you must be mindful. Choose someone as a successor and you will inevitably be succeeded. Choose someone hungrier and you will be devoured. Choose someone quicker and you won't dodge the blade at your back. Choose someone with more patience and you won't block the blade at your throat. Choose someone more devious and you'll hold the blade that kills you. Choose someone more clever and you'll never know your end. Despite these cautions, an apprentice is essential. A master without an apprentice is a master of nothing. I took inspiration from the Jedi tradition of indoctrinating Force-sensitive infants when I selected one apprentice, whom I named Darth Maul. I took him from his homeworld, Iridonia, and raised him as I would construct the perfect weapon. I trained him in numerous exotic and forbidden martial arts, disciplined him constantly, and personally applied the Sith tattoos that were evidence of his complete dedication to the dark side. Maul had but one reason for being: to exact vengeance against the Jedi Order for the decimation of the Sith ranks. Oh, how he dreamed of burning the Jedi Temple to the ground. I know, for I gave him that dream repeatedly. Maul completed his basic training several years before the Battle of Naboo, and served me well as an assassin and extension of my will. As loyal as he was, I made no effort to caution him when I first saw his death in a duel with the Jedi on Naboo, for by that time the Jedi had already become aware of their chosen one, the remarkably powerful Anakin Skywalker. I had foreseen that young Skywalker would eventually become my apprentice, but that I would have to wait for him. Ultimately, Maul was nothing more than a tool, and despite his sense of purpose, he never realized that it was not his destiny to raise the Jedi Temple. But by slaying Qui-Gon Jinn before he was in turn defeated by Obi-Wan Kenobi, that tool accomplished a different goal. He rattled the Jedi Order's long complacent attitude regarding the existence of the Sith, making many of them nervous and paranoid, and also created a path for Skywalker to be trained in the ways of the Force by Kenobi, a Jedi with relatively limited experience. To those who do not know me, my actions, or apparent inactions, during the Battle of Naboo may have seemed less like a calculated risk than a gross exercise in wishful thinking. I'm sure you will agree that such suggestions are insulting. No, I knew exactly what I was doing when I allowed events to happen as they did. Why train an apprentice to hate the Jedi when the Jedi can train him for you? I did not wait long to appoint my next apprentice. I had had my eye on the Jedi Master Count Dooku for quite some time, and had even met with him on several occasions when I was a senator to discuss his ideologies. Dooku's infinite charm, impeccable manners, and powers of influence were precisely what I needed to accelerate my goals for galactic conquest. Despite his many years of service to the Jedi Order, it was refreshingly easy to convince him to ally with me. Of course, it helped that I knew of his slight fascination with Sith holocrons when he was but a Jedi Padawan, and so Dooku became Darth Tyrannus. Both Tyrannus and his alter ego accomplished a great deal in the years that he served me. As Tyrannus, he arranged for the creation of the clone army for the Republic, and as Dooku, he became the leader of the Republic's opposition, the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Tyrannus also enlisted Asajj Ventress to our cause. If ever there were a Sith aspirant, it was Ventress, but her hatred of the Jedi was so intense that it frequently blinded her and made her tactless. She may have deluded herself into believing she was Tyrannus' apprentice, especially after he bestowed upon her a pair of lightsabers. Perhaps Ventress deserved them, for she was an occasionally capable warrior, nothing more or less. But as with Darth Maul, Darth Tyrannus' tenure was not indefinite. When the opportunity finally came for Anakin Skywalker to take his place beside me, it was imperative to end Tyrannus' apprenticeship. Skywalker himself did the deed, which came as a complete surprise to Tyrannus. It still amuses me that the old scoundrel never foresaw that my goals might hinge on his death. And so Anakin Skywalker, hopelessly entranced by my promise to show him the secrets of eternal life, became Darth Vader. Although he fulfilled Maul's dream of bringing down the Jedi Temple and also killed the leaders of the Confederacy, I regret Vader disappointed me early on when he allowed himself to be mutilated by Kenobi. Yes, Vader remained strong in the Force, but strong enough to succeed me? Never. Granted, he was strong enough to kill me, but that only lasted for so long. It has been 6 years since the Battle of Endor. As leader of my dark side adepts, military executor Sidious has been most loyal and is commended for reviving me here on Biss. But for all his usefulness, Sidious is only a moderate force sensitive, a capable errand boy but hardly the stuff of a Sith apprentice. No, it is only appropriate that my next apprentice must be someone with more unique qualities. It must be Luke Skywalker or his kin. What's going on, guys? Before we even jump into any lore, I'm just gonna say right off the bat, before anyone has a chance to get mad, Palpatine survived the events of Return of the Jedi in both Legends and canon. Feelings don't change that, there's nothing that can be done about it. It happened in both continuities. Whether you think it's a good or a bad thing, it happened. Now that we've got that out of the way, I actually do have some pretty cool lore to share today, coming from the novelization of The Rise of Skywalker. In the book, during her confrontation with Palpatine on Exegol, Rey briefly looks into his mind. They share like a brief mental connection through the Force when he thinks that she's about to strike him down and inherit his spirit. And it's actually a cool moment because she sees his perspective when Darth Vader threw him down the reactor shaft. There's also some details given about how he survived and was resurrected in a clone body, so it's kind of cool. Now, let's take a look into Palpatine's mind and find out what he was thinking as he fell to his death and was resurrected. Rey continued to approach. His power was intoxicating. Wave after wave of triumph emanated from him, and along with it came knowledge, memories. Maybe it was their shared blood that enabled her to see his thoughts, but somehow she could, and Rey saw it then, how he'd done it, what he was about to do again. Falling down a massive shaft, the betrayal sharp and stinging, a figure high above, black-clad and helmeted and shrinking fast. His very own apprentice had turned against him, the way he himself had turned against Plagueis, whose secret to immortality he had stolen. Plagueis had not acted fast enough in his own moment of death, but Sidious, sensing the flickering light in his apprentice, had been ready for years. So the falling, dying Emperor called on all the dark power of the Force to thrust his consciousness far, far away, to a secret place he had been preparing. His body was dead, an empty vessel, long before it found the bottom of the shaft, and his mind jolted to a new awareness in a new body. A painful one, a temporary one. It was too soon. The secret place had not completed its preparations. The transfer was imperfect, and the cloned body wasn't enough. Perhaps Plagueis was having the last laugh after all. Maybe his secret remained secret, because Palpatine was trapped in a broken, dying form. The heretics of the Sith Eternal toiled, splicing genes, bolstering tissue, creating unnatural abominations in the hope that one of these strand casts would succeed and become a worthy receptacle. The heretics would do anything, risk anything, sacrifice anything, to create a cradle for their god consciousness. Nothing worked, but their efforts were not entirely in vain. One genetic strand cast lived, thrived even, a not quite identical clone, Palpatine's son. But he was a useless, powerless failure. Palpatine could not even bear to look upon such disappointing ordinariness. The boy's only worth would lay in continuing the bloodline through more natural methods. And it was through that eventual union, unexpected as it was, that Rey was born, the perfect vessel, strong enough to contain all the power of the Sith, Palpatine's granddaughter. Serving as Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Senate in public and Sith Lord Darth Sidious in the shadows, Palpatine was the true mastermind of the Sith Grand Plan. Through his machinations, he was able to manipulate the destruction of the Jedi Order, the fall of the Republic, and the rise of his galactic empire. However, one of Palpatine's most impressive achievements, arguably the most important one, was the manipulation of the Chosen One, Anakin Skywalker, who would one day become Darth Vader. Over the course of 13 years, Palpatine would groom Anakin, shaping him into a Sith apprentice. Due to Anakin's already present inner turmoil, fear, and conflict, Palpatine was able to manipulate him quite easily. How this was done, as well as the intricacies of their relationship, are explained in the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War. When the calm, caring, guiding influence of Shmi and Qui-Gon was gone, two very different individuals stepped into the breach to fill the emotional void in Anakin's life. The first was his new master, Obi-Wan Kenobi. The second was Sheev Palpatine. The Chancellor watched Anakin's journey with detached attentiveness. His exalted position gave Palpatine almost unrestricted political power and unlimited access to the Jedi Masters and their abilities. With a benevolent smile plastered across his wrinkled face, Palpatine could walk into the Jedi Temple at any time and turn a kindly offer of helping to shape Anakin's future into a command that not even Mace Windu could refuse. Unbeknown to the Galactic Republic and everyone else, Palpatine was secretly a Sith Lord. A cloud of the dark side's making concealed this fact from even the most experienced Jedi Masters, who sensed something nefarious at work but could not trace its source. Thus Palpatine enjoyed the protection of the Jedi instead of their enmity. Well aware that Anakin had helped end the Trade Federation's blockade and invasion of Naboo, the devious Sith used this knowledge to insert himself into Anakin's life just as the young Padawan was questioning his place among the Jedi. Because no one within the Order, not even Obi-Wan, sensed his true intentions, Palpatine prepared Anakin for a dark future as his Sith apprentice with impunity. Skywalker's skill with a lightsaber and volatile personality made him the ideal candidate. While becoming one of Anakin's closest confidants, the calculating politician schemed to instill a dangerous sense of ambition in the already arrogant boy. As Anakin neared his teenage years, his roiling emotions called for the steady calm of Qui-Gon Jinn. Sheev Palpatine was a willing and welcoming substitute. When he called Anakin son, the boy felt that he would do anything for him, just for the chance to feel part of a family. Using the seedy underworld of Coruscant as his classroom, Palpatine opened the young man's eyes to the suffering of those dwelling on the planet's lowest levels, far below the glittering cities where Palpatine ruled over the Senate and Anakin studied in the sacred Jedi Temple. Many residents of these gloomy subsurface levels had never even seen sunlight, a tragedy that a boy raised beneath the twin suns of Tatooine couldn't even imagine. Palpatine claimed these expeditions were a way of understanding some of the less fortunate inhabitants of the Republic's core world. In truth, they were ploys, tests, to not only see if Anakin was pliant, but to expose Anakin to the hypocrisies inherent in the Republic that Palpatine confidently expected would one day lead him to reject the Jedi Code. Right under the nose of Republic officials, sentient beings were being bought and sold as slaves in this hopeless district, a disturbing reminder of Anakin's own past. Although the young man claimed to rarely think about his childhood enslavement after his induction into the Order, Palpatine saw through the lie and into Anakin's heart, where he still hoped to help his mother and free other slaves, not only on Tatooine, but all across the galaxy. With a benevolent sigh, Palpatine deftly probed Anakin's insecurities while praising the boy in the ways he craved. This was the first, but certainly not the last, time that Palpatine would feed Anakin's ego. Palpatine frequently hailed the young man as the most gifted Jedi he had ever met. To Anakin, Palpatine's praise, pointed questions, and insightful observations seemed to forge a strong connection, a bond that he rarely enjoyed with his fellow Jedi. Bit by bit, Palpatine cunningly stoked the young man's disillusion with the status quo on Coruscant's surface, where prosperity reigned, without a thought to the less fortunate souls below. This fresh way of thinking validated and mirrored many of Anakin's own concerns. He never suspected that Palpatine was quietly clawing at his emotional wounds. In this way, Palpatine forged the first link in this bond between himself and the young man he genially referred to as his boy. He made Anakin promise that he would not disclose what he had seen or learned on the sub-levels when he returned to the temple. It would be their secret. Knowing Anakin's doubts and fears enabled Palpatine to more easily expose the cracks in the boy's will, allowing the darkness in. Palpatine would sometimes confess to being wistfully envious of the predetermined life of a Jedi, when all of his own life had been made up of tough choices. Though Palpatine's words were seemingly kindly meant, to Anakin, the ability to choose his destiny was a freedom he was reluctant to relinquish. He had chosen to walk the Jedi path, but since his acceptance in the Order, every decision had been made for him. And in hindsight, even that first step seemed like a childish choice, made on a whim by an uneducated young slave because a magical man with a weapon made of light had offered him the chance to be free. Intellectually, Anakin knew that he was no prisoner. He could leave the Order at any time. But Palpatine's words struck home. The course of Anakin's life would indeed be predetermined if he remained on the path to become a Jedi Master. While Obi-Wan earnestly believed that being a part of the Jedi Order made him stronger than being an individual, Anakin felt more at ease being one half of a whole, even with all of his skills and talents. Anakin was quickly learning that the life of a peacekeeper was not free. A Jedi was devoted to the Order, and as such had to obey the Jedi Council, even when an individual's personal convictions clashed with their guidance. Far below the surface of Coruscant, Palpatine had surreptitiously exposed a different ideological path to the insecure Jedi. Under the sway of the Supreme Chancellor, skilled in the art of suggestion, Anakin was a more than willing recipient of the older man's insinuations. Anakin, with Obi-Wan's guidance, ultimately resolved to continue on the path toward becoming a Jedi Knight. But most importantly to him, Palpatine had offered him a place by his side once his training was complete. An alternate future, a door to be opened if Anakin desired after he had mastered all the Jedi had to offer. On the surface, Palpatine seemed to be promising the young man the sense of belonging that he searched for. In reality, Palpatine saw Anakin as a powerful tool for his master plan, a new galactic empire with himself as supreme ruler. At the twilight of the Republic, there were around 10,000 Jedi Knights active in the galaxy, though their numbers had thinned as a result of the Clone Wars. When Order 66 was initiated and the Jedi were branded traitors, most of them were killed by their own clone troopers on numerous worlds, with the deadliest blow being dealt by Darth Vader and the 501st at the Jedi Temple. With the slaughter of nearly all of the Jedi that remained within the Temple, the Order was decimated and their knowledge of the past usurped by the Empire. Some Jedi managed to survive the carnage, scattering across the galaxy to hide. As the Empire formed, Darth Vader fostered an obsession with finding and executing those Jedi survivors. As the only thing that remained for him was his duty of serving Darth Sidious and the Galactic Empire, finding remaining Jedi was one of the only tasks that motivated him. However, Sidious, known publicly as Emperor Palpatine, wasn't exactly concerned about any straggling Jedi that had managed to survive the Purge. While he did form the Inquisitorius and assign them the objective of hunting Jedi with Vader, Palpatine did not fear the remaining Jedi and wasn't particularly worried about them himself. This is explained in the Legends novel Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, when Palpatine and Vader were alerted of clone troopers that had disobeyed Order 66 on Mercana, allowing 3 Jedi to escape. It is important to note that this book was published in 2006, years before the Clone Wars series established that the clones had inhibitor chips in their heads. Originally, the clones were simply instructed to obey every command from Palpatine without question, but some of them were loyal to their Jedi leaders and disobeyed Order 66. Anyway, the story picks up a month after Revenge of the Sith, with Darth Vader speaking to a hologram of Palpatine. As Vader strained to maintain a kneeling posture, he asked his master what orders he had for him. Palpatine asked Vader if he remembered a lesson about the relationship between power and understanding. Vader confirmed that he did, repeating how while the Jedi gained power through understanding, the Sith gained understanding through power. Pleased, Palpatine told him that the lesson would become clearer to him as he continued his training. He assured Vader that he would provide him with the means to increase his power and broaden his understanding of the Force, with the dark side becoming the only companion he needed. Palpatine then informed him that he had heard that a group of clone troopers on Mercana may have deliberately refused to comply with Order 66. Vader had not heard this news. He knew that Order 66 had not been hardwired into the clones by the Kaminoans. Instead, the troopers had been programmed to demonstrate unfailing loyalty to Chancellor Palpatine. A few Jedi were known to have escaped death either by superior skill or accident, but apparently on Mercana, unique events had played out. Vader asked what caused the troopers' insubordination, and Palpatine replied that it was contagion, brought about by fighting alongside the Jedi for 3 years. He instructed Vader to go to Mercana and demonstrate the peril brought about by independent thinking. Vader asked if it was possible that some Jedi had survived as a result of the clones' refusal to obey orders, a question that Palpatine was irritated by. He told Vader that he was not worried about his pathetic former friends, and merely wanted the clone troopers to be punished, as a reminder to all of the clones to remember who they truly served. Vader asked again what should be done about the escaped Jedi, and Palpatine gave him permission to kill any that he did come across. Vader traveled to Murkana, where he slaughtered the entire group of clones that had disobeyed orders, and also killed one of the surviving Jedi. However, the Jedi was able to wound him on the arm, which greatly troubled him and caused him to doubt his powers. Later, Vader returned to Palpatine's medical facility on Coruscant to speak with his master about the mission. Palpatine noticed that Vader was holding immense rage and frustration about something, yet was attempting to hide it. Vader confessed that he had found the surviving Jedi and had killed one while the other two escaped. He launched into an angry tirade, blaming Palpatine for his failure on Murkana, insisting that the Jedi wouldn't have escaped if his armored suit didn't restrict him to the point of immobility. Displeased, Palpatine remarked how Vader had failed his mission but was quick to deflect the blame for it. He sternly reiterated to Vader that the Jedi meant nothing to them. He said that even Yoda and Obi-Wan, having both also survived, were not exceptions to that rule either. Palpatine revealed that he was certain dozens of Jedi had escaped with their lives, and that Vader would surely have the pleasure of killing many of them, but the most important thing was that the Jedi Order had been crushed. Palpatine said that the surviving Jedi, hiding on remote worlds and burying their heads in the sand, were merely humbling themselves before the Sith, so he wanted to let them. He told Vader he wanted to leave them alone so they could atone for 1,000 years of their arrogance and self-absorption. When Darth Vader was rebuilt into a cyborg, encased in a suit of life support armor and reborn, he learned from his master that Padme had died. Palpatine told Vader that he had killed Padme by his own hand. In his quest to possess his wife and maintain control over life itself, Vader had brought about the very thing he had sought to prevent, losing everything in the process. Yet what remains unclear is how Palpatine knew that Padme was dead. Assuming that he had spies all over Coruscant, perhaps Palpatine did know that Padme had left abruptly to find Anakin on Mustafar. But by the time he arrived to recover Vader from the lava bank, both Obi-Wan and Padme were gone. So what exactly did Palpatine know for certain? How much information did he truly have? There is a popular fan theory that he drained Padme's life force to keep Vader alive during the reconstruction surgery, but I personally don't buy into that because it's never been stated or supported anywhere in the lore. Instead, for my analysis, I'd like to look at some of the most obvious evidence pertaining to Palpatine's relationship with Anakin. Obviously, Palpatine knew all about Anakin's premonitions of Padme's death in childbirth. It was the final piece of the puzzle that he used to manipulate Anakin into lusting for the mythical power of the dark side, specifically through the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. At this point, Palpatine had been mentoring and grooming Anakin for 13 years, and he was also aware of Anakin's nightmares of his mother's death, which came true. Anakin was gifted premonitions through the Force, which always came to pass. This is how I believe Palpatine assumed that Padme must have been dead after Mustafar. While he was one of the most powerful Sith Lords of all time, and he did have some sort of personal connection with Padme, perhaps Palpatine was able to sense in the Force that she was dead. However, since Palpatine never had any intention of saving Padme's life, and he was aware that all of Anakin's visions came true eventually, I think it's more plausible that he simply assumed she had died. This is also supported by the fact that Palpatine didn't know that Padme had given birth to the Skywalker twins before she died. He simply told Vader she was dead, and it wasn't until the events of Episode 5, 22 years later, that he realized Luke was Anakin's son. So he didn't have all of the information at the end of Revenge of the Sith. He didn't know how Padme died or where, and he didn't know about the birth of the twins. This is why I believe that he may not have known if Padme was dead for sure. He simply made an assumption based on Anakin's previous visions, and used her death to push Vader completely into his pain and suffering. Without Padme, all of Vader's past was destroyed, and he could be reborn as a Sith Lord, fully immersed in the dark side of the Force. When Anakin Skywalker lost his right arm at the elbow during his duel with Count Dooku, the injury would alter not only the way he thought of himself, but the way that others viewed him. Canonically, Anakin despised his mechanical arm during the early days of the Clone Wars, and even the Jedi Council noticed how the loss of his limb changed his behavior, causing them to wonder if he had also lost his humanity on Geonosis. One interesting detail provided in the novelization of Revenge of the Sith reveals that Chancellor Palpatine actually loved Anakin's mechanical arm for several reasons, which he explained to his apprentice Count Dooku during the Battle of Coruscant. As Dooku and Palpatine observed Obi-Wan and Anakin fighting their way through the Invisible Hand, Dooku thought of the supposed plan in place, having no idea that he was truly about to be killed and replaced. Dooku believed that he would allow himself to be captured by Anakin, and spend the rest of the Clone Wars in comfortable captivity until he emerged to lead the new Sith army of the Galactic Empire. Dooku was instructed by Palpatine to kill Obi-Wan in the coming duel, as a means of pushing Anakin's unstable emotions fully into darkness and convert him to the side of the Sith. Dooku thought that Anakin was being recruited simply to serve as one of their minions in the future Empire, yet he had several reservations. Dooku was uncertain if Anakin was truly an ally that they wanted, given his raw power in the Force and how dangerous it made him. He wanted to simply kill Anakin instead. Dooku also commented in disgust that Anakin's mechanical arm was revolting, making the young Jedi not even entirely human. He believed that a true gentleman would have simply learned to wield a lightsaber one-handed, instead of relying on a mechanical prosthesis. In his arrogance and smug sense of superiority, Dooku questioned how they could justify associating with a man that was practically part droid, comparing Anakin to General Grievous. Palpatine retorted that Anakin's mechanical arm made him even better, stating that the arm was a permanent symbol of the sacrifices that Anakin had made in the name of peace and justice. It was a badge of heroism that Anakin had to publicly display for the rest of his life, and Palpatine knew that no one could ever look at Anakin and question his honor, his courage, or his integrity. Practically in awe, Palpatine told Dooku that Anakin was perfect just the way he was, and the only question about Anakin's Sith potential was whether or not he could break free of the limitations imposed by Jedi indoctrination. So I think that this explanation by Palpatine is very interesting because it gives hints as to what Palpatine's plans were for Anakin or Darth Vader before Vader was defeated on Mustafar and encased in his suit of armor. It seems that Palpatine wanted Vader to be a strong symbol of the Empire, displaying honor and bravery with his mechanical arm for propaganda purposes. It also adds depth to how disappointed Palpatine was when Vader was defeated on Mustafar and needed to rely on his armor for the rest of his life. I just think that it's really cool, and it also shows how much Palpatine wanted Anakin as his apprentice. Like any conflict, the Clone Wars didn't come out of nowhere. Its causes dated back more than a century and included an age-old problem for the Republic: the divisions between the galaxy's inner and outer regions. In 124 BBY, the Senate approved two significant and related pieces of legislation. The Outer Rim territories were declared a free trade zone and exempted from the sometimes oppressive taxes levied by systems, sectors, and regions. Portions of the Mid-Rim later received a similar exemption. And the definition of functional constituencies entitled to representation in the Senate, regardless of geography, was extended to guilds and corporations. Both acts benefited the shipping cartel known as the Trade Federation, but that wasn't their primary aim. The power of local despots and fear of pirates and slavers had strangled trade and stifled economic production in the Rim worlds, breeding political isolation. By acting, the Senate hoped to jumpstart commerce in the Mid and Outer Rim and forge ties between these outlying areas and the rest of the galaxy. How to solve this problem was the subject of considerable debate in the Senate. One faction, generally called the militarists, though many objected to that name, argued that central authority was the best answer, and called for the Republic to break with the Ruusan reformations and once more combine its scattered planetary and sector militaries into a standing army and navy. But others feared renewed militarism, arguing that with the right incentives, the galaxy's private sector would open up trade, which would in turn spur demands for political freedom and knit the galaxy back together. The Senate underestimated the power of the Trade Federation, however. The cartel moved ruthlessly and efficiently into the Rim, striking hard bargains with impoverished systems and sectors that did far more to benefit the Federation than they did to stimulate economic growth. The Trade Federation also took full advantage of the fine print of the bylaws governing functional constituencies, constructing trade agreements so that first systems and later whole sectors handed over their votes in the Senate to the Federation. Within generations, the Trade Federation commanded sufficient Senate votes to hamper its competitors and tie up grievances against it in courts and commissions. Some in the core felt the Trade Federation deserved its gains. Its scouts had blazed countless new hyperspace routes into the Rim, and with the cartel's backing, planetary security forces had routed pirates and bandits from a number of important space lanes. But many in the Rim didn't agree. They decried the group's bare-knuckles negotiations, bemoaned the lack of real commercial competition, and resented the deals that had robbed them of representation. By 52 BBY, when a new senator arrived on Coruscant to represent Naboo and the Chamel sector, a resistance group, the Nebula Front, had emerged, vowing to thwart the Trade Federation by any means necessary. The Front's list of grievances won some sympathy in the Senate, but most senators feared its penchant for violence and the possibility that it might become a separatist movement in the Rim. And though few senators admitted this openly, they also feared the growing power of the Trade Federation and its allies, such as the Corporate Alliance and the Intergalactic Banking Clan. The new Naboo senator, Palpatine, was not the unassuming figure he seemed. In reality, he was Darth Sidious, the secret heir to the Sith traditions. And over the next 2 decades, he would exploit the divisions between the core and the Rim and manipulate the Trade Federation and its enemies until the galaxy stood poised on the verge of the war that would destroy the Republic. Sidious was the puppet master of the Stark Hyperspace War, which erupted in 44 BBY when the piratical entrepreneur Aiko Stark began raiding Trade Federation shipments of Bacta and reselling it for less than what the Federation charged its captive markets. Senator Finis Valorum attempted to end the crisis with a diplomatic summit at Troikin, but the situation exploded into war when Stark tried to take the negotiators hostage. Meanwhile, Iriadu's militarist senator, Ranulf Tarkin, had assembled a battle fleet and sped to Troikin to smash Stark's forces. Tarkin's fleet was decimated by a Navicomputer virus uploaded to its ships by Stark, and the Eriadu strongman died battling Stark's forces. Stark defected to the Republic and helped end the crisis in return for amnesty, while the Trade Federation agreed to lend its fighters to a Jedi rescue mission. The crisis passed, but both the Trade Federation and the Republic had been weakened and radicalized. The Bacta thefts were a ruse cooked up between Stark and the Trade Federation's viceroy. After the crisis, the Trade Federation intensified demands that it be allowed to beef up its security forces to protect its freighters in the Rim. The powerful Tarkin family backed Valorum for Chancellor and saw the new Chancellor declare Ranulph Tarkin the hero of Troikan, a gesture that won new backing for militarism. The militarists pushed through authorization for a new fleet of dreadnoughts, and even senators who wouldn't support such efforts called for greater control of outlying sectors and commerce. The Sith Lord Sidious continued manipulating events during Valorum's 2 terms as Chancellor. As Palpatine, he worked his way into the Chancellor's inner circle. As Sidious, he declared himself to several high-ranking Neimoidians in the Trade Federation ranks and helped the cartel strike deals with a number of key Rim worlds, giving it even more power in the Senate. And he constantly tested the Republic and the Jedi. Shortly after the Stark incident, he pushed an Outer Rim warlord, Kol Horos Mustag Olis, into building an army of battle droids, an army that had to be defeated by the Jedi in the absence of military forces that could face them. In 33 BBY, he stirred up the Yinkori Uprising, which defeated a species Sidious feared, killed Jedi, renewed calls for a standing military, and made Valorum look ineffective. Soon after that, Sidious launched his master plan amid growing violence between the Trade Federation and the Nebula Front. Palpatine convinced Valorum to propose a tax on the Outer Rim trade routes, which would undo the tax advantages enjoyed by the Trade Federation, as well as the Corporate Alliance and the Intergalactic Banking Clan. In return, he said with apparent reluctance, the Trade Federation would have to be allowed to take whatever steps it deemed necessary to protect its vessels. Valorum, not seeing an alternative, took Palpatine's advice, but his speeches to the Senate were harshly critical of the Trade Federation's policies. His tone boosted anti-Federation feeling and the militarist camp. The repeal of the free trade zones would unite the Trade Federation, the Alliance, and the IGBC, 3 key members of the future Confederacy of Independent Systems. Sidious's goal was the creation of a Trade Federation droid army subject to his wishes, but he had a problem. The cartel's leaders were reluctant to give up their tax status and spend countless credits on defense. Sidious manipulated Valorum into holding a summit about the issues on Eriadu. There, he made it look like Valorum had diverted billions of credit to a family-owned business and arranged the assassination of 4 members of the Trade Federation who'd resisted the bargain he'd arranged. Sidious was pleased. Valorum had been weakened, the militarist camp was gaining adherents in the Senate, suspicions were rising between the core and the Rim, and the Trade Federation was now dominated by Neimoidians in thrall to him. Sidious then told Viceroy Newt Gunray it was time to test his army with a political protest, a blockade of a world that had worked against the Trade Federation's interests. Gunray thought of Eriadu, but Sidious had another spot in mind, Palpatine's homeworld of Naboo. A Sith saying has it that luck is the remnant of manipulation. As Sidious arranged his incident at Naboo, the wisdom of this saying was proven to him. Through a disciple, the disillusioned Jedi Dooku, Sidious learned the Jedi Master Sidious had secretly placed an order for a massive clone army with the renegade geneticists of Kamino. Sidious intended for the Republic to rearm, but now wasn't the time, and the Jedi Master who'd foreseen the rise of the Sith could ruin his plans. To prove himself to Sidious, Dooku killed Sidious, erased all trace of Kamino from the Jedi archives, and left the order. Now, the clone army would be Sidious's to command. All Sidious and Dooku needed was a suitable prime clone. When seemingly defeated by Mace Windu, relying on his manipulation of Anakin to finally come to fruition, Palpatine unleashed an attack of Sith lightning, which was redirected back at him. The lightning ravaged his body, forever altering his physical appearance and leaving his face deformed. Recently, someone commented on a video and asked me to explain this, and I thought it was worthy of its own video. It does seem confusing as to why Palpatine would allow his attack to rebound back at him, leaving him scarred for the rest of his life. However, I believe that I can pull together lore from different books to explain why this happened and why Palpatine actually liked it. The novelization of Revenge of the Sith provides some interesting details during this scene. As Palpatine unleashed his lightning and Mace blocked it with his saber, sending the lightning directly back at its source, Palpatine made no effort to cease his attack. Instead, the lightning only intensified as the pain fueled his power in the dark side. As he pleaded with Anakin to help him, Palpatine was actually using the lightning to manipulate Anakin even further. Trying to make himself appear weak as though he needed help, Palpatine allowed the lightning to deform him before Anakin's eyes in order to convince Anakin that Mace was killing him. It was all a ploy, a price that Palpatine willingly paid in order to finally turn Anakin to the dark side. In the novelization, after Mace Windu was killed, Anakin watched Palpatine admire his new face in the mirror, and was horrified to see that Palpatine simply shrugged at his deformed appearance. Palpatine stated that the mask became the man, and that although he would miss the face of Palpatine, the face of Sidious would serve its purpose too. This was no doubt in reference to him appealing to the Senate later in the movie, where he claimed that the Jedi's attempt to assassinate him had left him deformed. In the canon book Stories of Jedi and Sith, it's also stated that Palpatine believed that his deformed face was a gift from the dark side. So that explains why Palpatine allowed it to happen, but not necessarily why the lightning deformed him in such a way. In order to explain that, I'm actually going to reference the Legends book Revan, which has some great lore surrounding the dark side and its powers. The dark side itself is pure corruption of both the mind and the body. While it can offer power quickly and easily, it is merely a trap as you are consumed by it. In the Revan book, this is explained through the character of Darth Nihilus, who appeared to be much older than she actually was. It's stated that by bending the Force to one's will through the dark side, there is a cost that must be paid, with the most powerful dark rituals demanding a great toll. A lifetime spent delving into the ancient secrets of the Sith had drained Nihilus of her youth, withering her physical appearance due to the immense power of the dark side. This is basically what happened to Palpatine and why he became deformed. Mace had created a loop using the pod to deflect the lightning, and the pain of his own lightning only increased Palpatine's power, which scarred him even more. The power of the dark side was so immense that his physical form could not handle it, and that's why he became deformed. It's also why Palpatine believed that it was his true face, as Darth Sidious was his true self. After his duel with Luke on Bespin, Darth Vader embarked on a quest to discover the truth of Padme's death and learn how his son was hidden from him. The personal mission led him to Tatooine, Naboo, and finally Polis Massa, the medical facility where Padme gave birth and died. While Vader did receive answers, watching footage of Padme's death and hearing her claim there was still good within him only served to awaken his inner conflict. For the first time in over 20 years, Vader questioned his allegiance to the Sith as his soul was fractured. In the 2020 Darth Vader comic series, when Vader returned to face the Emperor, he was subjected to the full power of his master's wrath. Palpatine recited the old mantra that fear led to anger, Anger led to hate, and hate led to strength. However, he stated that Vader had merely wallowed in grief. Thus, his apprentice needed to start over with fear. Attacking Vader with an immensely powerful blast of Sith lightning, Palpatine was pleased that Vader still defended himself. When Vader asked his master why he was attacking him, Mas Amida recalled Vader's actions on his personal mission. Vader had been sent to bring Luke to the dark side, but let him escape on Cloud City. Then he was summoned to report to the Emperor, but he instead left on his own mission. Vader discovered a rebel cell led by one of Padme's former handmaidens, whom he should have slaughtered. Instead, Vader also let her escape. Mas Amida stated that Vader's actions were at best failure and at worst treason. The Empire killed traitors. They commanded the Emperor's royal guards to attack Vader. As they began to fight, Palpatine took Vader's saber with the Force, commanding him to continue. The guards used their staffs to electrocute Vader's armor as he screamed in agony, yet he managed to fight them off. Vader gripped both guards and Mas Amida with the Force, choking them, which pleased Palpatine but was still not enough. Palpatine grasped Vader in a Force choke, taunting him, asking him how it felt to be so weak. He continued, remarking how Vader was supposed to be the Chosen One, destined to bring balance to the Force. But who chose the Chosen One, and why could they not choose another? Palpatine told him that he was simply a tool that could be discarded when it no longer functioned. Vader, in agony, said that Palpatine had lied about Padme's death, which elicited a laugh from his master. Palpatine replied that Vader had proved his point. He said it was Vader's fear of losing Padme that brought him to his side, and he had turned Vader's weakness into unimaginable strength. But now that weakness had returned to threaten everything that Vader had gained. Palpatine said he would teach Vader fear again to restore his power. Crushing his left arm and both of his legs, the very limbs he had lost on Mustafar, Palpatine told Vader to forget Padme, forget Luke, forget everything except his Emperor, and shattered the 3 limbs as Vader screamed in pain. Vader fell to the floor in a heap, mangled and broken, as Palpatine said that he needed to find himself again. Vader needed to relearn the primacy of power above all else, or he would die. Traveling to Mustafar, Palpatine had Vader deposited onto the very same lava bank he had rescued him from years before, the exact same spot that Obi-Wan had left him to die. As Vader's legs caught fire from the heat of the lava river, exactly as they had years before, Palpatine said that the last time Vader was broken, he found him and rebuilt him. But this time he needed to rebuild himself, using nothing but his own strength. As Vader screamed, Palpatine tossed his apprentice's saber onto the black sand, warning him that he was not allowed to use the Force at all during this entire lesson. As Palpatine left aboard his shuttle, Vader's vision flashed to his view of Obi-Wan walking away from him so many years before. Crawling using only his remaining arm, Vader inched closer to his saber, remembering how he had killed Obi-Wan on the Death Star and imagining killing Palpatine in the same way. Except Palpatine did not die when Vader struck him. Instead, he laughed in Vader's face. Gripping his lightsaber, Vader summoned strength from his pain and began crawling up the lava bank. Of course, that would not be enough to destroy Darth Vader. In The Empire Strikes Back, Emperor Palpatine informs Darth Vader that he knows Luke is the son of Anakin Skywalker. How he learned that is left pretty ambiguous in the film, as he only cites a disturbance in the Force. In canon, Darth Vader already knew that Luke was his son, as Boba Fett had told him much earlier after learning Luke's last name. Vader only pretended to be surprised when Palpatine confronted him. In the canon book The Empire Strikes Back from a Certain Point of View, it's finally revealed how Palpatine learned this information, as he experienced a vision of Luke through the Force. Palpatine felt a great disturbance in the Force. It erupted, clear as a ship emerging from hyperspace, sending shockwaves through the dark and the light. Sitting in a dark chamber beneath the Imperial Palace, a place he used to deepen his mastery over the dark side, he closed his eyes, seeing into the Force itself. He felt the sheer violence of the Force's infinite currents, something only a true Sith Lord would dare to invite in. Through the dark side, it was possible to bend the Force to one's will, to exploit its potential into the most powerful path. But when a strong disturbance roared, the Force shook free for only a moment. But Palpatine did not feel fear. All he cared about was the source of the disturbance. The last time he had felt something of this magnitude was when the Death Star had been destroyed, and he sensed a rebel pilot, strong in the Force, who pulled the trigger and destroyed the space station. That pilot's connection to the Force remained a mystery to him, until a moment ago. Palpatine gave into the chaos of the disturbance, and the Force revealed itself to him through a vision. He was inside his office on Coruscant and saw the decapitated bodies of his royal guards on the floor. Next to them, a figure stood, with power emanating from its very breath. Palpatine could see that the figure was a young man, holding a red lightsaber. The figure approached the large chair at the end of the office, and Palpatine watched an image of himself rise from it. The two figures met. This vision felt different than anything he had ever experienced, and the steps of the hooded young man echoed through the Force itself. Palpatine watched as the young man suddenly raised his hand and began to choke the other Emperor, and he watched himself retaliate with Sith lightning. However, the Emperor of the Vision was being completely overpowered, and Palpatine was intrigued as he observed. Then the Emperor fell to his knees as the young man choked him with the Force, and then impaled him with his red-bladed saber. The Emperor fell to the floor, dead, as the young man turned away. Palpatine knew he should have been frightened at a vision of his own death, but he only felt mild curiosity. Of course, another ambitious would-be conqueror existed. That was the way of the Sith. The young man approached Palpatine as though he could see him, removing his hood and revealing his face. Another voice came from the very spot that Palpatine was experiencing the vision, telling the boy that he had done well. Palpatine realized that he was seeing a dream through the eyes of the dreamer, and this was the great disturbance in the Force. The new voice was a strong voice that Palpatine had not heard in decades, the voice of Anakin Skywalker. It didn't surprise Palpatine to discover that Lord Vader was dreaming of overthrowing him. All Sith did. But mere dreams were usually not powerful enough to cause such a disturbance in the Force, and this one almost felt like a prophecy. Palpatine knew that there was something more to this, something powerful and passionate. The vision shifted, and now the young man stood observing a fleet of Star Destroyers. And Lord Vader began to move, walking through the dream as Palpatine watched through his eyes, and he realized that Vader appeared as Anakin had once been, without his armor. Palpatine realized that this was Vader's dream of everything he wanted, everything he hoped for, and everything he had lost. Then, Vader turned to observe another figure, and Palpatine already knew who it was. If this was Vader's delusion, there was only one thing that would make it complete. It was Padme Amidala, who moved toward Vader and the young man. The young man turned, calling Vader and Padme father and mother. And suddenly, Palpatine saw things for what they were. This disturbance was an explosion of emotion that ripped through the Force itself. He wondered how long had Vader known that he had a son. Vader spoke the name Luke in the vision, and Palpatine watched the vision shift until only Vader and this Luke remained. Luke Skywalker. Palpatine then finally let himself leave the vision. He now understood the truth of Vader's obsession with finding the rebel pilot who had destroyed the Death Star. Vader was hopelessly searching for his son. Palpatine decided that he would indeed allow Vader to find his son, and then he would propel Luke to the true potential of his bloodline over Vader's final breath. He wondered how much Vader truly knew. How far had he gone to hide his betrayal? Palpatine tapped a button on the arm of his chair, ordering a commander to summon Lord Vader, for they had important matters to discuss. Seeing an opportunity like no other, Palpatine spent 13 years grooming and manipulating Anakin Skywalker, plotting to turn the Chosen One into his Sith apprentice. Up until the day Order 66 was declared, all of Palpatine's plans were executed flawlessly, and Anakin became Darth Vader. But the one thing that Palpatine did not foresee was Vader's defeat and immolation on Mustafar, which severely crippled him and limited his potential. Palpatine was incredibly disappointed in his new apprentice's failure, which is elaborated on in the Legends book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader. Swiveling in his throne, Sidious gazed at his beloved Sith statues. As some Jedi had feared from the start, Anakin had been ripe for conversion when Qui-Gon Jinn had first brought him to the temple, and for well over a decade all of Sidious's plans for the boy had unfolded without incident. But even Sidious hadn't foreseen Anakin's defeat by Obi-Wan Kenobi on Mustafar. Anakin had still been between worlds then, and vulnerable. The failure to defeat his former master had worked to prolong that vulnerability. Sidious recalled the desperate return trip to Coruscant, recalled using all his powers and all the potions and devices contained in his medkit to minister to Anakin's hopelessly blistered body and truncated limbs. He recalled thinking, what if Anakin should die? How many years would he have to search for an apprentice even half as powerful in the Force, let alone one created by the Force itself to restore balance, by allowing the dark side to percolate fully to the surface after a millennium of being stifled? None would be found. Sidious would have had to discover a way to compel midichlorians to do his bidding, and bring into being one as powerful as Anakin. As it was, Sidious and a host of medical droids had merely restored Anakin to life, which, while no small feat, was a far cry from returning someone from death. For thousands of years, the ability to survive death had been pursued by Sith and Jedi alike, and no one had been successful at discovering the secret. Beings had been saved from dying, but no one had cheated death. The most powerful of the ancient Sith Lords had known the secret, but it had been lost, or rather misplaced. Now that the galaxy was his to rule, there was nothing to prevent Sidious, too, from unlocking that mystery. Then he and his crippled apprentice might hold sway over the galaxy for 10,000 years and live eternally, if they didn't kill each other first. In large part because Padme Amidala had died. Not for the first time, Sidious wondered what might have happened had Anakin not killed Padme on Mustafar. For all she loved him, she never would have understood or forgiven Anakin's actions at the Jedi Temple. In fact, that was one of the reasons Sidious had sent him there. Anakin's presence was essential in order to cement his allegiance to the Sith, and, more importantly, to seal Padme's fate. Even if she had survived Mustafar, their love would have died. Padme might even have lost the will to live, and their child would have become Sidious's and Vader's to raise. Might that child have been the first member of a new Sith Order of thousands or millions? Hardly. The idea of a Sith Order was a corruption of the intent of the ancient Dark Lords. Fortunately, Darth Bane had understood that, and had insisted that only in rare instances should there exist more than two lords, master and apprentice, at any given time. But two were necessary for the perpetuation of the Sith Order, and so it fell to Sidious to complete Vader's convalescence. As Emperor Palpatine, he had no need to reveal his Sith training and mastery to anyone, and for the moment, Vader was his Crimson Blade. Let the galaxy think what it would of Vader. Fallen Jedi, surfaced Sith, political enforcer. It scarcely mattered, since fear would ultimately bring and keep everyone in line. Yes, Vader was not precisely what he had bargained for. Vader's legs and arms were artificial, but he would never be able to summon lightning or leap about like the Jedi had been fond of doing. His dark side training was just beginning. But Sith power resided not in the flesh, but in the will. Self-restraint was praised by the Jedi only because they didn't know the power of the dark side. Vader's real weaknesses were psychological rather than physical, and for Vader to overcome them, he would need to be driven deeper into himself, to confront all his choices and his disappointments. Powered by treachery, the Sith master-apprentice relationship was always a dangerous game. Trust was encouraged even while being sabotaged. Loyalty was demanded even while betrayal was prized. Suspicion was nourished even while honesty was praised. In some sense, it was survival of the fittest. Fundamental to Vader's growth was the desire to overthrow his master. Had Vader killed Obi-Wan on Mustafar, he might have attempted to kill Sidious as well. In fact, Sidious would have been surprised if Anakin hadn't made an attempt. Now, however, incapable of so much as breathing on his own, Vader could not rise to the challenge, and Sidious understood that he would need to do everything in his power to shake Vader out of his despair, and reawaken the incredible power within him, even at Sidious's own peril. Perhaps the greatest Sith Lord of all time, Darth Sidious, also known as Palpatine, was the Dark Lord who oversaw the culmination of the Sith Grand Plan. Completing plans that had been in motion for 1,000 years since Darth Bane reinvented the Sith Order under the rule of two, Palpatine considered himself to be the prophesied Sithari. In Legends, Palpatine succeeded in cheating death, transferring his consciousness into a clone body on the planet Biss after the Battle of Endor. In the encyclopedia Jedi vs. Sith, The Essential Guide to the Force, there is a passage written by Palpatine himself, where he reflects on his past apprentices Darth Maul, Count Dooku, and Darth Vader. The relationship between a Sith master and apprentice is far more powerful than any other teacher and student, a duality greater than the fundamental entities of mind and matter. It is vital that neither believes there is greater strength in a single Sith Lord, or in an order that exceeds two. Because you are not yet a master yourself, you might assume that it is the master's duty to bestow all of his knowledge of the dark side to his apprentice. You could not be more mistaken. It is the apprentice's duty to learn all that he can from the master, and the master's right to refrain from revealing all of his secrets. My own master, Darth Plagueis, made the grave error of teaching me too much, at which point he became unnecessary. Choosing an apprentice can be a strenuous endeavor. The most important thing to remember is that the apprentice's purpose is to serve the master. Only when you consider how few beings are worthy of becoming a Sith Lord can you begin to understand the enormity of your responsibility. You want someone capable of carrying out your orders, but not someone who has every intention of killing you before you can accomplish your goals. And you can expect that your apprentice will come to want your life, for it is only natural for the apprentice to aspire for more. An apprentice should be ambitious, but if your own ambition is to live, you must be mindful. Choose someone as a successor and you will inevitably be succeeded. Choose someone hungrier and you will be devoured. Choose someone quicker and you won't dodge the blade at your back. Choose someone with more patience and you won't block the blade at your throat. Choose someone more devious and you'll hold the blade that kills you. Choose someone more clever and you'll never know your end. Despite these cautions, an apprentice is essential. A master without an apprentice is a master of nothing. I took inspiration from the Jedi tradition of indoctrinating Force-sensitive infants when I selected one apprentice, whom I named Darth Maul. I took him from his homeworld, Iridonia, and raised him as I would construct the perfect weapon. I trained him in numerous exotic and forbidden martial arts, disciplined him constantly, and personally applied the Sith tattoos that were evidence of his complete dedication to the dark side. Maul had but one reason for being: to exact vengeance against the Jedi Order for the decimation of the Sith ranks. Oh, how he dreamed of burning the Jedi Temple to the ground. I know, for I gave him that dream repeatedly. Maul completed his basic training several years before the Battle of Naboo, and served me well as an assassin and extension of my will. As loyal as he was, I made no effort to caution him when I first saw his death in a duel with the Jedi on Naboo, for by that time the Jedi had already become aware of their chosen one, the remarkably powerful Anakin Skywalker. I had foreseen that young Skywalker would eventually become my apprentice, but that I would have to wait for him. Ultimately, Maul was nothing more than a tool, and despite his sense of purpose, he never realized that it was not his destiny to raise the Jedi Temple. But by slaying Qui-Gon Jinn before he was in turn defeated by Obi-Wan Kenobi, that tool accomplished a different goal. He rattled the Jedi Order's long complacent attitude regarding the existence of the Sith, making many of them nervous and paranoid, and also created a path for Skywalker to be trained in the ways of the Force by Kenobi, a Jedi with relatively limited experience. To those who do not know me, my actions, or apparent inactions, during the Battle of Naboo may have seemed less like a calculated risk than a gross exercise in wishful thinking. I'm sure you will agree that such suggestions are insulting. No, I knew exactly what I was doing when I allowed events to happen as they did. Why train an apprentice to hate the Jedi when the Jedi can train him for you? I did not wait long to appoint my next apprentice. I had had my eye on the Jedi Master Count Dooku for quite some time, and had even met with him on several occasions when I was a senator to discuss his ideologies. Dooku's infinite charm, impeccable manners, and powers of influence were precisely what I needed to accelerate my goals for galactic conquest. Despite his many years of service to the Jedi Order, it was refreshingly easy to convince him to ally with me. Of course, it helped that I knew of his slight fascination with Sith holocrons when he was but a Jedi Padawan, and so Dooku became Darth Tyrannus. Both Tyrannus and his alter ego accomplished a great deal in the years that he served me. As Tyrannus, he arranged for the creation of the clone army for the Republic, and as Dooku, he became the leader of the Republic's opposition, the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Tyrannus also enlisted Asajj Ventress to our cause. If ever there were a Sith aspirant, it was Ventress, but her hatred of the Jedi was so intense that it frequently blinded her and made her tactless. She may have deluded herself into believing she was Tyrannus' apprentice, especially after he bestowed upon her a pair of lightsabers. Perhaps Ventress deserved them, for she was an occasionally capable warrior, nothing more or less. But as with Darth Maul, Darth Tyrannus' tenure was not indefinite. When the opportunity finally came for Anakin Skywalker to take his place beside me, it was imperative to end Tyrannus' apprenticeship. Skywalker himself did the deed, which came as a complete surprise to Tyrannus. It still amuses me that the old scoundrel never foresaw that my goals might hinge on his death. And so Anakin Skywalker, hopelessly entranced by my promise to show him the secrets of eternal life, became Darth Vader. Although he fulfilled Maul's dream of bringing down the Jedi Temple and also killed the leaders of the Confederacy, I regret Vader disappointed me early on when he allowed himself to be mutilated by Kenobi. Yes, Vader remained strong in the Force, but strong enough to succeed me? Never. Granted, he was strong enough to kill me, but that only lasted for so long. It has been 6 years since the Battle of Endor. As leader of my dark side adepts, military executor Sidious has been most loyal and is commended for reviving me here on Biss. But for all his usefulness, Sidious is only a moderate Force sensitive, a capable errand boy but hardly the stuff of a Sith apprentice. No, it is only appropriate that my next apprentice must be someone with more unique qualities. It must be Luke Skywalker or his kin. Seeing the final key that would allow him to complete Anakin Skywalker's conversion to the dark side of the Force, Palpatine used Anakin's visions of Padme's death to manipulate him into betraying the Jedi and swearing allegiance to the Sith. Using the legend of the mysterious Darth Plagueis, Palpatine convinced Anakin that the secret of immortality lay with him. But in truth, Palpatine had no such knowledge, and he never intended to save Padme from an inevitable death, as Anakin's premonitions always came true. Padme's death at Anakin's own hand shook the young Sith Lord to his core, drowning him in grief, which complicated his Sith apprenticeship. In the Legends book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, Palpatine's thoughts on Padme's death are revealed as he contemplated Vader's transformation into a Sith Lord. Palpatine had pondered the secret of immortality and how it had been lost to time along with the deaths of past Sith. As the Emperor of the Galaxy, there was nothing to stop him from rediscovering the path to immortality, which would allow he and Vader to rule eternally, if they didn't kill each other first. He knew there was conflict between them mostly because Padme had died. Palpatine had deliberately brought her and Anakin together 3 years earlier, both to rid the Senate of her vote against the Military Creation Act and to bring temptation into Anakin's path. When he had learned that Anakin had secretly married Padme from his spies on Naboo, Palpatine knew for certain that Anakin's attachment to Padme would supply the means for completing his conversion to the dark side. Anakin's fears for her, in actuality and in visions, had been heightened by keeping the two of them far from each other. Palpatine intentionally sent Anakin on missions to the Outer Rim during the Clone Wars so that his concern for Padme would worsen. His promise to save Padme from death was merely an exaggeration that was necessary to turn Anakin away from the thinking of the Jedi, forcing him to consider using the dark side as a source of power. Palpatine wondered what might have happened if Anakin had not killed Padme on Mustafar. For all she loved him, she never would have understood or forgiven Anakin's actions at the Jedi Temple. In fact, that was one of the reasons Palpatine had sent him there to destroy the Jedi. The clone troopers alone could have dealt with the instructors and the younglings, but Anakin's presence was essential in order to cement his allegiance to the Sith, and, more importantly, to seal Padme's fate. Even if she had survived Mustafar, their love would have certainly died. Now, after her death, it was Palpatine's task to complete Vader's convalescence. He knew that he needed to do everything in his power to shake Vader out of his despair, teach him to forget Padme, and reawaken the incredible power within him. The duel between Grandmaster Yoda and Darth Sidious was not only a clash of nature between the personifications of the light and dark sides of the Force, it was one of the most pivotal conflicts during the destruction of the Jedi Order and the fall of the Republic. Yoda was the leader of the Jedi Order for hundreds of years, an absolute servant to the light side, yet he had seemingly led the Jedi to their doom. Sidious, also known as the newly appointed Emperor Palpatine, was the reigning Sith Master in Darth Bane's line of Dark Lords. He had orchestrated not only his political ascension to Supreme Chancellor, but the conflict of the Clone Wars and the means to finally destroy the Jedi Order. Their duel within the Senate chamber was a meeting of incredible powers not only in lightsaber combat, but in the Force. In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, Yoda's thoughts and feelings are explained as he battled Palpatine, revealing some shocking details that really flesh out his character. Before confronting Palpatine in his office, Yoda waited in a nearby vent shaft and meditated. He knew that sometimes the large convocation chamber of the Galactic Senate was referred to as the Senate Arena, and he thought that nickname would be particularly accurate in a few moments. He stretched his muscles, rising from his meditation, and he knew that this was now his time. 900 years of study and training, of teaching and meditation, all now focused and refined and resolved into this single moment. The sole purpose of his vast span of existence had been to prepare him to enter the heart of darkness and bring his light against it. With reverence, with gratitude for the Force, without fear and without anger, Yoda went forth to war. As he entered Palpatine's office, Yoda could feel the truth of himself within the Force as he prepared to confront the Dark Lord. He was not simply a small physical being clad in robes. He was a pure fountain of light inside the Force itself. Yoda told Palpatine that he pitied his new apprentice, Darth Vader, since the young Sith Lord was about to lose his master. Palpatine joyfully greeted Yoda, wishing him a happy Empire Day, to which the old Jedi Master replied that neither he nor the murderer he called Vader would find today happy at all. Palpatine then realized that the disturbance of danger he had sensed in the Force must be a Jedi that Yoda had sent to kill Vader on Mustafar, and he guessed that it must have been Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yoda did not confirm that, and told Palpatine that it was already enough for him to know his own destroyer. As they came to meet each other, Palpatine assured him that even a fraction of the dark side was more power than the arrogance of the Jedi could even conceive, and by living in the light, the Jedi had never seen the depth of the darkness until now. As light and shadow met, the battle was on. Their duel quickly rose into the Senate arena, transcending a simple personal conflict. Their fight was much different than Obi-Wan and Anakin's on Mustafar. This duel was not about Palpatine fighting Yoda. It was about the Lord of the Sith fighting the Master of all Jedi, 1,000 years of hidden Sith plans unfolding against the glory of the Jedi Order. As their lightsaber blades met, it was much more than one of them against the other. It became even more than the Sith against the Jedi. Their duel was the expression of the fundamental conflict of the universe itself, light against dark. Soon there came a turning point in the battle between light and dark. As the duel shifted even more upwards and Palpatine sent delegation pods catapulting towards Yoda, the old Jedi Master sensed a revelation. He was the supreme avatar of the light, and he resolved into the lineage of the Jedi, and that lineage refined into the single Jedi that was him, and Yoda found himself completely alone against the darkness. As Palpatine unleashed his lightning upon Yoda, and Yoda absorbed its power, his vision finally pierced the darkness that had clouded the Force for so many years, and he saw the truth. He realized that he, the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, the fiercest, most devastatingly powerful foe that the Dark had ever known, could not win. He never could have. He had lost before he started. He had lost before he was born. Yoda saw that in their 1,000 years of hidden exile, the Sith had grown. They had adapted, studying every aspect of not only the Force but of the Jedi, in preparation for this exact day. The Sith had remade themselves and become new, while the Jedi had not. The Jedi had spent the last millennium training to refight the last war. The new Sith could not be destroyed with a lightsaber. They could not be burned away by any torch of the Force. The brighter Yoda's light, the darker the Sith's shadow. He knew at that instant that this sudden insight held the hope of the galaxy, and that if he fell against Palpatine there, that hope would die with him. He needed to ensure that he survived, because the future of the galaxy depended on it. Palpatine could feel how much energy it cost Yoda to withstand his lightning, and he sensed that Yoda had reached the limits of his strength. Suddenly, the shock of the power blasted them both apart, and Yoda fell a very long way. Instantly when he landed, he fled the chamber, for he knew that he had to escape, and he had no chance to destroy Palpatine. When Yoda made his escape, dropping into the speeder of Bail Organa, he felt deeply wounded, but not physically. The only thing hurt was his pride, and he did not yet understand how deep that wound went. When Mace Windu, along with Aegon Kolar, Saesee Tiin, and Kit Fisto, rushed to confront Chancellor Palpatine, it was one of the final desperate acts of the Jedi Order. Mace felt as though his entire existence had been for that single purpose, to preserve the Republic that he loved so dearly. He had already gone through a profound moment of shock and realization, which I've explained in a recent video. And now, he rushed for one final stand against the Dark Lord of the Sith that had been pulling his strings for so many years. The novelization of Revenge of the Sith provides an in-depth look at Mace's thoughts as he fought Darth Sidious, truly showing his powers in the Force and lightsaber combat. Mace had recruited the 3 other masters to accompany him, as they were some of the finest swordsmen ever produced by the Order. He had deliberately commanded Anakin, the Chosen One, to stay behind, because he knew that Anakin was conflicted by his own fear and would be dangerous, even as an ally. Sidious easily killed the other 3 masters when the duel initiated, leaving Mace to stand alone. Sinking into Vapad, Mace Windu fought for his life. More than his life, each whirl of blade and whipcrack of lightning was a strike in defense of democracy, of justice and peace, of the rights of ordinary beings to live their own lives in their own ways. He was fighting for the Republic that he loved. Vapad, the 7th form of lightsaber combat, took its name from a notoriously dangerous predator native to the moons of Serapin. A Vapad attacked its prey with whipping strikes from its blinding fast tentacles. With a Vapad, one never knew how many tentacles it had until it was dead. They moved too fast to count, almost too fast to see, and so did Mace Windu's blade. Vapad was as aggressive and powerful as its namesake, but its power came at one great risk. Immersion in Vapad opened the gates that retained one's inner darkness. To use Vapad, a Jedi needed to allow themselves to enjoy the fight, to give themselves over to the thrill of battle, the rush of winning. Vapad was a path that led through the penumbra of the dark side. Mace Windu had created Vapad, and he was its only living master. The duel against Sidious was Vapad's ultimate test. As they fought, Sidious moved like a dark shadow, while Windu could be perceived as merely a blur of purple light. Their blades flared and flashed, crashing together with bursts of fire, weaving nets of killing energy in exchanges so fast that they could barely be seen. The Force itself roiled and burst and crashed around them, boiling with power and light speed ricochets of lethal intent. The Force around them was darkening. The Force fed upon Sidious' murderous exaltation, and there was no longer any Jedi restraint present. Mace had cut himself loose. He was submerged in Vapad, swallowed by it. He no longer truly existed as an independent being. Vapad was a channel for darkness, and that darkness flowed both ways. He accepted the furious speed of Darth Sidious, drew the Sith Lord's rage and power into his innermost center, and then let it fountain out again. He reflected Sidious' own fury back onto him in the way a lightsaber would deflect a blaster bolt. There was a time when Mace Windu had feared the power of the dark and the darkness within himself. But the Clone Wars had given him understanding, and he learned that the power of darkness was not to be feared. He learned that it was fear that gave the darkness its power. He was not afraid anymore. The darkness had no power over him, and he had no power over it. Vapad made him an open channel, half of a superconducting loop that was being completed by Sidious. They became a standing wave of battle that expanded to every inch of the Chancellor's office. The entire room might be disintegrated in a flash of red or purple as their blades danced around in a furious engagement. But there was still only the cycle of power, the endless loop. no wound taken on either side, not even the possibility of fatigue. It was an impasse, which might have gone on forever if Vapad were Mace's only gift. The fighting had become effortless for him, as he let his body handle it without the intervention of his mind. While his blade spun and crackled, while his feet slid and his weight shifted, his mind slid along the circuit of dark power, tracing it back to Sidious, searching for a shatter point. Mace could sense the traces of fault lines in the Force that formed shatter points, allowing him to see how places and beings fit together in the Force itself. He found a knot of fault lines in Sidious' future. He chose the largest one and followed it, and it led him, shockingly, to the young man that had just approached them. The presence was familiar to him. The Chosen One was there. Mace leapt for the window, giving himself once again to Vapad, and he could feel the end of the battle approaching, and so could Sidious. In the Force, Mace felt the Sith Lord become a pulsar of fear. Mace turned Sidious' fear into a weapon, angling their battle to bring them both out onto the window ledge. Sidious' fear made him hesitate, and he was forced to turn some of his Force-powered speed into a grip on the slippery ledge. In that moment, Mace was able to swiftly disarm the Sith Lord, sending his saber tumbling a kilometer below. Now the Sith Lord, the dark shadow that had fought with such fury, was only Palpatine again. Mace remarked how the Sith would never be victorious, and that Palpatine had lost because of his own fear. Palpatine, his eyes smoking with hate, called Mace a fool, and asked if he really thought that the fear he had sensed was his, before sending lightning blasting from his fingertips. Mace had no time to comprehend what Palpatine was talking about before he needed to slip back into Vapad and angle his blade to deflect the lightning, completing the circuit of power. The lightning simply redirected back at its source. As the blistering energy of the lightning blasted Palpatine, the power that poured from his hands only intensified, as he fed it with his own pain. He called out to Anakin for help, and Mace sensed that Palpatine wasn't afraid or even worried at all. He finally understood and felt Palpatine's shatter point, the absolute shatter point of the Sith, of the dark side itself, was that Palpatine trusted Anakin Skywalker. Mace pleaded with Anakin to destroy the Sith Lord, telling him that he was the Chosen One and it was his destiny. Anakin hesitated, and the lightning that blared between Jedi Master and Sith Lord swallowed itself, leaving the three of them alone. Victory flooded through Mace's body as he regarded the Sith Lord before him. He moved for the kill, yet Anakin attempted to stop him. Mace knew that Palpatine controlled the Senate and the courts and needed to be destroyed. As he raised his saber and Anakin yelled that he needed Palpatine, Mace wondered to himself, why? Before he could deliver the killing blow, the blue blade of Anakin's saber sheared through his wrist, and Palpatine roared back into a lightning bombardment, striking Mace full on. Mace had been so focused on Palpatine's shatter point that he'd never even thought to look for Anakin's. The lightning blasted away his entire universe, and he fell forever. The clash between Obi-Wan Kenobi, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Darth Maul on Naboo, known as the Duel of the Fates, is one of the most important moments in all of Star Wars. The duel would determine the trajectory of Anakin Skywalker's life, and set in motion events that would change the course of the galaxy forever. A brutal contest of light and dark, the most fascinating part of the duel is that Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon were completely outmatched in every way. Darth Maul was far more powerful than both of them, and he was only defeated due to his own arrogance and mistakes. In the Legends book The Wrath of Darth Maul, the Sith Lord's thoughts are explained throughout the entire duel, as he is fueled by rage, hatred, and disgust for the two Jedi. Maul, Newt Gunray, and Rune Heiko proceeded to the throne room. A large view screen was built into one wall and displayed a view of the palace's outdoor plaza. Looking up at the view screen, the Nemoidians were startled to see the two Jedi cutting down battle droids who had been guarding the palace. As Newt and Rune frantically wondered how the Jedi could have gotten inside the city, Maul interrupted them.
I have waited a long time for this. I have trained for it endlessly. The Jedi will regret their decision to return to Theed. Wait here until I return. I'm going to the main hangar to rid you of the Jedi once and for all.
The Queen's pilots managed to liberate more than a dozen Naboo starfighters from the Theed hangar before Maul's arrival. Maul saw the sleek, gleaming starfighters climb into the sky and suspected they were heading for the Trade Federation's droid control ship. Because the control ship carried more than 1,000 droid starfighters, Maul doubted the Queen's pilots would survive more than a few minutes, thinking of them as fools. He entered the airbase and made his way to the hangar's entrance, which was sealed by blast-proof Durasteel doors. Lowering his gaze to the floor, he reached out with his senses and detected movement on the other side. He knew the Jedi were approaching, walking straight toward his position. The doors slid open, and Maul lifted his gaze. He faced Queen Amidala, who was with a group of armed Naboo guards and two handmaidens. Seeing Maul, the group came to a dead stop. Maul spotted the two Jedi behind the guards and locked his eyes on Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon claimed that they would handle him, moving forward past the guards as Amidala rushed to the side with her remaining allies. Keeping his eyes on the Jedi, Maul lifted his hood back, revealing his horned head. He shrugged off his cloak and let it fall to the floor, and the two Jedi did the same with their robes. Maul drew his lightsaber and activated one red blade. Gripping the saber in his left hand, he extended his arm forward and activated the second blade. The Jedi activated their lightsabers, and Maul noticed Qui-Gon's blade flashed a fraction of a second after Obi-Wan's.
The old Jedi is getting slow.
Their lightsabers clashed as Obi-Wan flipped over Maul's head and landed behind him. Keeping his eyes on Qui-Gon, Maul angled his lightsaber to block Obi-Wan's blade from behind, then ducked fast to evade Qui-Gon's sweeping blade. Maul advanced toward Qui-Gon and spun, deflecting blows from both Jedi as the fight shifted across the hangar deck. Rapidly spinning his lightsaber, he anticipated their moves with ease. Having expected a greater challenge from Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, he felt even more disgusted by them. But if the Jedi held no surprises in combat, Maul knew he had his master to thank for that. If not for his master, he never would have been a match for two Jedi at the same time. He kicked Qui-Gon in the chest so hard that he knocked the Jedi off his feet. He flipped away from Obi-Wan, flinging his body through the air to land before a doorway that led to Theed City's power generator. With one hand gripping his lightsaber, he reached out with the Force and seized a large piece of debris from one of the ruined destroyer droids, then launched it at the door's opening mechanism. The mechanism exploded in sparks and the door began to slide open. Qui-Gon was already up and he rushed toward Maul, but Obi-Wan reached him first. Maul spun his lightsaber, deflecting his opponent's strikes as he backed through the open doorway. He launched a high kick that connected with Obi-Wan's jaw. As Obi-Wan fell back and rolled across the floor, Maul backed up, luring Qui-Gon toward the power generator. Obi-Wan got up fast and sprinted to rejoin the fight.
That's it. Come to me.
Qui-Gon swung and Maul parried and swung back fast, clipping both Jedi's blades. The double-bladed lightsaber was a blur. Maul backed onto an inspection platform that was suspended high over the generator's deep shaft and kicked off, backflipping to one of the many catwalks that spanned different levels in the shaft. Both Jedi leaped after him, and the fight proceeded along the catwalk. Maul leered at the Jedi as he edged around a towering acceleration shaft that glowed brightly with plasma used to energize Theed City. With his lightsaber in constant motion, he kicked Obi-Wan straight off the catwalk. Before he could determine whether Obi-Wan had plummeted to his death, Qui-Gon struck and surprised Maul with a backhanded blow to the head that sent Maul over the catwalk's edge. Maul did not cry out. He knew the shaft's central catwalk lay below him. He kept his lightsaber activated and held its pommel close to his chest as he landed hard on his back. The impact would have broken an ordinary man's back, but Maul was not by any means ordinary. He did feel pain, but as ever, the pain only fueled his rage and power in the dark side. He was still lying on his back as he saw Qui-Gon leaping from above. The Jedi landed close to him, and Maul had to move fast to block the Jedi's blade. Then Maul was up again, moving backward along the central catwalk. In the distance, beyond Qui-Gon's back, Maul sighted Obi-Wan clinging to the edge of a lower catwalk. Maul realized he didn't want Obi-Wan to fall, because that would deprive him of the pleasure of killing the young Jedi. Maul leered again at Qui-Gon.
You think you're driving me back. You have no idea that I'm in control. You don't know where I'm taking you.
The central catwalk terminated at the entrance of a security hallway that led to the generator's core. The hallway was protected by 6 consecutive laser doors that opened and locked shut in response to potentially lethal power outputs that occurred during the generator's plasma activation process. As Maul lured Qui-Gon toward the hallway, he saw Obi-Wan leap up onto the central catwalk. Maul sensed the laser doors opening behind him. Qui-Gon was unrelenting in his ongoing attack, but Maul easily parried every blow. Qui-Gon swung at Maul's legs, but the blade swept under his feet as Maul jumped backward. Maul continued moving back, leading Qui-Gon into the hallway. They passed the first 4 security barriers before the doors activated and shut. Transparent red curtains of pure energy, the doors would kill any life form on contact. Maul was suddenly sealed in the passage between the 5th and 6th doors, and Qui-Gon between the 4th and 5th. Gazing past Qui-Gon, Maul saw Obi-Wan trapped between the 1st and 2nd doors. Facing Maul, Qui-Gon deactivated his lightsaber and dropped to his knees. Maul jabbed at the laser door that separated him from the Jedi, and succeeded only in producing a noisy flash. He deactivated his own weapon and watched the Jedi warily. He watched Qui-Gon take a deep breath and close his eyes, and was outraged to realize that the old Jedi was meditating. Keeping his eyes on Qui-Gon, Maul paced back and forth within his confined area of the hallway. He was baffled by the Jedi's mentality, the urge to meditate at such a moment, the desire to remain calm. Maul considered that effort to be pointless. Glancing through the doors behind Qui-Gon, Maul saw that the worried-looking Obi-Wan had deactivated his own lightsaber. With his arms extended at his sides, Obi-Wan looked like a hopeless clod. Maul grinned.
They don't know the power of the dark side, but they will when I slay them.
Minutes passed, and then the laser doors opened. Maul and Qui-Gon activated their lightsabers at the same time, and Qui-Gon sprang forward as Maul moved backward. Behind Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan raced up through the security hallway, but he had to stop fast when the 6th laser door activated, cutting him off from the duel. Warding off Qui-Gon's attack with each backward step, Maul maneuvered around the circular mouth of the generator's core, a virtually fathomless pit. Maul sensed Qui-Gon was fighting without hatred, just as he sensed Obi-Wan's helplessness from behind the transparent laser door. He spun his lightsaber to deflect a rapid series of strikes from Qui-Gon's blade, then brought his own saber up fast and slammed the side of its hilt against Qui-Gon's face, stunning the Jedi. And then, with a flick of his wrist, he drove one of his red blades straight through Qui-Gon's torso. The echoing shout came from Obi-Wan, who was still trapped behind the 6th laser door. Maul yanked the lightsaber free from Qui-Gon's torso and the Jedi collapsed beside the core. Turning his back to Qui-Gon, Maul fixed his gaze on Obi-Wan. He deactivated his lightsaber and began pacing before the door, watching Obi-Wan as he waited for the door to open. He bared his teeth hungrily.
You are next.
When the door opened, Obi-Wan's lightsaber was blazing as fast as Maul's. The young Jedi practically flew toward him. Their lightsabers smashed into each other. Maul spun and turned, flipping his saber and forcing Obi-Wan to move that much faster with his inferior single-bladed weapon. Maul noticed that Obi-Wan was fighting more offensively than Qui-Gon, but that did not matter. Maul was suddenly shocked to see Obi-Wan's lightsaber come up fast and sweep through the pommel of his lightsaber. One half of Maul's saber shattered, leaving his left hand clutching what amounted to a still functional single blade. Before he could react, Obi-Wan kicked him in the chest and he was sent sprawling onto his back near the edge of the core. Obi-Wan leaped over Maul and tried to drive his lightsaber through Maul's prone body, but Maul blocked the strike and flung himself up from the floor. The Jedi landed behind Maul, but Maul turned and blocked another series of strikes before he kicked Obi-Wan in the jaw. Obi-Wan moved with the kick, letting it carry him into a backflip. Landing on his feet, he struck back at Maul, driving them both away from the core. Maul flipped to the side and then used the power of the Force to shove Obi-Wan backward. Obi-Wan lost his grip on his lightsaber as he hit the floor. The lightsaber was still bouncing across the floor as he fell into the core. Obi-Wan's lightsaber came to a stop, and Maul grinned as he walked toward the weapon and kicked it into the core. He leaned over the edge to watch the lightsaber fall down the apparently bottomless hole. The saber fell past Obi-Wan, who had managed to grab hold of a nub that jetted out from the core's upper wall. Maul glared at Obi-Wan. He wondered how long the Jedi could cling to the nub. He knew Obi-Wan's hands and arms would get tired eventually. Growing impatient, Maul swung his saber against the metal edge of the core's upper rim, sending sparks flying out over Obi-Wan's head. And then he noticed Obi-Wan was not looking up at him. The Jedi was staring at something along the core's upper wall, or perhaps beyond it. Baffled by what the Jedi might be attempting, Maul scrunched his face angrily. Suddenly, Obi-Wan flew up out of the core. Maul had completely forgotten about Qui-Gon Jinn's lightsaber, which flew up from the floor near the fallen Jedi's body and landed in the waiting hand of the still airborne Obi-Wan. Maul rapidly transferred his lightsaber from his right hand to his left, but Obi-Wan activated Qui-Gon's saber as he soared overhead and landed behind Maul. Maul spun fast, but not fast enough to stop Obi-Wan from swinging the blade through his midsection. Maul grunted involuntarily as every nerve in his body went into shock. His vision blurred and he blinked his eyes, trying to regain his focus. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to slay Obi-Wan, but his body would no longer obey him. Obi-Wan slid out of his range of vision, and then Maul saw the chamber's ceiling and realized he was falling backward into the core. As he fell, the upper half of his body separated from the lower. As his remains tumbled down the generator shaft, he kept his eyes open and fought to remain conscious. But then his head struck the shaft's wall, and everything went dark. His mind screamed. Despite everything he had learned about death and duty from his master, Maul knew he was not yet ready to die. Not after so many years of training and with so much more to accomplish. Not so long as he still had so much hatred within him. He willed himself to see, and a moment later his vision returned. The shaft's walls were a disorienting blur. Across the shaft, he sighted his own black-clad legs, scissoring lifelessly at the air as they fell. He struggled to right his torso so he could see downward. He fell past an oval shadow, and then a similar shadow raced by, along with a whooshing sound. He realized they were air vents. Maul hoped that there was at least one more vent below, that it would be large enough to accommodate his diminished body. He extended his arms, and his left hand's fingertips suddenly burned with friction as they brushed against the cylindrical wall. Thinking to himself that he needed to live, hoping, wishing, praying for one more air vent, Maul reached out with the Force. As the Padawan of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker experienced a tumultuous integration into the Jedi Order. When he first arrived at the Jedi Temple, Anakin was uncomfortable with the way other Jedi treated him. Though the Council and various masters tried to be equitable to all students, they treated Anakin differently because they could not ignore that his abilities and powers were far more advanced than the other Padawans. Anakin's raw power was immense, something he had sensed when he looked inward, though he didn't understand it fully. Through his ability of foresight, Anakin could sense great pain and power in his future, a sensation that he described like a burning sun inside of him, and it terrified him. These dark premonitions would manifest themselves again in 28 BBY when Anakin was 13, and he traveled to Ilum with Obi-Wan to construct his first lightsaber. Initially, Obi-Wan didn't tell Anakin their destination or what their purpose would be there, but Anakin became incredibly excited about creating his first saber when he did learn their purpose for visiting the planet. When Anakin questioned why the Jedi had chosen such a remote and dangerous place to keep their crystals, Obi-Wan explained that the challenge of reaching the crystals was part of the reward. At the entrance to the main crystal cave, Obi-Wan told Anakin that to reach the crystals, he would have to pass through visions and voices. He said that some of them might frighten him, and some would be drawn from his past, and that Anakin needed to face his deepest fears to obtain the crystals. Obi-Wan told him not to rush creating his saber, and that some Jedi needed days or weeks to make theirs. Without hesitation, Anakin strode confidently into the cave. He ignored the voices he heard whispering in the darkness, but stopped dead in his tracks when he saw a vision of his younger self before him. The vision played with a small metal toy that rolled towards Anakin and stopped at his feet, and blood began to pour from it. Calming himself, Anakin was able to make the vision vanish, reminding himself that it was all an illusion. Immediately, he found himself confronted by another vision of his mother, being chased and attacked by some sort of monster. Enraged, he charged the vision, desperate to save his mother. Yet the illusion ended and he found himself surrounded by formations of crystals. Suddenly, Obi-Wan approached him, instructing him to choose crystals that spoke to him and enter a trance-like state of meditation. Anakin sat on the ground, listening to Obi-Wan's guiding words, and began to construct the lightsaber. However, once Anakin closed his eyes, Obi-Wan's form vanished and changed, becoming the Sith Lord Darth Maul.
Did I startle you? Perhaps you need to work on those Jedi reflexes. You're almost as clumsy as Qui-Gon Jinn.
Anakin prepared to battle the Spectre, reaching for his training saber, yet Maul snatched it with the Force, sending it into the wall and destroying it. He tossed Anakin a new lightsaber, taunting him and stoking his rage.
Why do you fear your anger? Why do you fear your hate? Perhaps you're afraid your new toy won't work. I can feel it. You hate me. It is natural after all. I gutted your friend like an animal.
Igniting the saber that Maul had given him, Anakin engaged the Vision in a lightsaber duel. As their blades clashed, Anakin wrestled with his own anger as Maul taunted him relentlessly.
You see what anger can do. It gives you power. It is something you can use like a weapon. You thought the same thing a moment ago. Why deny it?
Anakin, remembering his Jedi teaching, resisted the dark urges of the Vision. He told Maul that he would let his anger go, and he did not seek power because he was a Jedi.
Then you lie. How else will you save the poor mother you abandoned if you do not have power?
Anakin sliced through the Spectre, but the blade did no harm.
Don't you remember, boy? I am just a vision. Your vision. I am the master you secretly want. The dark side can deliver what you most desire. Admit it.
Finally, Anakin was able to banish the vision, though the specter of Maul insisted that he would return, and that darkness would always remain in Anakin's soul. Sitting among the crystals and finally alone, Anakin looked down and saw that he still possessed the saber that the vision of Maul had given to him. Obi-Wan found him in the cave, and after assuring Anakin that he was indeed real, he inspected the lightsaber. Anakin explained that he must have constructed it while he was in a trance, and that he didn't remember fashioning it. He also chose not to tell Obi-Wan about the vision of Maul. Obi-Wan was very impressed by how quickly Anakin was able to construct his saber, and he assured his Padawan that his instincts would never fail him, and the Force would always be with him. The two left the cave, summoned back to Coruscant by the Jedi Council for another mission. As the two Jedi clashed with the Sith apprentice, their thoughts, wrought with confusion and determination, are revealed in the novelization of The Phantom Menace. There came a time in the duel where Qui-Gon was forced to accept that he had no chance of defeating the Dark Lord before him. As Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan closed with Darth Maul in a clash of sabers, they moved across the hangar in fierce combat. The Sith was quick, moving between the two of them with confidence and ease, striking his saber back and forth, more than holding his own against their efforts to bring him down. It was frighteningly apparent that he was more skilled than both Jedi he was facing. They found Maul's confidence disturbing and knew that he would not be defeated easily. Qui-Gon was one of the most able swordsmen in the Jedi Order. He had fought in conflicts all across the galaxy, against odds so great many others would not have stood a chance. He had survived battles that had tested his skill and resolve in every conceivable way. But on this day, Qui-Gon knew that he had met his match. The Sith Lord he battled was more than his equal in weapons training, and he had the advantage of being younger and stronger. Qui-Gon's youth was behind him, and his strength was already beginning to diminish. His edge now, to the extent that he had one, came from his long experience and intuitive grasp of how an enemy might employ a lightsaber against him. Even with Obi-Wan at his side, Qui-Gon realized the best they could do was hold their own against the Sith, but their offensive efforts were woefully inadequate. They could not win. Darth Maul was a warrior in his prime, never to be any better, his powers at their apex. In addition, he was driven by his messianic hatred for and disdain of the Jedi Knights. He had worked and trained all his life for this moment, for a chance to meet a Jedi in combat. Maul had no fear for his life because he had no doubt that he would win. He was focused in a way that Qui-Gon recognized at once, a Jedi's focus, mindful of the present, locked in on what was needed in the here and now. Qui-Gon saw it in his mad eyes and in the set of his red and black features. The Sith Lord was a living example of what he was always telling Obi-Wan about how to best hear the will of the Force. As the three of them moved deeper into the hangar, it seemed that the two Jedi were pressing the attack, but Qui-Gon realized that it was Maul who was really controlling their duel. He was drawing them to a place of his own choosing. His agility and dexterity allowed him to keep them both at bay, constantly attacking while at the same time effectively blocking their counterattacks. Qui-Gon pressed hard in the beginning, recognizing how dangerous this man was, trying to put an end to the combat quickly. He attacked ferociously, with Obi-Wan complementing his moves, but they just as quickly discovered that their best efforts were not enough to end the duel. Maul was too smart to give them an opening, and too skilled to make a mistake, so the battle went on. Deeper into the power station, after Maul had sent Obi-Wan toppling downward, Qui-Gon pressed the attack alone, finally forcing the Sith onto the defensive. He was worn and battered now, but knew that he could not let up, even without Obi-Wan, so he did not wait for his Padawan to reach them. When the three of them found themselves trapped between barriers in a service corridor, Qui-Gon took the opportunity to meditate. As Obi-Wan waited, he was incredibly frustrated with his master for not waiting for him, and he was worried. He knew that against any other enemy, the two of them would have emerged victorious long ago, but this Sith was battle-trained and more skilled than any adversary they had ever encountered. Qui-Gon knelt in meditation, and Obi-Wan could see the weariness in his master's shoulders, his worry increasing. When the barriers opened, Qui-Gon sprang forward in a renewed assault and battled Maul once more. With Obi-Wan trapped behind the final barrier, the two warriors clashed, Qui-Gon fighting with newfound strength after his meditation. Maul was constantly on the defensive, surprised by the Jedi Master's power, and his eyes took on a frenzied look of uncertainty. But as Maul nimbly moved around the chamber, Qui-Gon's weariness returned, growing tired from fighting alone. Slowly, Maul began to edge his way back into the fight, becoming the aggressor once more as Obi-Wan could do nothing but watch. Just as it seemed that the fight may go on forever, unable to be won by either man, Maul struck Qui-Gon's face and plunged his lightsaber directly through the Jedi's stomach. Qui-Gon made no sound as the blade impaled him, merely stiffening with the impact, dropping to his knees, and accepting his defeat as he crumpled to the floor. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. Now, as we know, Qui-Gon Jinn was killed by Darth Maul on Naboo in 32 BBY, but that was merely the end of his physical form. Through special training he had received, Qui-Gon learned to maintain his consciousness within the physical world, becoming one with the Force after death. Although it took many years before he could manifest as a full physical spirit since his training was incomplete, he did eventually appear to Obi-Wan many times over the years. But surprisingly, Qui-Gon also appeared to Maul at one point, in the period after the rise of the Empire. It's quite interesting to think that Qui-Gon would speak to his own killer, and the story is told in the canon book Stories of Jedi and Sith. The exact year that this story takes place isn't stated in the book, but we can assume that it happened sometime between 19 BBY and 10 BBY, because there's no mention of Maul leading Crimson Dawn yet, and Solo takes place in 10 BBY. Anyway, in the story, we find Maul exploring the ancient planet of Damanos. It was a world that was so old it wasn't on any star charts, and most considered it to be a myth. Maul had gone there in search of some great tool, perhaps power or knowledge, to tip the scales and give him what he needed to take his revenge against the Sith. Maul didn't even know what he was looking for, but he could feel something pulling him forward through the Force, something hungry for fear and anger. Even though he was alone, he could still feel danger permeating from everywhere, which told him that the dark side of the Force was strong on that planet. That made him even more eager to discover what secrets lay there. Coming to a ravine, he discovered a large Sith castle made of black stone. Inside the fortress lay Sith secrets that would grant him the power he needed. It seems that the castle, strong in the dark side of the Force, was very similar to the Cave of Evil on Dagobah, where whoever entered would face some sort of trial through visions. As Maul proceeded through the castle, he encountered specters of both his dead brother, Savage Opress, and General Grievous. While both of them were definitely just visions brought on by the Force, there is one who appeared to Maul through the Force that still existed within the Force itself: Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon's spirit was the final one to visit Maul, inside a plain room deep in the castle. When Maul entered the room, he saw the Jedi he had killed, kneeling in a meditative pose on the floor. Although the room was small and empty, Maul could feel great power within it as he gazed at Qui-Gon's spirit. Maul asked if he had come to fight once more, to be defeated again. Qui-Gon replied that while Maul had killed him, he was never defeated simply because he lost their duel. Maul assumed they would fight nonetheless, for that was the only reason he could think of for Qui-Gon to appear before him. He asked the Jedi why he had come. Qui-Gon said that he was there to offer Maul a choice. He wanted him to leave the castle, forget that it existed, and take the first step towards a different destiny. Maul sarcastically asked if he wanted him to walk the path of the Jedi. Qui-Gon replied that there were much more to the galaxy than the Jedi and Sith, more than light and dark. He said he wanted Maul to free himself of the prison of his own making. Maul was enraged, asking what Qui-Gon could possibly know of this supposed prison. Qui-Gon said that he knew Maul was ruled by his need for revenge, and asked what good would it do if Maul did kill all his enemies. If he managed to defeat Obi-Wan and Darth Sidious, where would that leave him? Maul refused to answer his question, replying that he knew the Jedi was trying to taunt him into unleashing his anger. Qui-Gon scoffed, saying that they both knew it was not anger that Maul felt, but loss. Maul finally ignited his red lightsaber and replied that he felt nothing but fury and hatred, fueled by people like Qui-Gon and the Jedi. Although Maul waited for the Jedi to attack, Qui-Gon made no such move. Instead, he told Maul that while he may use his anger as a weapon to destroy others, his pain would be the weapon that would destroy him. Maul angrily asked why Qui-Gon was taunting him with his judgments, and Qui-Gon said it was because Maul's desire to cause pain in others would never heal his own pain, and he needed Maul to understand that he could decide his own destiny. Qui-Gon calmly said that when Maul's persistent weakness became his final failure, it would wound him deeper than any lightsaber ever could. At that, Maul erupted, lashing out at the Spectre of the Jedi repeatedly, so that all he could see was the red of his lightsaber obscuring his vision. By the time he stopped, panting, he realized that Qui-Gon was gone. Perhaps he was never there in the first place. The realization that he might have been talking to himself left him feeling empty, and he realized that he could no longer feel the dark power that drew him to the room in the first place. It was completely gone. There was nothing there. Maul had come all that way for nothing. As he left Damenos, he decided that his quest for vengeance was far from over, and felt deeply disturbed by his conversation with Qui-Gon's spirit. So I'm sure the first thing that everyone is wondering right now is, was Qui-Gon really there? Was it just a vision, or was it actually Qui-Gon's spirit within the Force speaking to Maul? Obviously, it's not stated 100% in the story, but based on what we know, I'm going to say my interpretation of it is that yes, Qui-Gon was 100% really there. And this is because Qui-Gon exists within the Force itself. At this point, he has maintained his consciousness, he's there, he's one with the Force, and obviously Savage Opress wasn't, Grievous wasn't, and Maul saw both of them, so those were both just visions, but it totally makes sense for that to actually be Qui-Gon appearing to Maul and speaking to him. We know that places like the Cave of Evil and apparently this castle on Damenos are nexuses within the Force. There's also one on Mustafar underneath Darth Vader's castle, and that just means that there's a very strong concentration of Force energy in a specific location. We saw Luke go into the Cave of Evil and face Darth Vader. There's a comic where Kylo Ren goes into the cave and fights Luke, and he sees his parents and stuff. So because of that, because of how powerful that location is within the Force, I think it makes sense for Force spirits to be able to appear there genuinely if they are one with the Force. Because Qui-Gon is part of the Cosmic Force and the Living Force, and his consciousness is there, part of the Force completely, I will totally say that yes, I think he was really there. He wanted to help Maul, and I think that's awesome. I think the idea of him coming to Maul, trying to perhaps not redeem him from the dark side, because he didn't go that far, just to try to give him some advice and set him on a different path. That's Qui-Gon 101. That is why Qui-Gon is an amazing, compassionate character, arguably the last true Jedi of his time that wasn't dogged down by politics and being emotionless and just taking the Jedi code too far. All of the Jedi lost their way, but Qui-Gon didn't, and that's why he's one of my favorite characters in all of Star Wars, and that's why I really love this story. I think it's just great. If you take it as Qui-Gon really being there, then yes, it's great for his character. But I guess it's really up to you. That's probably why they left it ambiguous, why they didn't describe Qui-Gon as appearing blue and glowing as a Force ghost. Maybe they wanted people to decide for themselves whether he was there or not. I'm going to say that he was, but, let me know if you guys interpret it differently, what your opinion is. Do you think it was just Maul talking to his own subconscious through the dark side? I would love to hear everyone's opinion, but thank you guys so much for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe. I would really appreciate it. And as always, may the Force be with you. The Sith Lords Darth Maul and Darth Vader had their fates intertwined as Darth Sidious orchestrated the ascension of the dark side and the destruction of the Jedi Order. Maul, the first apprentice of Sidious, was a truly fearsome warrior, regarded by his master as one of the greatest swordsmen in the history of the Sith Order. On Naboo in 32 BBY, Darth Maul fought Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi in the Duel of the Fates. The outcome of this legendary duel determined the fate of Anakin Skywalker, cementing his destiny of becoming Vader when Maul killed Qui-Gon. 13 years later, Anakin became the third apprentice of Sidious, taking the name of Vader and destroying the Jedi Order. In canon, we know that Maul knew of Sidious's plans to convert Anakin and had attempted to intervene during the Siege of Mandalore in the Clone Wars. In the years following the rise of the Empire, Maul would clash with the Inquisitors, but he did not come face to face with Vader. However, did you know that in Legends, Maul and Vader did have a legendary duel to see who would serve as the true apprentice of Sidious? The story begins in 0 BBY, just before the Battle of Yavin, on the moon of Calacar 6. There, we find members of the cult known as the Prophets of the Dark Side. This group was founded by Darth Millennial, who disagreed with Darth Bane's rule of two. The Prophets would use the Force and Sith alchemy to view possible outcomes of the future and manipulate events in the galaxy. In this case, they had come to form their own opinions on the reigning Sith Lords, Darth Sidious and Darth Vader. From the surface of the moon, they watched a descending Imperial shuttle. As the shuttle landed and stormtroopers took their positions, Vader exited the ship. He had received information from Imperial informants claiming that rebels were moving the stolen plans of the Death Star on this site. As Vader issued orders to the stormtrooper captain, he suddenly sensed something familiar in the Force and proceeded to explore the surrounding area. The remaining stormtroopers scouted nearby, but in the volcanic fog, they were picked off one by one, killed by a dark figure wielding a red lightsaber. Eventually, they were all dead, leaving only the two troopers that had followed Vader to a mysterious fortress. Entering the chamber, Vader noted that this place was strong with the dark side. One of the troopers claimed to know the history of the moon. 100 years earlier, an aristocrat named Baron Yorn left Coruscant and came to Calacar 6 with his followers, believing it was a focal point for the dark side of the Force. Yorn and his followers built the fortress to conduct experiments on the dark side, which is actually really similar to the research of Darth Plagueis. However, all of Yorn's followers disappeared, and Yorn went insane and tore out his eyes and tongue. Suddenly, both troopers began to cough and choke, and they believed that Vader was killing them with the Force, begging him to stop. Only it wasn't Vader. Igniting his saber, Vader challenged the invisible enemy to show themselves. From the shadows came the cultists, who told Vader they would not harm him, and they had brought him there. Vader realized that the intel about the Death Star plans had simply been a ruse to lure him into their trap. The cultists revealed that they had deemed Vader unworthy to serve as the Sith apprentice of Sidious, because he was once the Jedi Anakin Skywalker. Vader angrily replied that Skywalker was gone, but the cultists claimed that they had observed Vader for a long time, and they knew that too much of Anakin remained inside of him, a spark of light that had not been extinguished. They told Vader he was not of the bloodline of Darth Bane and was not fit to serve Sidious. Finally, Vader had had enough and swung with his saber to cut them down, but his blade was blocked by another lightsaber, and Vader was shocked to see Darth Maul standing before him. Vader was confused, recalling how Maul was slain years before, and said this could not be him. But the cultists replied that there were ways those who were no more could live again, which is really just a lamer way of saying the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. The cultists said there were ways to create and mold an individual if the hate was strong enough, and they had took it upon themselves to resurrect a proper apprentice for Sidious using Sith alchemy. Immediately, Vader asked if the Emperor knew of this test, and the cultists replied that he didn't, but he would be pleased when he learned of their gift. They said it was a tragedy when Maul was killed by a Jedi, but now he was resurrected and would replace Vader as Sidious's right hand. The cultists told Vader that he presented a great risk to the dark side, and that the dominance of the Sith could not depend upon one who was trained by Obi-Wan Kenobi, the very Jedi who had killed Maul. Vader simply replied that there was nothing of Obi-Wan left in him, and that the cultists had miscalculated and he would not allow it. Then he engaged Maul in a duel. As their blades clashed, Vader said that Maul was dead, and the figure before him was just a sham. But Maul delivered a powerful kick and said that Vader was the sham, calling him a Jedi. Maul said that he could see it within Vader, a lone light in the darkness that he refused to extinguish. Maul claimed that his darkness and hatred was unending. He called Vader an imposter, hiding his unworthiness behind a mask. Their duel proceeded down onto a narrow lava river, much like Mustafar, as Maul recited his past lessons from Sidious. Watching from above, the cultists were surprised to observe that Maul and Vader were more evenly matched than they had anticipated, but they still believed that Maul would win, because Vader had too much light in him. Below, Maul was able to slash Vader's belly open, exposing sparks and the machinery of his cybernetics, but Vader still leapt at him with confidence. Maul continued taunting him, asking how he could be a fit servant for Sidious when he was more machine than man. How could a machine hate? Vader was then able to slice Maul's blade in two, just as Obi-Wan had on Naboo, but both sides remained operational this time. As their blades locked, Vader attempted to hold one of Maul's arms back, but Maul swiftly slashed the top of Vader's helmet, causing Vader to yell in pain. As Vader knelt on the ground, Maul called him Skywalker and said he would not have a Jedi funeral pyre. As Maul aimed to deliver a killing blow, Vader quickly summoned his own saber with the Force and ignited the blade, stabbing himself through the stomach, impaling both him and Maul. Maul screamed in pain as the blade stabbed through both of them, and he weakly asked what Vader could have hated enough to defeat him. In maybe one of the best Darth Vader lines ever, Vader just responded, "Myself." Letting Maul's dead body disappear into the lava, Vader leapt upwards to confront the cultists, who couldn't believe that he had been victorious. But before he could kill them, they were all struck down by Sith lightning, and Vader saw the Emperor standing before him. Sidious stated that he had followed Vader's shuttle, hoping to retrieve the Death Star plans alongside him. But Vader revealed that it had all been a trap perpetrated by the cultists, who had somehow resurrected Darth Maul. Sidious was not surprised or concerned about this, regarding the cultists as heretics who thought they could provide a superior apprentice for him. After a moment, Vader asked his master if he had known about any of this. Sidious replied that he had not, and then said they had much work to do, like finding the Death Star plans, and commanded Vader to follow him. Rising from a kneeling posture, after waiting a moment, Vader obeyed his master, following him back to the Imperial shuttle. The Sith Lord Darth Maul played a somewhat small but very significant part in the story of the Skywalker saga. As the killer of Qui-Gon Jinn, Maul determined the dark fate of Anakin Skywalker and set the course for the creation of Darth Vader. We know that after his appearance in Episode 1, Maul returned in the Clone Wars, and it was revealed he had survived being cut in half by Obi-Wan. Regardless of how you feel about him surviving such an egregious injury, I think that we can all admit that the subsequent stories told in the Clone Wars and Rebels really fleshed out Maul's character and made him even more important, which is a good thing. But did you know that before the Clone Wars brought him back in its own way, Maul was actually resurrected multiple times through various methods in the expanded universe? I've previously made a video about one of those stories, which is the only time that Maul fought Darth Vader, so check that out if you haven't already. However, the story I want to focus on today takes place a little later down the timeline, after the events of Return of the Jedi, while Luke Skywalker was serving as an ambassador for the New Republic, and he too fought a resurrected Darth Maul in the Star Wars Tales comic series. Now, the comic doesn't state specifically what year this story takes place, but it opens with Luke arriving on Iridonia and being greeted as a New Republic ambassador tasked with opening new trade routes in the Outer Rim, so that lets us know that it takes place sometime after 4 ABY. Once settled into his chambers on Iridonia, Luke meditated, and he was suddenly attacked by some sort of holographic specter, who appeared as none other than Darth Maul. For some reason, this comic has Luke using Anakin's lightsaber hilt that he lost on Bespin, but it looks like it has a green blade, and then it kind of switches back to blue, so I think it's just a weird mistake in the comic. Anyway, Luke ignited his lightsaber and somehow clashed blades with Maul, despite him appearing to just be a hologram. After trading a series of strikes, Luke pushed Maul with the Force, only to see the Sith Lord vanish into thin air. Speaking to his hosts sometime later, Luke was informed that he was not the first person to have encountered the apparition of the Zabrak Sith Lord. It's important to note that at this point, Luke doesn't know about Darth Maul, so he just thinks he's fighting some sort of Darksider or Sith Lord specter, and no one actually tells him Darth Maul's name in this story. Anyway, Luke told his Iridonian hosts that it was not a spirit from beyond the grave because it was a tangible figure that he was able to clash blades with, and he had felt a significant tremor in the Force with its presence. So he knows that it's not a Force spirit like Obi-Wan or Yoda or Anakin became after Return of the Jedi. The Iridonians told Luke that a generation before, one of their own abandoned their world to train in the Sith arts, and he was eventually killed in battle. They are speaking about Maul, and we know that, but this is one of those things that has been retconned where they changed Maul's origin a bunch of times, so we'll just have to ignore this contradiction for the sake of this story. The Iridonians then told Luke that soon after this Sith's death, many claimed to encounter his ghost, and several of them had been driven to the brink of insanity. Luke then replied that the trade negotiations he had traveled there for would have to wait while he investigated the strange spirit. Sometime later within the city, Luke encountered the holographic specter of Maul again, and when it disappeared, he probed the environment with the Force. Quickly, he discovered that a nearby wall was really a hologram, meant to hide something. Stepping through the false wall, Luke found himself inside a strange laboratory. In front of him, within a tank of liquid that may be Bacta, we don't know, was what remained of a brain. The Iridonian scientist Drell Kampf confronted Luke and said he was trespassing in his laboratory, and said that he should bow down before Iridonia's greatest champion. Regarding the brain inside the tank, Luke asked how it was a great champion. Kampf explained that through the device it was connected to, the essence of the champion lived on as a solid-state hologram. He continued, recalling that once the entire universe trembled at the whisper of his name, before he was slain in battle by a Jedi apprentice. He's of course talking about Maul's duel with Obi-Wan on Naboo. While the champion was thought to be dead, Kampf had salvaged his remains and resuscitated his brain. The holographic device would allow Darth Maul to enact his revenge. I don't know why the comic doesn't have him say Darth Maul's name so Luke will know the name of this champion that he's referring to vaguely. Maybe there's some weird lore contradiction reason that Luke couldn't know Darth Maul's name. But anyway, Luke replied that what Dr. Kampf was doing was wrong and that keeping the warrior alive artificially had created an unnatural disturbance in the Force. Luke said that he could not allow Maul's survival to continue and ignited his lightsaber, which caused Kampf to flee in terror. Now alone, Luke disabled the machine keeping the brain alive, bringing the mystery of the Phantom Sith warrior to an end. So I can say that I really do enjoy this story, even though it may not be a traditional Luke versus Maul fight. It was Darth Maul's holographic spirit, powered by his real brain from his body, that fought Luke a couple times. They clashed blades, they had a confrontation. So this is the closest thing we've ever gotten to Luke Skywalker actually fighting Darth Maul. And I think that's awesome. And I had never heard of this story before. I discovered it on accident. Rummaging around through my local comic shop, I found Star Wars Tales number 17 by Dark Horse Comics. And obviously I know about Star Wars Tales because I've read some other stories from that series like Vader fighting Maul, and I made a video about that like I mentioned. So I just grabbed issue 17 because I liked the cover and it looked cool, and then out of nowhere I was surprised by this story of Luke fighting Maul, and I thought it was awesome. It's a really cool story. It's something that I thought was very unique in the way that Maul was resurrected. In the one where he fights Vader, it's him being revived by some Sith cult witches type deal, which is similar to what happens in the Clone Wars when Mother Talzin restores his robotic legs and stuff and gives him his mind back. But this is how they were bringing Maul back even before the Clone Wars did that. This is like the second time that I know of that he was revived. I believe he was brought back again and killed for real a little bit later. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to research that more. But this way is very interesting because I feel like you don't really see a lot of kind of scientific-y resurrection type deals in Star Wars. It's usually either like a clone and someone's spirit transferred in through the Force. This way honestly kind of reminds me of Darth Plagueis and how he looked at the Force through a scientific lens and tried to manipulate the midichlorians to create life and resurrect beings and stuff. So maybe that's why I like it, because I love Plagueis. But I really love this story, and you guys know that Luke is my favorite character in all of Star Wars, and I've said it before, but anything that connects Luke to the prequels, whether it's him learning about stuff that happened, talking to other characters and learning the history of Anakin, the Clone Wars, Darth Maul, Dooku, all that stuff. I love all of that. I just made a video about Luke learning about Darth Plagueis, so check that out too if you haven't already. But I love Luke learning about the prequels and stuff like that. Just connecting the two trilogies in the lore, I think that's awesome. It makes the whole saga more cohesive, and I love it, which is why I like this story. I hope that you guys liked it as well. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe. I would really appreciate it. And as always, may the Force be with you. The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise is shrouded in mystery, used as a device by Palpatine to manipulate Anakin Skywalker into becoming a Sith Lord. The claim that Palpatine could use the knowledge of Plagueis to save Padme from death was, by Palpatine's own admission in the book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, an exaggeration. So, was the tale of Plagueis' power true or a lie? Could he really stop death? Was he wise enough to bend the Force to his will, usurping the natural order of life? All of these questions are revealed in the Legends Darth Plagueis book, and this lore is what makes Plagueis my favorite Sith Lord of all time. His perception of the Force, his knowledge of it, and what he was able to achieve make him one of the most important Force users of all time. First, it's important to understand the way that Plagueis viewed the Force, which was through a purely scientific lens, focused mostly on the midichlorians. When Plagueis killed his master, Darth Tenebris, he observed Tenebris's midichlorians as he died. The Jedi thought of the cellular organelles as symbionts, but to Plagueis the midichlorians were interlopers, running interference for the Force and standing in the way of a being's ability to contact the Force directly. Through years of experimentation and direct meditation, Plagueis had honed an ability to perceive the actions of midichlorians, though at that time he did not have the ability to actually manipulate them. Plagueis watched his master die, vowing to himself that he would one day succeed in imposing his will upon the midichlorians. Shortly after the death of Tenebris, Plagueis killed a crew of smugglers and commandeered their ship. As they lay dying, he attempted to prolong their lives with the Force. He had been successful in effecting repairs to damaged blood vessels and organs, but the results had been temporary as he had not been able to influence or appeal to the midichlorians to assist him. Plagueis compared his attempts to prolong their lives at using a sponge to dam a raging river. Yet, the ancient Sith Lords were said to have been able to draw on the energies released during death to extend their own lives, as well as the lives of others. Unfortunately, that ancient knowledge had been lost long ago, but Plagueis knew he would one day rediscover the secret. In his personal laboratories, Plagueis continued his own experiments and observations on the midichlorians. He discovered that while they appeared to resist manipulation of a sort that might imperil the balance of the Force, they remained compliant in the case of a weak-willed being manipulated by one who was strong in the Force, which explained why it was easier to use the Force to heal someone else rather than oneself. Extending life, then, could hinge on something as simple as being able to induce midichlorians to create new cells, to subdivide at will, increasing their numbers to heal or replace aging cells. While tales of the ancient Sith Lords told of sorcery and essence transfer, Plagueis had no interest in such methods. He had no desire to exist as a lingering, disembodied presence trapped between worlds. Only everlasting life would satisfy him, nothing less than the immortality of his physical body. Plagueis believed that his own personal destiny was to live forever, thus he had decided to forego the Sith rule of two. The Sith line would continue through him or not at all. To Plagueis, the goal of toppling the Republic and the Jedi Order belonged to the realm of the ordinary. The greater goal of the Sith involved toppling the Force itself. Only the Sith understood that through the manipulation of the midichlorians, the divide between organic life and the Force could be bridged, and death could be erased from the equation. As evidenced by those few Sith Lords who had managed to extend their lives, like Emperor Vitiate, who was said to have lived 1,000 years, the ancient Sith had come halfway across that bridge. Plagueis was determined to finish what they started. Over the years, Plagueis devoted himself to his experiments as his apprentice Darth Sidious built his political career on Coruscant as Senator Palpatine. Plagueis had imprisoned Darth Venomous, a rival apprentice trained in secret by his master Darth Tenebris years earlier. He used Venomous, kept in a comatose state, as a subject for his experiments with the midichlorians. After decades of study, Plagueis learned to impregnate creatures through the Force. He had actually managed to create life by manipulating the midichlorians. But he failed to exercise due caution. As he took the powers of life and death from the Force resisted. The balance of the Force, action and reaction. Finally, around 42 BBY, Plagueis and Sidious were able to will the Force to shift and tip towards the dark side. It was tangible alteration that could be felt by anyone in the galaxy strong in the Force. The shift had been the outcome of months of intense meditation, during which Plagueis and Sidious challenged the Force at their own mortal peril. Risen out of their physical selves as a single entity, they brought their full power to bear and asserted sovereignty over the Force itself. The Force had yielded to them completely, and the dark side ascended. On that same day, Plagueis allowed Darth Venomous to finally die. Then, by manipulating Venomous's midichlorians, Plagueis resurrected him. The enormity of the act stunned Sidious into silence as Plagueis killed and resurrected Venomous over and over again without assistance, until Venomous's organs finally gave out and Plagueis granted him death. However, having the power to resurrect others was not enough for Plagueis. He devoted himself to internalizing that ability, attempting to manipulate his own midichlorians. For several months, he saw no progress, but slowly he noticed his scars begin to fade, areas of his skin became smoother, and he knew eventually he would cease to age altogether. After several years, Plagueis was certain that he was on the verge of absolute success. finally being able to grant himself immortality. However, as we know, he was killed by Palpatine in 32 BBY. So, Plagueis did have the power to resurrect others, and he was on the brink of granting himself immortality, so Palpatine was telling Anakin the truth about that. However, Plagueis never taught Palpatine how to do so, which is why Palpatine said that together he and Vader would have to discover the secret themselves. But all in all, Plagueis was definitely a genius Sith Lord who achieved some incredibly powerful feats in the Force. The ability to actually resurrect dead beings belonged to him. The creation of the clone army on Kamino was shrouded in mystery, with both the Jedi and the Sith somehow involved in very different ways. In Attack of the Clones, we learned that it was a Jedi Master named Sidious that had placed the order for the army, without the permission or knowledge of the Jedi Council. Yet, a mysterious Darth Tyrannus and the Sith were also involved in the army's creation and the recruitment of Jango Fett as its template. In the Legends novel Darth Plagueis, the origins of the clone army are fully revealed, and it was actually Plagueis himself who was the mastermind behind it, as his vision for the execution of the Sith Grand Plan took shape decades before. In 52 BBY, which is 20 years before the Phantom Menace, Plagueis, as his public persona Higo Damask, met with the Kaminoans about the possibility of creating a clone army. Plagueis intended to one day have an army that could destroy the Jedi Order. He had initially hoped to produce Yinkori soldiers, believing that their immunity to the powers of the Force would give them an advantage over the Jedi. However, the Kaminoans pointed out that the Yinkori's natural aggression would be extremely difficult to control in a military environment. Later that year, Plagueis attended a meeting on Sereno regarding transit taxes, where a small group of Jedi including Jocasta Nu, Sidious, Qui-Gon Jinn, and Dooku were also present. Plagueis really hoped the negotiations over the taxes would fail, causing strife within the Republic, but he also intended to observe Dooku, who was a very vocal critic of the Galactic Senate. Plagueis thought that Dooku could possibly be recruited as an apprentice in the event that Darth Sidious was killed. After hours of talk in the meeting, a recess was called for, and Plagueis took the opportunity to speak with the Jedi. With Sidious and Dooku, he discussed an impending conflict for the Republic in the future, speaking of a possible split between the core and the outer systems. Dooku admitted that the Senate was indeed corrupt and wished he could correct its flaws, and Sidious was unwilling to admit anything out of his loyalty to the Republic. Plagueis then realized that to destroy the Jedi Order, the Sith needed to exploit their sense of righteousness and obedience to the Republic, making them to appear as traitors and enemies instead of peacekeepers. He then considered instead of creating an army to fight against the Jedi, he would create one that would fight alongside them, before one day betraying them. Preparing to exploit Sidious' obvious fears about the future of the Republic, Plagueis was about to tell him of the cloners on Kamino who could rapidly raise an army. However, upon seeing Jocasta Nu approach, Plagueis felt the dark side warn him not to speak, and he quickly ended the discussion. It would not be until 20 years later when Plagueis would have the opportunity to speak to Sidious again about the clones. At a political gathering on Coruscant hosted by Chancellor Valorum, Plagueis approached the Jedi Master, noticing that Sidious' concerns of a civil war had grown more urgent. The Jedi Council was apparently unwilling to listen to his warnings, so Plagueis preyed upon his fears, convincing him that the Republic needed a military to defend it immediately. This time, Sidious agreed with him fully, and Plagueis informed him of the cloners on Kamino, offering to finance the creation of the army personally. Sifo-Dyas was still hesitant to take action, but he accepted Plagueis' offer and agreed to seriously consider it. After the Battle of Theed and Plagueis' murder by Darth Sidious, Sifo-Dyas was fully convinced, and using the funds provided by Plagueis, he paid the Kaminoans to create an army. Dooku was aware of this and informed Darth Sidious of such plans. While Sidious was pleased that he could assume control of an army, he was not interested in a rogue Jedi Master playing a role, and instructed Dooku to kill Sifo-Dyas. With the murder of his close friend serving as his initiation into the Sith, Dooku became Darth Tyrannus, and hired the bounty hunter Jango Fett to serve as the template of the clone army. Dooku also deleted Kamino from the Jedi archives and left the Order, to ensure that the Jedi would not learn of the clone army until their most desperate hour. The training of Darth Maul, as well as his place within Darth Bane's line of Sith Lords along with Darth Plagueis and Darth Sidious, was an unusual and complicated situation, full of deception on both sides. While Maul was trained by Sidious in the ways of the dark side, he was not necessarily considered to be a true Sith Lord in the eyes of Darth Plagueis, who was the reigning Sith Master at that time. All of this complex situation is explained in the Legends Darth Plagueis novel. Plagueis and Sidious were the two Sith Lords active in the galaxy, following Bane's rule of two as all Sith had done for the last 1,000 years. Around 54 BBY, the infant Zabrak named Maul was presented to Sidious by his mother, who begged the young Sith apprentice to save Maul from the life of a Night Brother. In Legends, Maul was not the son of Mother Talzin, and his birth mother actually wanted to save him from serving Talzin as a Night Brother on Dathomir. Though Sidious was initially reluctant to take Maul, he sensed his power in the Force and was persuaded to accept him. Sidious had Maul hidden in a Damask Holdings facility on Mustafar. Damask Holdings was a financial group led by Darth Plagueis under his public persona of Magister Higo Damask. Sidious believed that the young Maul could one day be a valuable asset to him, given that the Zabrak naturally possessed martial prowess and force sensitivity. A year after he had accepted Maul, Sidious approached Plagueis with a suggestion of using a powerful being to do their bidding. After Plagueis had survived an assassination attempt on Coruscant, both of them knew that the Jedi had felt the strong presence of the dark side there. While Sidious was concerned, Plagueis was nonchalant, insisting that the Jedi must have already accepted that the dark side was awakened and could not be checked. Sidious insisted that they still could not risk their exposure as Sith Lords, and asked Plagueis if he would ever consider training someone in the Sith arts to execute missions for them. Plagueis initially questioned if Sidious was attempting to defy the rule of two, but the young apprentice clarified that he did not mean another apprentice, nor someone who would aspire to become a true Sith Lord. He was merely proposing someone skilled in stealth and combat that they could eliminate when they no longer needed them. Convincing as he was, Sidious was lying to his master. Sidious revealed that he had found a Zabrak infant on Dathomir and that he had stowed him on Mustafar. After consideration, Plagueis was convinced of Sidious's proposition and instructed Sidious to begin training the child. Plagueis gave several commands. The child had to become inured to pain so that he may serve them fully. If his Force talents failed to mature, Sidious had to kill him. Most importantly, Plagueis instructed Sidious to train the child in the dark side, but never speak of the Sith or their ultimate plans. Plagueis wanted Maul to serve as a Sith assassin, never a Sith Lord. Sidious spent the next several years training Maul in the ways of the dark side, never revealing his true intentions to either Maul or Plagueis. While Plagueis was aware of Maul, on the other hand, Maul had no knowledge of Plagueis' existence, though he had suspicions that Sidious had his own master. Maul's training was extremely brutal, yet despite the harshness Sidious displayed, Maul respected him and maintained an intense loyalty towards his master. By 37 BBY, Sidious believed Maul to be ready for his final test. He stranded Maul on Hypori, unleashing assassin droids that hunted him for a full month. At the end of the month, Sidious traveled to the planet and challenged Maul to a duel, lying that he had another apprentice ready if Maul failed to defeat him. Though the duel was brief, Sidious was impressed by Maul's rage and attempt to genuinely kill him, revealing that he had passed his final test and his training was complete. Going against Plagueis' wishes and betraying his master, Sidious informed Maul that he was now a full Sith Lord, and granted him the title of Darth. Plagueis had no knowledge of Maul being granted the title of Darth. He believed that Maul was still only an assassin by the time of the invasion of Naboo. He was aware that Maul had become powerful, as he observed his training with Sidious. Plagueis was shocked to see that Maul wielded a saber staff, the same weapon as Exar Kun. Watching Maul train with the weapon, Plagueis told Sidious that he could not deny the young Zabrak's skill, and that he appreciated that Sidious had trained him as a fighting machine and not a true apprentice. However, Sidious thought that he did detect a slight suspicion from his master. By the time of the invasion of Naboo in 32 BBY, Plagueis was still alive, and he did not know that Sidious had been referring to Darth Maul as his apprentice for years. Maul still knew nothing of Plagueis. This is how the rule of two was not necessarily broken by Plagueis, yet Sidious had defied it by taking Maul as his secret apprentice. While the three of them were active at the same time, Plagueis thought of Maul as merely a Sith assassin, and never considered him to be a Sith Lord. Sidious deceived them both, ultimately manipulating the two to fit his own agenda as he began to orchestrate the revenge of the Sith.
Most fans don't know that Palpatine's Sith master, Darth Plagueis the Wise, was actually still alive and fully active during the events of the Phantom Menace, at least in the Legends continuity. The two Sith Lords worked from the shadows to orchestrate the blockade of Naboo and ensure Palpatine's nomination to become the next Supreme Chancellor. As they watched the events on Naboo unfold, both Plagueis and Palpatine became aware of a young boy discovered by the Jedi, who was rumored to be their prophesied chosen one, destined to bring balance to the Force. Learning of Anakin Skywalker, Plagueis became terrified, wondering if the Force itself had worked to undo 1,000 years of planning by the Sith. However, because of his own actions years earlier and his experiments with the midichlorians, Plagueis believed that he played a part in Anakin's destiny, and this is revealed in the Legends novel Darth Plagueis. It was Palpatine that first learned of the supposed Chosen One from Master Dooku. The two had discreetly become friends, and Dooku confided in Palpatine, telling him of his plans to leave the Jedi Order, and of the disturbing report that Qui-Gon Jinn had provided to the Council. Dooku told Palpatine that Qui-Gon had found a young boy on Tatooine, and the boy was said to have no father. It was possible that this boy was conceived by the Force. Dooku explained that such information had everything to do with an ancient prophecy of the Chosen One, and that Qui-Gon believed the boy stood at a vergence in the Force, and that Anakin's midichlorian count was unprecedented. When Palpatine asked him what the Jedi knew of Anakin's past, Dooku said they only knew that he had been born into slavery 9 years earlier. At hearing this, Palpatine's thoughts became distracted at learning Anakin was 9 years old, rumored to be conceived by the Force. To his horror, he wondered if he and Plagueis were indirectly responsible for Anakin's creation. 9 years earlier, around the time that Anakin would have been born, Plagueis and Palpatine had succeeded in willing the Force to shift and tip towards the dark side. It was a tangible alteration that could be felt by anyone strong in the Force, as they pushed the Force further out of balance. It was the outcome of months of intense meditation as they suffused the galaxy with the power of the dark side. At their own mortal peril, the two Sith Lords had waged a war against the Force, bringing the full power of their wills to bear and asserting their sovereignty over the Force. At the time, they believed that the Force had yielded to them, and the light side dipped as the dark side ascended. Drunk on his own power, Plagueis had gone one step further, usurping the natural order of life and the will of the cosmic force. By this time, Plagueis had already gained the power to resurrect dead beings by manipulating their midichlorians, but he was still not satisfied, so he attempted an even more unthinkable act. He tried to bring into being a creation of his own, to initiate the birth of a forceful being. While he was proud to be able to manipulate death, it was not the same as having the power of pure creation, so he stretched out with his powers to touch all of the midichlorians in the galaxy. But it didn't work. The Force grew silent to him. Now, 9 years later, Plagueis learned of Anakin's existence from Palpatine, and he rushed to meet the young boy on Coruscant. Anakin had been brought to the capital planet by Qui-Gon, and had been staying in Palpatine's suite. Plagueis had to see this Anakin Skywalker for himself, to sense him in the Force. He had to know if the Force had struck back at him 9 years earlier, conceiving a human to restore balance to the galaxy. However, he was too late, as Anakin had already been taken to the Jedi Temple to meet the High Council. Concerned and fearful, Plagueis wondered if the Sith had been undone, and if the Force itself had worked against them. He thought that he was directly responsible for Anakin's creation. Sometime later, Plagueis made his way onto a public observatory that provided him a view of Queen Amidala's starship. He watched as Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Anakin walked along the platform. Plagueis observed Qui-Gon kneel to Anakin's level and engage in a serious discussion. Intrigued, yet also concerned, Plagueis stretched out with the Force and was subjected to an assault of imagery, a vision of the future. He saw ferocious battles in deep space, the clashing of lightsabers, and a black-helmeted cyborg rising from an operating table. By the time he returned to himself, Qui-Gon and the boy were gone. Trying desperately to make sense of what he had seen, Plagueis watched as the Nubian starship climbed into the sky. He fought to repress the truth, but he knew that Anakin Skywalker would change the course of history. Unless he instructed the Sith assassin Maul to kill Qui-Gon in order to keep the boy from being trained. Plagueis knew that Qui-Gon was the key to everything, and he had to do everything in his power to stop Anakin from becoming a Jedi. Thank you guys for watching this video. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed it, and may the Force be with you.
I think everyone pretty much agrees that Kylo Ren is the best character from the sequel trilogy. And although those movies are incredibly divisive and are my least favorite movies in the saga, I do think that Kylo is cool. I enjoy the lore that's been written about him. In the movies, we do learn some of his backstory through simple exposition, but the true origin of Ben Solo's fall to darkness is really fleshed out in the books, as is usually the case with Star Wars. Interestingly enough, Ben's story is almost a reverse of Darth Vader's, where he sought the dark side not out of love or fear of loss, but out of a desire to prove himself worthy of his bloodline. So let's jump into the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War, which is a biography of the Skywalker family, to learn about Ben Solo's early life and why he turned to the dark side in the years before Episode 7. Ben Solo was born 1 year after the Battle of Endor, shortly after the Empire formally surrendered and the Galactic Civil War officially ended at the Battle of Jakku. During the time that she was pregnant with him, Leia found that the Force spoke to her through her baby. To her dismay, she could feel a vein of darkness pulsing through Ben while he was still in utero. The knowledge of her heredity and what Anakin Skywalker had become weighed heavily on her thoughts. Luke was content to believe that Vader was vanquished when their father was redeemed and turned back to the light, but Leia did not have the satisfaction of witnessing Anakin's remorse with her own eyes. Luke eventually convinced her that the shadow she sensed in Ben was completely normal, and Leia was not so foolish as to condemn her own son simply because of their family's history. Still, before Ben was born, Leia made the difficult decision to shield her son from the truth of Darth Vader's identity until the time was right, just as Bail Organa had kept it from her. True to his heritage as a Skywalker, Ben was strong in the Force as a young child. As he grew, he was often left alone with a droid caretaker as Han and Leia were off working for the New Republic. He was told that what his parents were doing was important, but he didn't quite believe it. While Leia was involved in politics, Luke continued his efforts to rebuild the Jedi Order, starting his own temple in the hopes of passing on what Obi-Wan and Yoda had taught him. However, despite his best intentions, Luke's decisions set in motion events that would lead to the rise of the First Order and the creation of the Darksider known as Kylo Ren. As Ben neared the age of 10, he was Luke's most prized student. Even without training, it was clear that Ben was gifted in the ways of the Force, a Solo in name but a Skywalker by blood. Leia hoped that Luke's tutelage would keep her son from being tempted by the darkness, but without invitation, the child was visited by an insidious voice. A creature of the dark side calling itself Snoke invaded young Ben's innermost thoughts, and eager to have a friend, he grew to trust, even love, the strange intruder. From his early teens, Ben's inner doubts and fears of his own abilities and the power he craved and had yet to attain created a fissure that would come to dominate his life. The shadow of the dark side loomed large over Ben Solo. On a mission to Elphrona the year he turned 14, Ben first encountered the Knights of Ren, a motley crew of dark-side adherents. Inside a Jedi outpost filled with ancient relics, Luke single-handedly defeated the 7 Knights. But before they retreated, their leader removed his helmet and offered Ben an alternate course, a path that would allow him to feed on the darkness blooming inside of him, instead of repressing it. Just as Palpatine had once tempted Anakin away from the light, Ren gave Ben Solo the promise of power, if he rejected the ways of the Jedi. Ben remained by Luke's side for nearly a decade after the mission to Elphrona, and outwardly shrugged off the incident. Yet, he never forgot Ren or his offer. In addition, the voice of Snoke continued to whisper in Ben's ear. The dark side contained many mysteries, and the boy harbored a grim fascination for it that only Snoke seemed to understand. At times, Luke sensed these flickers of darkness in his nephew, and they grew in frequency as time went on. Although all beings possess the natural harmony of light and dark, Ben seemed to exhibit a disturbing penchant for the darkness. Still, Luke believed he could help the young man avoid his grandfather's fate, just as he himself had refused the lore of the dark side and assisted Vader in his own redemption. Luke and Ben traveled the stars, collecting Jedi artifacts, holocrons, and strange texts filled with archaic writings. They gathered other students, with whom Luke hoped to usher in a new era of enlightenment through the teachings of the Jedi. Luke preached patience and balance, trying to instill the belief that all of his students in the Force were equals. But from the first day of his training, Ben believed himself destined for greatness and was plagued by worries that he would never measure up to those who had come before him. Such thoughts would later lead to him idolizing his grandfather's Sith persona, Darth Vader. The other students at the academy became his friends, but Ben still felt like he was an outcast, and he saw his greatest flaws and fears reflected back at him in them. As his training went on, Ben developed a jealous respect for the legendary warriors who had come before him. He was ambitious to outdo them, even as he recognized that he was fighting figments and ghosts for an intangible prize. The year that Ben turned 23, Leia's political rivals ended her storied career in the Senate using a message discovered in an Organa family chest. Recorded by Bail Organa decades earlier, the message revealed the truth of Leia's biological lineage. The news that Leia Organa and Luke Skywalker were the children of Darth Vader was explosive, and overnight Leia went from a respected figure to a political pariah. Unfortunately for everyone, Ben Solo discovered his relation to Darth Vader not from his family members, but by HoloNet news. The revelation felt like a betrayal. Ben, who had inherited Anakin's powerful Force abilities and temper, was crushed by the realization that his family had not shared the truth with him for his whole life. He was incredulous that he had been left to discover the fact along with the rest of the galaxy. The fact that his family had kept the information hidden seemed to justify every dark impulse and feeling of paranoia he had ever entertained. Leia realized her error and sent a tearful message to Ben after the news broke, but it was too late. In the fallout, Ben began to doubt his family and question their plans for him. His anger bloomed, giving Snoke the perfect opportunity to cap off a decade of manipulation. The vein of darkness that Leia had sensed before Ben was born, and Luke had recognized growing in his Padawan, was stronger than ever before. Snoke promised him that with his guidance and Ben's raw power, he would transform into a figure even greater than Darth Vader himself. One fateful night, Luke peered into Ben's mind as he slept and saw visions of darkness. In a moment of fear, he instinctively ignited his lightsaber to eliminate the threat before him, but instantly the thought passed. Regardless, Ben awoke to see his master standing over him and grabbed his own lightsaber in self-defense. With a twitch of his hand, Ben brought the structure down around them. When Luke regained consciousness, his temple was destroyed, many of his students were dead, and Ben had vanished. In the aftermath of the temple's destruction, Ben allowed his dark impulses to feed his soul. He came to see his family as barriers to his own progress to power. His fall to the dark side was anything but sudden. It was more of a slow descent. He vowed to surpass the great Darth Vader and become even more powerful than the legendary Sith Lord. With Snoke as his new master, Ben sought out the Knights of Ren on Varnak in the Mid-Rim. The few students who had survived the carnage at the Jedi Temple pursued him seeking justice, believing he had killed Master Skywalker that night. They eventually paid with their lives. Ben then slayed the mysterious masked Ren to take his place as leader of the Knights, and he was finally a Jedi no more. Adopting the name Kylo Ren, Ben concealed his face beneath a mask and embraced the nickname Jedi Killer, both in homage to his grandfather and in acceptance of what he had become. In his remade image, he hoped to convince his family and his followers that Ben Solo was dead. To complete his transformation, Kylo corrupted the Kyber crystal that he had carried with him through his Jedi training. In his haste, the crystal bled red but also split, resulting in an unstable blade. His lightsaber hilt burned out upon its first ignition and had to be refitted with vents to maintain the crystal's volatile nature, becoming a crossguard lightsaber. Kylo Ren had simply tried to make his new identity as a Darksider fit within the burned-out shell of his former Jedi self. The duality and irregular nature of his lightsaber would come to symbolize his own conflict and doubt as he continued on his dark journey. Thank you guys for watching this video. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed it, and as always, may the Force be with you. Kylo Ren believed he understood power. He carried the crossguard lightsaber of his own design, commanded the forces of the First Order, and masked himself in the dark legacy of Darth Vader. But to Snoke, these were hollow symbols. Beneath the mask, Ben Solo still clung to the remnants of the light. If he was to become the heir to the dark side that Snoke envisioned, this weakness had to be broken. Much of Kylo's story remains untold. But the canon Age of Resistance comics give us a glimpse of his brutal training under Snoke, a journey that took him to ancient places steeped in darkness, where his deepest fears and doubts became weapons used against him. It was on Dagobah that Kylo Ren would be tested and ultimately destroy the Cave of Evil. The trial began not in the swamps, but on a barren, icy world in the Rarlik system. On a jagged cliff, Snoke asked if fear still lingered in him. Ren denied it, insisting that he was not afraid, but Snoke knew better. Using the Force, he lifted Ren into the air and held him there, suspended and powerless. He told Ren that fear was a sign of weakness, an emotion that clouded judgment and left one vulnerable. Snoke explained that powerless men were consumed by fear, and their only recourse was to lash out blindly in anger. But true power came from those who could take that fear and transform it into focused rage, using it as a weapon rather than letting it control them. Then, without warning, Snoke released his hold. Kylo plummeted toward the jagged rocks below. In the rush of wind and terror, he reached inward, seized the fear gnawing at him, and twisted it into anger. The Force surged like fire in his veins, and with desperate determination, he slowed his fall and landed hard among the stones. Breathing heavily, Ren demanded to know whether Snoke would have saved him if he had failed. Snoke responded coldly that Luke Skywalker would have, but he explained that showing such mercy would only have stunted Ren's growth. If Kylo was to unlock his true potential, he had to learn to save himself, even when death was certain. Satisfied for now, Snoke led his apprentice back to their shuttle. When they arrived on the swamp planet, Kylo instinctively reached for his helmet, but Snoke ordered him to leave it behind. When Ren tried to protest, insisting on bringing the mask, Snoke struck him across the face with such force that it drew blood. He told Ren that he could not hide behind the mask here. Here, Kylo Ren had to confront what he truly was, without pretense, without Vader's shadow shielding him. The shuttle descended through dense fog into the heart of the swamps. Even before setting foot on the ground, Kylo could feel the oppressive weight of the planet pressing in on him. As they walked beneath twisted vines and ancient trees, Kylo sensed a faint echo of his uncle, Luke Skywalker. Snoke confirmed that this was where Luke had once trained, calling him one of the most formidable Jedi. When Kylo dismissed Luke as weak, Snoke corrected him. Luke was not weak, he explained, merely misguided. And if Luke had joined Snoke years ago, the galaxy would have been his far sooner. They eventually arrived at a shadowy opening in the swamp, the Cave of Evil. The air around it was thick and cold, radiating a darkness that seemed alive. Snoke explained that this was a place of power, where all the fears and doubts that Kylo had buried would be laid bare. Ren could sense the weight of the place. He hesitated only for a moment before stepping forward, determined to prove himself. Inside, the darkness closed in, and then a familiar figure emerged, Luke Skywalker. In this vision, Luke told Ren that he didn't want to fight him, but Ren's resolve hardened. He told Luke that he didn't care about his pleas. Fueled by rage, he ignited his lightsaber and charged. Outside the cave, Snoke felt his apprentice's decision and was pleased. He noted that Luke, had he truly feared Kylo's potential, would have killed him in his sleep rather than allowing this confrontation. Within the vision, Kylo struck down Luke in a violent clash. As the Phantom fell, Kylo told Snoke that his task was done, but his master informed him that the trial had only just begun. The shadows grew darker and twisted, shapes emerging slowly from the void. Kylo felt his breath catch as two figures formed, Han Solo and Leia Organa, his parents. They looked at him with a mixture of sorrow and hope, calling out to him to stop, to let go of his hatred, and to remember that he was still their son. Leia's voice was filled with compassion, reminding him of the love that still lingered even after all he had done. Kylo clenched his jaw, denying the name Ben Solo, insisting to himself that Ben was gone forever. Deep inside, though, the words cut him more deeply than any blade. As Snoke's chilling voice echoed in his mind, he urged Kylo to sever these bonds completely, to kill the connection to his past and extinguish the fragile light that still flickered within him. Kylo gripped his lightsaber tightly. He raised the weapon high, trembling with indecision, poised to strike. But at the final moment, something within him resisted the command. Instead of cutting down the phantoms of his parents, Kylo screamed in frustration and swung his blade at the cave itself. He tore into the roots and stone, channeling his fury into destruction, sending fragments of rock and debris crashing around him as the cave began to collapse, the violent waves of energy unleashed by Kylo's fury tearing through the walls and roots. Cracks raced across the ceiling as the ancient darkness that had lingered there for centuries was ripped apart and bled into the swamp around it. The ground trembled as trees splintered and stones split. The oppressive power once concentrated in the cave was now scattering into the mist, leaving behind only ruin. When the dust settled, Kylo stood in a large crater where the cave had once rested. Snoke admitted that his display of power was impressive, but that the cave had stood for thousands of years, and he had hoped to bring other apprentices to train inside it. Kylo turned to Snoke and said that the past was gone, destroyed along with the cave, and that his master would no longer need other apprentices. For a fleeting moment, Snoke's expression flickered, almost as if surprised by the sheer ferocity of Kylo's destruction. Though he masked it quickly, it was clear even to him that while his apprentice had proven his strength, there was still a spark deep within Kylo that even this act could not extinguish. This brutal lesson was a turning point in Kylo Ren's descent. On Dagobah, he proved to Snoke that he could destroy the symbols of his past, but the visions revealed a deeper truth. Despite all his rage, despite his rejection of Ben Solo, a part of the boy still remained. This story complements Luke Skywalker's own trial in the cave years earlier and ties deeply into the legacy of the Skywalker family. It was a flicker of light that Snoke could not extinguish, and though Kylo tried to bury it beneath fear and hatred, it would one day become the very thing that saved him. Thank you guys for watching this video. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed it, and as always, may the Force be with you. Han Solo and Leia Organa's son, Ben Solo, was once a promising young student to his uncle, Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. But Ben's resentment of his family's legacy made him susceptible to the pull of the dark side, transforming him into Kylo Ren, First Order tyrant and master of the Knights of Ren. Kylo's desire to finish what his grandfather, Darth Vader, started led him down sinister paths, murdering his father, slaying his former master to supplant him as supreme leader, and attempting to decimate the remaining resistance forces on Krayt. In this video, I want to jump into the brand new comic series that just started called Legacy of Vader, which follows Kylo right after the events of The Last Jedi as he learns about Darth Vader's past. At this point in the story, Kylo is incredibly volatile and he's vowed to destroy the past at all costs. After the Battle of Krayt, Kylo introduced himself as the supreme leader to the First Order forces, displaying the corpse of Snoke and claiming that the Resistance had killed him. Kylo declared that he would lead the First Order to glory as he cast Snoke's body out into the void of space. Afterwards, he was tormented by visions, flashing images of Luke and Rey in his mind. He told himself that none of the past mattered, as he remembered killing his father and asking Rey to take his hand and join him. Kylo yelled at himself, saying to kill the past and let it go, and he ignited his lightsaber in his rage. Seeking some sense of comfort, he went to speak to the burned helmet of his grandfather, as he always did whenever he felt the pull to the light side of the Force. "How did you do this for so long? For decades you did this, ruled over weaklings. How could this be enough for you? I thought I wanted to follow your path. You were the one I thought I understood. I thought I was your legacy, but I'm not you. I'm not Vader, I'm not Luke, I'm not my mother, I'm not Han Solo, I'm not any of them. I told that girl to let the past die, to kill it. I've done that. So why am I not free? It's because I'm not done, isn't it? There's still more to do. More has to die. I'll start with you." Kylo grasped Vader's helmet with the Force as though he was going to crush it, like he was finally ready to move on from his grandfather. But obviously we know that he didn't destroy it because the helmet is shown later in Episode 9. Determined to destroy the past, Kylo traveled to Mustafar and saw his grandfather's castle, Fortress Vader. On the steps leading up to the fortress, he was confronted by the Alizmec of Winzit, cultists who worshipped Darth Vader after his death. They guarded the castle, and they were the same warriors that we saw Kylo fighting at the beginning of Episode 9 when he retrieved Vader's Wayfinder. They fired arrows which Kylo easily stopped with the Force, and after the Alizmec hesitated, Kylo ignited his lightsaber and called them cowards. The cultists yelled back that they were brave warriors and engaged him in combat. As he easily cut them down, Kylo spoke to the cultists, declaring his ascension. "Do you not know who I am? Let me show you. Do you know what I have done? I have destroyed legends, my own blood. And you, all of you think this is your time, your moment to destroy me? No. I am Kylo Ren. This is my reign. My ascent has just begun." During the fight, an unknown figure watched from a window above, wondering if Kylo was a pretender or a prince. One of the Alizmec was able to stab Kylo in the side with their spear, but he quickly broke their neck with the Force. With all of the cultists dead, he proceeded to the castle doors, where his blood dripped onto the ground. The blood hissed, and the doors rumbled and opened, and Kylo proceeded into the fortress as a mysterious voice welcomed him, saying it was a day long awaited. A creature that was a human head attached to a large robot body introduced himself as Vader, the servant of Vader. We've seen him before in Rogue One. He was Vader's servant for many years, and it seems that at some point in the 30 years after Vader's death, he became this cyborg being. Vader asked Kylo who he was, and said that the doors would not have opened unless the blood of Vader was in his veins, so he asked what Kylo's connection was to Vader. Kylo replied that Vader was his grandfather, and asked what Vader's connection to Vader was. Vader said that he served the Sith Lord for many years until his murder, and he offered to serve Kylo. But Kylo intended to kill Vader immediately. Vader noted how much like Vader Kylo was, and asked why he wished to kill him. "You are the past. Darth Vader is the past. This entire place is the past. The past strangles me. Its expectations and legacies and vendettas. I will destroy every last vestige of it. I will free myself." Vader called Kylo foolish and ignorant, and projected a life-size hologram of Darth Vader, saying that Vader's power was his past. Darth Vader never allowed himself to forget his past, filled with horrors though it was. His loss, his pain, his rage at the things that happened to him became his fuel. He never looked back, but he never let go either. This is why the dark side ran so strongly through him. I can tell you how he did it. I can tell you how he turned his past into his power. You need this, boy.
We both know it. You wouldn't have come here if you didn't. You're lost." Deactivating his lightsaber, Kylo Ren accepted Vanay's offer and said, "Show me." So I really like this first issue of this Legacy of Vader comic. I'm super hyped for the rest of the series. I think it's great. You guys know, if you've seen my videos before, if you're familiar with the channel, whatever, the sequels are not my favorite Star Wars movies, but I have softened on them over the recent years. I really dislike The Last Jedi still, but I can enjoy The Force Awakens and The Rise of Skywalker. So even though I don't like Episode 8, I'm really excited for this comic. I'm not going to let how much I dislike that movie stop me from enjoying this comic, and I'm excited to see Kylo learn more about Vader. The next issue, it's been previewed that they go to Tatooine, and that comes out next month in March, so I'm definitely going to make a video about that. I'm super excited to see Kylo learning about the origins of the Skywalker family and all of that. But anyway, I thought him visiting Fortress Vader for the first time was really cool, and it's an important moment in the Skywalker saga, because the whole Mustafar sequence in the beginning of Episode 9 was really cut down, and we didn't get to see everything that was going to be shown to us. It's a little bit longer in the novelization, but there was even going to be the Eye of Webbish Bog and stuff like that. If you've read the Vader comics, then you know who that is. Anyway, Kylo visiting Fortress Vader is very important. I think it's really cool. I hope that you guys enjoyed this video as well. Make sure to like and subscribe if you did. And as always, may the Force be with you. Even after killing Snoke and taking the mantle of Supreme Leader, Kylo Ren still struggled with forging his own path in the shadow of his family's legacy. His quest to kill the past took Kylo to Fortress Vader on Mustafar, where he was greeted by Vanay, the former servant of Darth Vader. Vanay recognized Kylo as his prince and promised to show him a way forward by helping him understand how Vader had used his past to fuel his power. So they traveled to Tatooine, the cradle of the Skywalker family. This story comes from the second issue of the Legacy of Vader comic. Kylo was initially skeptical of their purpose on the desert planet, but Vanay insisted that Tatooine was important. Although it was a remote world in the Outer Rim, it did still matter to Anakin Skywalker, since it was where he first met Padme Amidala, where he was recruited into the Jedi Order, where he lost his mother, and where he first accessed the dark side of the Force. Vanay said that Darth Vader was not entirely forged on Mustafar. Tatooine played a large role as well. Kylo asked how Vanay knew so much about Anakin's past. The servant explained that Vader had confided in the Emperor over the years, and Palpatine had kept very detailed records on his apprentice. After Palpatine and Vader died at Endor, Vanay accessed those files using Vader's security codes and learned everything he could about Vader's life. He claimed his eyes were open to the beauty of Vader's struggle, and now he would share the stories with Kylo so Vader's path could also be his. He led Kylo to the Grand Arena in Mos Espa, remarking that it was the site of Anakin's earliest triumph. It was there that Anakin displayed the power he had since birth, becoming the only human to ever win the Boonta Eve Classic. Vanay explained that Anakin accomplished that without any training at just 9 years of age and while still a slave. Kylo was shocked to learn that Anakin and his mother Shmi were slaves, and he was furious that the Jedi had taken Anakin but left Shmi in bondage. Vanay used this moment to explain that Vader's life was a crucible from the very beginning. Unending toil, and existence in chains. It was what he rose above, the blade in his soul, slicing away all that held him back so he might rise to greatness. Vanay assumed that Kylo could also relate since he was very powerful in the Force, and that he too had walked a path of pain. Kylo lied about this, saying that he had, when in reality his childhood was happy and full of love. Taking his lightsaber, Kylo scratched Anakin's name off the wall of the arena, and demanded that Vanay tell him who owned his grandfather. The two of them visited the ruins of the junk shop owned by the Toydarian junk dealer Watto.
Kylo guessed that Vader must have returned at some point and murdered Watto for revenge, imagining his grandfather doing it. But Vader replied that Vader was focused on other things and did not kill Watto. He also added that Watto was not Anakin's only owner, and that Gardulla the Hutt owned Anakin and Shmi before Watto. Vader said that Gardulla was still alive and ruled from a fortress in the wastelands. As he looked around the junk shop, Kylo said that all of it should be erased. Kylo traveled to Gardulla's lair on a speeder and found it guarded by 3 goons and 2 rancors. With his red blade and the power of the dark side, he easily cut them down, jumping and flipping onto the rancors, throwing his saber and removing limbs at will. When they all lay dead, he entered the fortress and confronted Gardulla. Gardulla asked what he wanted, and Kylo replied that he had come because of something she had done, that she had owned his grandfather when he was young. Gardulla replied that that was not a crime in Hutt space, and asked Kylo what his name was. He refused to give it, instead saying that the past died and that was all that mattered. He ignited his lightsaber and all of Gardulla's henchmen began to fire their blasters at him, but he deflected the bolts and killed them quickly. But suddenly, Kylo's lightsaber was pulled from his hands with the Force by some strange, unidentified creature. I seriously have no idea what this little guy is. I think he was created for this comic, so we'll have to wait and see. Unless I'm totally wrong and someone knows what this species is if it's already existed, but I'm pretty sure it's brand new. Anyway, the little Force-using creature told Kylo that the Force was weak with him and then pushed him backwards into the wall. Gardulla explained that after what happened to Jabba, she took precautions against those who wielded the Force, referring to her mysterious little companion guard thing. She then told Kylo that his grandfather's story would become his own, and a guard knocked him out, and then they chained him up as a prisoner. I really like this story of him going to Tatooine. That's why I was excited to make this video. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe if you did. And as always, may the Force be with you. After the events of The Last Jedi, although he had slayed Snoke and claimed the title of Supreme Leader, Kylo Ren was still lost. He had power, but he hadn't yet found the legacy he was meant to uphold. His identity was a patchwork of shadows, stitched together from the lives of his parents, his uncle, and most of all, his grandfather. As the war between the Resistance and the First Order burned across the galaxy, Kylo Ren searched for something far more personal: clarity. He had already walked the corridors of Vader's fortress on Mustafar, but now he turned his eyes to another place tied to Vader's past. The place where Anakin Skywalker fell in love. Naboo. It was there, among ruins and ghosts, that Kylo Ren would make a declaration that shocked even his most loyal followers. He would crown himself king. This happens in the 4th issue of the Legacy of Vader comic. It begins with Kylo traveling to Naboo with Vanay, who was Darth Vader's former servant. They had met in Vader's fortress on Mustafar, and Vanay had taken him to Tatooine, but now he had more to show on Naboo. Vanay claimed that Naboo was not just a planet of beauty and art, it was once the cradle of power for the most influential families in the galaxy. Kylo steps into the dilapidated halls of a once opulent villa overlooking the Lake Country. As Vanay explains, this estate had belonged to a line of Naboo royalty. But what made this place significant wasn't just its wealth or status, it was because Emperor Palpatine had risen to power from Naboo. Long before he was the Emperor, he was a senator for Naboo in the Republic. The planet had gone through many changes as the government of the galaxy fluctuated, from the Republic to the Empire to the New Republic. Naboo now lay in ruin after some felt that its citizens had profited from their association with Palpatine. Kylo replies that all of that information is irrelevant because he only cares about Vader, not Palpatine, and he didn't see how Naboo was important to Vader's rise to power.
But Vader insists that Naboo was central to Vader's development, giving him even greater pain than Tatooine, because it was where he fell in love with Padme Amidala. Kylo listens, half intrigued, half angry. He doesn't want to dwell on Anakin's love. He wants to understand Darth Vader's power. But Vader insists it was that loss, that fear of losing Padme, that gave Vader the strength to do anything, even burn the galaxy to keep her memory from haunting him. Kylo tries to reject this at first. He lashes out at Vader, accusing him of trying to romanticize Vader. But the truth gnaws at him. He cannot let go of his past either. He clings to the memory of his grandfather as if it were a tether to something greater. Although he claims to have no limits, he knows inside that he doesn't yet have everything he wants, and he thinks of Rey. Two local citizens in a small canoe warn Kylo not to linger in the ruins of the mansion. They speak of a dark spirit that haunts the area, a curse that poisoned the land just after the fall of the Republic. They say a dark spirit returned to destroy the memory of the queen who lived there, to flood her home and leave nothing behind. Intrigued, Kylo listens. The story they tell is true. Vader had returned to Naboo after Padme's death with a singular purpose, to erase her from existence. This was the planet they were wed on, where they had once dreamed of a future, and after her death, Vader could not bear the grief, so he turned it into rage. He unleashed it on her home, tearing it down with the fury of the dark side and killing any who spoke the name Amidala. Kylo responds that the story is superstition, and the citizens said that it may be, but it still caused the royal families and wealthy people to leave that part of Naboo. They claim that now it is ruled by bad people. Just then, they are confronted by a gang of mercenaries, accusing them of trespassing. After a brief but brutal fight, Kylo cuts them all down with ruthless precision, leaving their lifeless bodies on the ground. The citizens are shocked and tell him that he has just killed Storg Varuna, a member of one of the ruling families who now claimed criminal ownership of Naboo's properties. Kylo says that the Varunas should just be killed, but the man tells him that lineage matters on Naboo, and the relationship between the royal families is very complicated. As the two citizens leave in their canoe, Kylo tells Vader that he was wrong about Vader and Padme. He claims that Vader realized his past was not a strength but a weakness, unworthy of what he was trying to build, so he returned to Naboo and destroyed all memory of it. In disgust, Kylo says that Vader understood what the people of Naboo could not. The Naboo were obsessed with the past, letting it control them. Without hesitation, Kylo raises a hand and force chokes the two citizens from a distance, silencing any witnesses as their craft drifts away across the lake. Later, aboard the Finalizer, Kylo seizes control of Naboo's communications and speaks as Supreme Leader of the First Order. He denounces their obsession with lineage, their clinging to the past, their pride in nobility and bloodlines. He accuses them of stagnation, of holding themselves back by honoring ghosts. But then, in the same breath, he does the very thing he claims to hate. He declares himself King of Naboo. Kylo Ren, heir of Darth Vader, blood of Skywalker, takes the throne of Naboo, not as a politician or monarch, but as a conqueror, a ruler born of fire and war. He claims the world as his own, not because he loves it or he understands it, but because he believes that power must be claimed. And this place, soaked in the legacy of Skywalkers and Sith alike, is now his to command. Kylo Ren's self-coronation on Naboo is more than a symbolic gesture. It's a culmination of his obsession with legacy and identity. By visiting the ruins of his grandfather's pain, confronting the ghosts of Naboo's political and romantic past, and seizing control through fear and dominance, Kylo has carved his own path through the shadows of history. His rule isn't one built on lineage or nobility, but on fire and willpower. This story gives us a rare glimpse into the heart of the Supreme Leader, into the conflict between Ben Solo's origins and Kylo Ren's ambitions,
And in declaring himself King of Naboo, Kylo doesn't just inherit the legacies of Anakin or Palpatine, he tries to eclipse them. I totally recommend checking out the Legacy of Vader comic. I'm really enjoying it so far. It's only 4 issues in, so you can definitely catch up, but it seems like this is going to be one of the best stories about Kylo Ren, and it's doing a great job filling in the gaps of what he was doing in between The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe if you did. And as always, may the Force be with you.